arguments before he turned her down. "You mentioned it affects your emotions, and you did not feel like you could trust yourself to handle it. If that is true, then I will monitor your emotions for you. All you need do is kill and listen to my guidance. Also, there is one very important thing you are forgetting." She leaned away, her back straight and her brows lifted in triumphant challenge. "What? What's so important that you think it would actually change my mind?" Jiran threw his hands up. "The Amra betrayed me, too. Do you truly believe I will be safer here, waiting for his return, than I would be at your side?" Shrelk shit. Departure. "All right, but I have a few conditions," Jiran relented. "Yes!" Maya Lin spun in a circle, pumping her fists into the air before shooting him a dazzling smile. "You have to learn how to fight. I won't feel comfortable leaving you alone without knowing you can take care of yourself. That means no complaining and no backing out, no matter how hard it gets." "Do you expect that to deter me? Because it is doing the exact opposite. Quickly, what are your other conditions?" Maya Lin's ears flicked and trembled. "Your skills are different from mine, so I'll need in-depth explanations on exactly what they do, as well as all of your attributes, everything. We'll need to do a lot of experimentation to get the most out of your skills." "Are you trying to crack my core? Stop teasing me already and tell me the real conditions." "My last condition is that I'm not taking you away from your family without their permission." Maya Lin waved away his concern with a casual swipe of her hand. "I am an adult. I can do as I please, but I will certainly be telling them that we are leaving, and why, though not where for obvious reasons." With the last of his concerns put to rest, she threw her arms around him in a quick hug before jumping back, her entire body vibrating. "She's serious. She really wants to come with me. I was terrified of facing the Challenger density alone, especially with how much worse I knew it was going to be this tier. Now, I don't have to. And she'll be watching my emotions, instantly knowing if I'm starting to slip." Jiran's heart was hammering, and he could not have been more aware of the proximity between him and the beautiful girl he would be traveling with for the foreseeable future. She picked up on his emotions straight away, and her breath hitched as her pupils turned to slits. "Well, no time to waste, let's go!" Jiran hightailed it out of the mural chamber, Maya Lin hot on his heels. Her hand shot out and grabbed his shoulder while she spoke with a feral growl. "Do not run." "Oh yeah, forgot about that." He slowed down and they walked hand in hand to where his aura found Mothra and Peppa helping another family get settled into one of the many small burrows. The people were spread out through the vast cavern, making the space seem smaller than it was. Some slept, while others wandered aimlessly, their faces stricken with blank, dissociated eyes. The fresh reminder of the suffering around them crashed Jiran's mood instantly. Maya Lin squeezed his hand, her other near her face where she nipped at one of her claws with a deep frown. Jiran engraved the scene into his heart. Had he been a little faster, a little stronger, and made slightly different choices, those who died might still be alive. Then, the suffering around him would merely be about a home they were temporarily barred from. He vowed to become stronger, and it was more clear than ever that he could no longer afford to constantly act like a child. His status showed he was 15 seasons of age, which was roughly equivalent to 17 Earth years. Due to his slumber, he had half as much real-life experience as others his age, and he had also been remiss to abandon his childish demeanor. During his time on the Jeweled Isles, he truly pretended to be on a vacation. But Madra was no holiday getaway. His choices had consequences, and they could so easily lead to the deaths of many. A small, terrified part of his mind knew that, as his powers grew, More and more would seek shelter within his shadow, and the thought of letting them down was unacceptable. For that was the natural order of society on Madra. The strong shelter the weak, in hopes of giving rise to those capable of continuing civilization. Far greater responsibilities were on the horizon, and he was not yet prepared for them. I'll just have to rely on my Earth memories, even more to make up the difference. Mothra! Peppa! Mayalin called out to her parents, and they shared a knowing look, then turned toward Jiran and Mayalin. Without a word, Mothra hugged Mayalin before kissing her cheeks and dragging her off to the side. Jiran was a little surprised when Peppa came in for a hug with a stony expression, but he accepted the embrace, giving as good as he got. It brings me great comfort that I do not need to remind you to take care of her. It is all a father can ask for, to see his daughter leave with a man who can keep her safe. Thank you, Jiran of Phelan, for choosing our troublesome child. His hard disposition melted instantly as he shot Jiran a trickster's grin. Considering who she takes after, I am not sure she ever would. Peppa! Mayalin and Mothra shouted in unison, causing the little man to jump and scurry behind Jiran. Thanks, Jiran replied uncertainly, not entirely sure they were on the same page. Through his aura, Jiran could feel Peppa's grin widening behind his back. I hope you realize what you have signed up for. She does indeed take after her mother, if you know what I mean. Hearing Peppa's words, Mothra growled with her teeth bared. Good luck, he whispered in Jiran's ear, before running toward the stream of fresh water that trickled from the ceiling. Mothra's eyes snapped to his retreating form. Jiran watched with interest as her pupils slit, exactly like a cat about to pounce on her prey. She regained control with a shake, and turned back to Mayalin with frenzied whispers. This family is nuts. I can't say I don't like it, though. Wish we had more time to spend with them, but we can't sit around here hoping the Amra doesn't show up. We need to get stronger. Then we can come back whenever we want. Besides, I need to fix their island. With a little tweaking, restoration should have no issues growing trees and fixing the soil. I'm coming for you, Alphas, and I promise you're not going to enjoy our next meeting. Since Mothra and Mayalin were still having their private conversation, Jiran turned to the family who were settling into the nearby burrow. He recognized them, though didn't know their names. Do you need anything before I leave? Water? Food? He offered. We are capable of caring for ourselves, the father hissed while baring his teeth. His mate stepped forward, blocking him from Jiran's sight. Apologies, Bohemra. We do not require your aid. We brought some supplies with us, and we have the water from the stream. There is shelter from the elements here. Anything else that we need can be addressed once the Amra arrives. Bohemra? Is that something related to the Amra? I'll have to ask Mayalin. Okay, I understand. I didn't mean to intrude. See to it that you do not intrude again. The people have no need for your help any longer, the man grumped as he stomped inside the hovel. The woman gave Jiran an apologetic smile before turning away as well. I can't imagine how hard this is for them. There's got to be something else I can do. They're going to need to hunt the area for food. Maybe I can bring back some Tier 5 meat for them. Oh, crap. If they're out hunting, it's only a matter of time before they run into some Imperials. That will go bad so quickly. Anything not human is attacked on sight, and questions are only asked later if the meat tastes bad. With how many beasts there are that mimic our form and voices to lure us into traps, there's no way the people will be safe. I need to figure out which noble owns these lands, and not only peacefully introduce them, but also negotiate for them to stay here without being killed, or, potentially worse, captured and enslaved. Once again, something I'm not strong enough to do. What noble would take me seriously when I'm basically a Tier 5 with a stronger-than-usual aura. I don't have any time to waste. I need to ascend." Mothra appeared before him, shattering his errant thoughts when she threw her arms around him. Jiran awkwardly hugged her back. When he went to step away, she didn't let him go, and instead leaned toward his ear. "Peppa may not have said it, so I will for the both of us. Keep her safe, or I will gut you in your sleep." She pulled away with a bright smile, before speaking at a normal volume. "I understand you are in a hurry, so I will not demand you teach me as you promised. When you bring my daughter back to me stronger than ever, I will expect her to pass along the knowledge in your stead." "Yes, ma'am," Jiran nodded, determined to do just that. "Before we go, I need to make sure you know not to interact with any of the Imperials you might encounter. Some of my people are above the 9th tier, and there are thousands at tiers 5 and 6. They'll assume you're beasts and will attack on sight. If possible, stay hidden. I have some ideas on how I can help, but it's going to take some time. You stay safe as well, so I have a place to return your daughter to." She grunted a smile at his tit-for-tat. "Thank you for the warning. I will make sure your words are heard. We will see you soon, Jiran of Phelan." Mothra gave her daughter one more hug before holding her at arm's length. "I love you, and I'm proud of you, my little Mei-Mei." Her head jerked to the side as Peppa dashed across the far side of the cavern. She released a low growl. "He has truly gone too far this time, ignoring the suffering around him to tease me. Hopefully, you still have a father when you return." Then she was off, tearing through the cavern while jumping over the sleeping forms of the people, leaving Maya Lin groaning with her face in her palms. On the surface, Maya Lin fidgeted and stared wide-eyed at the open skies. Despite her obvious discomfort, she didn't waste her mana with an obfuscation. Jiran took the opportunity to bask in the sun's light, closing his eyes as the warm rays caressed his skin. Days of digging that tunnel without any sunshine, after spending so long on a tropical island, affected me more than I realized. This feels amazing. He activated his map, added Maya Lin to his party, and lifted her into the air before flying with only the power of his aura toward the southeast, where he knew there would be plenty of Tier 5 beasts. A few minutes into their flight, Maya Lin's frown and awkward silence drew his attention. He pulled her closer and sealed them away from the wind. "What's wrong?" "I could not tell her. I tried, but I could not form the words. I should have told her. I do not like leaving without them knowing that our home's destruction was my fault." "What are you talking about? I'm the one that made Adelphoros erupt." Maya Lin shook her head, her arms becoming more animated with each word. "I am the one who withheld that you were the Kuroko. I am the one who assumed the Amra was the catastrophe you were meant to stop. I am the one who told you to go to the node. You do not get to take this blame. It is mine to hold." "I was there for every part of what happened, and I agreed with you every step of the way. It wasn't only you. And don't forget, Madra gave me the quest before I ever arrived. I was planning to find the node from the start, with or without your help. You nor anyone else are responsible for my actions, Maya Lin." Her eyes lit up and her slumped back straightened. "That is right. Madra sent you herself. She has been seeking aid, and you are the one who gave it to her. Do you honestly believe that someone else would not have eventually come to do the same? How can we possibly place blame upon ourselves for this?" "What are you saying? I can't brush off my mistakes with a hypothetical. People died because of me. You lost your homes, and now you're refugees in a country that will kill or enslave you. No, even if it would be easy to place all the blame on Madra, it was my choices that led to where we are now." Maya Lin rolled her eyes. "That is not my point. Already we are taking action to become powerful enough to resolve catastrophes correctly next time.
Who are we to say we should have known better or done better? All anyone can do is learn from their mistakes and move forward. My point is, the Great Mother's needs should be put above our own, for without her, we are but dust. Saving her builds far more karma than we lost from any mistakes we made. Our actions may have saved everyone, and it would be foolish to only berate ourselves for our failures, especially when we are taking steps to resolve our weaknesses.
You know about karma? Oh, the Maker, of course. And I know you're right about Madra, even if I'm still miffed about her keeping me in the dark about, well, everything. Jiran relented with a grumble. I'm just tired of feeling powerless. What I can't get over is that I chose not to ascend before going to your island. I know if I was stronger, they would have lived.
What do you think would have happened if you took the time to ascend and the Maker drives failed prior to your arrival? What if a monster came from the sea next season and killed us all? You cannot know that your actions did not result in the conservation of the most lives. You are bartering yourself poorly, Jiran of Phelan. You chose to stay. You could have run after the node was activated and easily saved yourself. But you came back for us, for me. Be at ease. We will atone for their deaths together, in the future, by saving far more than were lost.
Her arms wrapped tightly around him. Jiran was struck speechless for a moment by her insights. He breathed deeply, drawing in the scent of her mixed with the wind and allowing it to ease some of the tension in his chest. Wow, you're kind of awesome, aren't you?
Obviously.
She smirked before blowing at a loose strand of blue hair that fell in front of her eye. She pushed away from him, relaxing into his aura as the ground zipped by beneath them. She's not wrong. And no matter what I do now and in the future, people are going to die. I can't let that drag me down. I have to keep moving forward, or my inaction will only cause more death. I can understand that people are dying all across the Empire at this very moment, especially in the north against the Grey Men, and I'm okay with that. What I can't stand is seeing it happen right in front of me, when, if I was a little stronger, I could have made all the difference. But I will make the difference next time. Enough standing still. It's time to go. Jiran picked up their speed while shielding them from the wind. They flew for nearly an hour, until he found a huge fruit tree and they landed for a snack. He picked 24 of the large, ripe fruits and they sat in the grass to eat. Mayalin swallowed a huge bite and poked him in the side in an obvious attempt to lighten the mood.
What a strange fruit. It is nearly as sweet as a Boris berry, but has a unique texture. What is it called? Is it a common? Never mind. Are you ready to tell me where we are going?
Jiran furrowed his brows at her rapid shift. Sure. We're going to a place called the Outlands. From the rumors I heard growing up, it's a mostly barren strip of land before the Undead Wastes, which is the southeastern border of the Empire. There should be plenty of Tier 5 beasts. It used to be a really popular hunting ground for 5th-tier ascenders. At some point, a Tier 8 undead escaped the wastes and killed a bunch of nobles who happened to be in the Outlands. Since then, it's apparently not used by anyone, except the voicers from Speaker's Sanctum, who come to cull the beast population once a year after swarming season.
I see.
Mayalin trailed off, her eyes on the ground as she idly took another bite of her fruit. Jiran tilted his head with an expression that let her know he could tell something was bothering her. She responded with a huff.
Everything is fine. It's only that I know little of the Empire, and now I am living in it. Your home is so large, foreign. I have wished several times since we met to learn more, but I know you do not like to speak of it.
What? That's not true. I'd be happy to tell you about the Empire. Oh, I guess I always dodged your questions before, huh?
Wait, you mean to say you were only teasing me all this time?
One of her eyes twitched as her claws instinctively flexed in and out of their sheaths. Whoa, 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 calm down! Geron backed away from her while warding her off with his hands. I wasn't teasing you. There was always something more important we needed to talk about, and... Okay, maybe I was teasing you a little, but I'll tell you all about... Ah! He dove to the side, barely avoiding Mayolin's pounce. She landed on all fours, her head snapping in his direction with an indignant expression after he dared to avoid her lunge. Between her melodramatic face and animalistic behavior, a crack formed in Geron's melancholy. Much-needed laughter burst through his stony facade, and, like a dam breaking, he felt the guilt and shame easing until it dissipated entirely. She grinned victoriously.
That is better. I do not care for your gloomy brooding.
She stood and dusted herself off while suspiciously refusing to meet his eyes. Thanks, I needed that. Geron walked back toward the abandoned fruits, and the second his back was turned, she pounced again with a roar. Having seen the twitching of her tail through his mana body, he was ready. He laughed again as his aura wrapped around them both, before accelerating them into the sky as quickly as he could. She released a shrill squeal as the wind buffeted her, and then shouted in adrenaline-fueled delight as gases exploded beneath them, sending them blasting to the southeast at his top speed. Return of the Challenger. Forests and brush-covered hills gave way to grassy plains, which in turn led to dry, arid land. Cracks ran through the ground like parched, dead skin. Small animals and insects were nowhere to be seen, revealing the barren nature of the outlands. Even the air was still, as if holding its breath. Only occasional bursts of movement revealed the truth. This was no sterile desert, for beasts thrived off density, and in the outlands, the magic that suffused Madra was abundant indeed. A puff of dust shot high into the air as a scorpion-shaped monstrosity with 3 tails launched itself from its hiding place underground. The large, furry creature it caught stood no chance, as 3 stingers injected deadly venom into its body. Before the dust had settled, a winged beast several times larger than the scorpion descended from the clouds to devour them both. A rolling ball of flesh tore its way across the ground, leaving behind a wall of dirt that reached 30 meters into the air. It propelled itself forward with impressive speed for its size by launching thorns from its limbs with explosive force. When the feathered monster spotted the approaching competition, it leaped high in an attempt to flee. The rolling ball of muscle launched itself into the air like a runaway tire. When the 2 equally sized creatures met, the flyer lost. Its body was sundered between powerful jaws before it was thrown from the heavens by a jerk of the beast's neck. The victor changed its trajectory mid-fall, landing squarely upon the flyer, sending feathers and blood in every direction. Its body was covered in a slimy substance that rapidly adhered to the remains of the bird, absorbing it into itself at a visual pace. Teeth that dripped yellow venom shone in the bright light of the fathers, as it threw its head back and roared. The movement caused it to spot Geron and Mayalin, who were flying safely 50 meters above it. Geron's brows lifted in surprise when an aura, bristling with feral hunger, brushed against his from below. Knowing it was rare for a Tier 5 beast to have control over its aura, he was momentarily taken off guard, as it made a clumsy attempt to grab his mana body and drag him into range. Its efforts were no match for Geron's training and understanding. He brushed aside its feeble attempts, before lifting them higher as it shot more spikes. With an impressed frown, Geron pushed the projectiles off course while continuing to increase their altitude. Tier 5s are no joke. I wonder what the rate of survival is for people reaching Tier 6. I wasn't expecting to run into one before we even found a place to camp. I should come back later, without Mei-Lin. Well, no harm in hitting it once with my reinforced channeling to see how strong it is. Then I can devise a real plan while setting up camp. I'm going to hit it once, he told Mei-Lin, and her eyes flew wide with concern.
You said you only wanted to get close enough to identify it,
she responded in a squeak. Don't worry, you're safe. It can't reach us, and you know I can fly faster than it can roll. I'm much more nervous about the Challenger density when I eventually kill one. There won't be a lot of time to rest once the timer begins.
Are you truly going to fight it alone? I have seen you do some incredible things, but hunting a beast above your tier, and alone, that is simply not done.
Yep. Jiran released an explosive breath before clenching his fists. His eyes glowed as molding simmered his mana beneath his skin. The beast ran in a circle beneath them, pawing the ground and occasionally roaring. Prowling Devourer, Tier 5. 4,432 of 4,432. Triple question mark. Those numbers are new. Is it from the upgrade to my interface? Are they supposed to be a representation of its health? Jiran's attention flickered to his party window at the top of his vision. He had gotten so used to ignoring the colored bars there that he failed to notice the new sets of numbers next to both of their names in a similar fashion to the beast. Jiran of Phelan, Tier 3. 409 of 409. 99%. Party leader. Mei-Lin Aloihi, Tier 3. 312 of 312. 92%. No designation. Numerical values for health and mana? I gotta say, that's way better than the bars. Jiran compared his attributes with the new numbers and quickly saw a connection. What's your durability and concentration? He asked Mei-Lin.
78 and 4,
she responded with a gulp, her fear of the beast only increasing when she took her eyes off it to blink at her status. Okay, so that number, or health, is simply durability times concentration. At Tier 5, that beast should have 16 concentration, so it would have to have a durability of around 270. Maximum attributes for a human in the 5th tier is 320, so this Prowling Devourer is on the weaker end, at least in durability, since beasts typically have higher attributes than humans. Wow, this new interface upgrade gives me a ton of insight into a creature's relative power. If I guesstimate a regular beast at Tier 5 has an additional 25% durability over a human, then the maximum health I should see is around 6,400. If I run into anything above that, I'll know I'm dealing with a peak Tier 5 or a mutant. Ugh, I'm stalling. It's only a little test, Jiran. You're going to be fine. Now, what's the best strategy for a beast like this? It clearly has high maneuverability and a couple ranged options, too. Its aura I can handle easily enough. I think it would have a hard time moving and expelling those spikes if it were frozen. The channel in Jiran's chest cooled as 10% of his mana flowed through it, before being converted to true origin of ice. The circle glowed, a solid blue as the ice spun faster and faster, after being compacted with elemental compression. Once the compression reached 5%, his channel ached, and he didn't dare push his control any further with Mei-Lin so close. He freed the elemental mana, and it gushed down the thick channel running through his shoulder and arm. The frigid energy blasted free from his palm, taking the form of a solid blue beam that stretched to the beast's body in a fraction of a second. The beam cut through the creature, even as the element froze into an 8-meter-tall spear of ice that pinned it to the ground. Frost raced across its slimy skin in the blink of an eye, its body rapidly freezing from the inside out. as the creature twitched helplessly one last time before dying, floating numbers popped into the air beside its name in his interface. Minus 7,725. EXP, +1.
Are you freaking kidding me? One shot? I knew my custom channel was powerful, but that thing is 2 tiers above me. And what's with the real-time damage calculation? Oh, shit.
Jiran's adrenaline spiked, and his heart skipped a beat as a huge blob of familiar crimson energy lifted from the dead prowler and blurred through the air toward him. By the time he considered if he should evade it, the Challenger density was already sinking into his skin. His eyes rolled back, and he moaned as his growth and attributes skyrocketed near instantly, rather than the several hours it usually took. He nearly lost control of his aura as his body stiffened from the pleasure. His muscles flexed and grew, only to compact back into their original size in a euphoric massage that left behind an invigorating sense of new power. He could feel his skin and other organs growing tight as they became more durable. Every centimeter of him yearned to run and leap, as his tissues hummed with the desire to test their new speed. His perception grew sharper, his connection with his mana more fluid, and the clarity of his thoughts surpassed their previous peak as the energy raced through him. The ecstasy was rapidly replaced by the desire for more. His thoughts grew murky as he scanned the horizon for another beast to rip apart with his bare hands. Having mentally prepared for this moment, Jiran withdrew his aura into his body and fell into the animalistic state of oneness. Mayalin let out a squawk as she fell into his arms. They remained airborne, Jiran holding both their weight even with his aura only taking up the space inside of his body. Both the Amra's training and learning his aura was an extension of his soul had drastically improved his ability to latch onto thin air and even the space inside his body. He let the desire for more density sweep over his consciousness, without allowing it to find purchase with any particular thought. It eventually faded and vanished, leaving him breathing deeply of the dry, arid air. With a blink, he checked his gains. Growth, 15.84%, now 18.84%. Strength, plus 1.8. Agility, plus 1.8. Endurance, plus 1.8. Durability, plus 1.8. Wisdom, plus 1.8. Intelligence, plus 1.8. Challenger density detected. Authorizing Challenger protocols. Authorization granted. Timer, 71 hours, 56 minutes, 18 seconds. A heaviness dropped onto his shoulders as the timer ticked down one agonizingly slow second at a time. Even if it was set at 3 days instead of 2, the extra 24 hours felt insignificant next to the overwhelming desire to immediately be rid of the cursed thing. It took me nearly 4 minutes to recover. It's a good thing the Challenger density won't absorb if there are other threats nearby. Now that I know density is sentient, it makes a lot more sense how it's able to do that. With the too pleasant experience behind him, Jiran took stock of his surroundings, only to find Mayalin panting while gazing up at him with a strange look on her face. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she explained between heavy breaths.
That was much more intense than I expected.
He dropped her, spreading his aura out to hold them normally.
Yeah, that was at least twice as strong as last tier. Ahem, right, the density.
She collected herself with a cough into her fist.
That is going to take some getting used to. It may be for the best if I am not so near you until I grow accustomed to your emotions. It must be difficult to pull yourself back from that.
It's awful. I let myself get swept away in the desire last year. Several villages have been wiped out by Shrelks, and I didn't even consider all the lives lost. I was only worried about what tier they were so I could gain more density. It's going to be harder the more I absorb, too. After passing 100%, it gets really intense. I'm glad I don't have to do this alone. I think for now I'll limit myself to 5 a day, and spread them out so I have plenty of breaks. Any suggestions, oh reader of emotions?
You seem the same so far. I feel nothing from your aura that has me concerned. But remaining cautious is prudent. Should we find a place to camp before your next hunt?
Jiran nodded his agreement and flew them back the way they came, momentarily leaving the outlands behind. They found a gently flowing river, and Jiran cleared the lower-tier beasts out of the area, while Mayalin used river rocks to create a small fire pit. Several large sticks were bound together to create a cooking spit, and within minutes, fresh beast meat roasted over a gently crackling fire, while the nearby stream gurgled pleasantly. They sat close together on a log, appreciating the peaceful moment.
Why don't you tell me about your skills and techniques?
Excitement shone from her eyes as her tail vibrated.
Yes, gladly. The Maker abhorred combat and refused to pass on anything he knew that may be used to harm. I have seen your power, and I very much wish to know how your knowledge can be applied to the people's skills. My first skill is called circulating. It allows me to control the rate mana moves through my core and body.
What level is that skill, and can you use it manually?
It is level 9. What do you mean by using it manually?
Jiran launched into an in-depth explanation of how he learned to control his own mana. He made sure to highlight that understanding density and mana were foreign to the body was the foundation of his method. He also covered the benefits of instantly claiming density and the rapid growth in skill and technique levels associated with his method.
How can you say it is foreign? That makes little sense to me. I would die without mana. My core would cease to function, and my blood would no longer circulate. Density and mana are as natural to me as the air and ground.
Jiran shook his head slowly, his voice calming.
You're only seeing things from the perspective of a native to Madra. While it's true that your body needs mana to live, that doesn't mean that a normal planet requires it to function. My memories are clear on the point that density and mana are not required. They are different, separate from the foundations of the universe at large. Would this stream still be a stream without density? What about that rock? That tree? Think about it while you eat. Try to picture it as reality and see if you gain any skill levels. When I taught my cousin, I was able to drain her mana completely so she could feel the density entering her lungs more keenly. That kind of training would kill you, so you'll have to muddle through on your own.
This conversation is not as fun as I had hoped it would be. I would very much like to skip to the part where I can shoot lightning from my hands.
Right? Finally, someone who gets it.
Jiran leaned in and kissed her with a big smile, leaving her momentarily stunned. He grinned at her reaction and pressed on.
What about your other skills? Tell me their names and descriptions for now, and we can work on them once you learn to use circulating manually.
Very well. My Tier 2 skill is called Enhancing. It allows me to absorb an element to empower my body. Last is Obfuscating, which adapts my skin to mimic my surroundings.
What about your techniques? None of the Maker's books that I read mentioned them.
I do not have anything called techniques, but I do have traits which come from my lineage.
Traits?
Jiran asked, remembering seeing something like that when he first identified her. His voice was suffused with enthusiasm as he leaned toward her.
Can you give me an example?
Yes. According to my status, my ears are 23% more effective than someone of my tier without them. My tail can detect changes in ambient density far more efficiently than skin. My claws become harder when mana is circulated through them. Why are you looking at me like that?
Maya scooted away from him when she saw the massive smile that nearly split his face in two.
We have so many experiments to perform,
he hummed while dancing to his feet and rubbing his hands together.
But first, another hunt.
A spike of coating slid into the ground at an angle. Then metal manipulation formed a narrow, steep tunnel. Within minutes, Jiran had a burrow dug for them. He lined it with 50 centimeters of the hardest metal he could make, using the image of steel but with no spaces between the atoms. The end result wasn't anything like what he imagined, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put a scratch in it, so he assumed it would be good enough. He made a matching slab with air holes that could slide over the entrance, and turned back to Maya.
There shouldn't be anything above the 4th tier this far from the Outlands, and I doubt even a Tier 6 could break in here easily. In you go.
She sighed but complied, grabbing a huge flank of sizzling lunch from the spit above the fire.
Don't worry, this is temporary. Pretty soon you'll be strong enough not to need it. I'll be quick, promise.
After sealing her in, Jiran quickly found the next Tier 5. Though with the mixture of hydrogen and oxygen loudly exploding beneath his feet, it was more accurate to say the beast found him. Another fully charged channeling made short work of the monster. He slid into oneness before the Challenger density reached him, finding the state of mindless survival to be the perfect counter to the mind-bending intoxication. He was back in their camp in minutes, the after effects of the red density only a slight tingling that ran through his body.
How much harder would this have been before I went to Azure Light? Never mind. Would rather not go back down that rabbit hole. It's time to move on. I'm doing it. Growing stronger, pushing forward, ascending.
Maya-Lin's hands were on her hips when Jiran entered their burrow. He almost stumbled as the light from behind him illuminated the sheen of perspiration across her skin, accentuating her strong yet feminine form.
How am I doing, Doc?
His question was met with a frown, but upon taking a sniff of his aura, she narrowed her eyes while licking her lips.
You are frustrated and confused. Beneath that, equal parts fear and comfort.
Her words caused Jiran's jaw to drop, as feelings he hadn't even realized were present were suddenly made painfully obvious.
A part of me is still afraid she'll change her mind and blame me for everything. And I'm confused why she hasn't already. The longer I spend with her, the more comfortable I'm becoming. Wow, she really can read my emotions.
Jiran's head was still spinning when her next words made his heart skip a beat.
Most of all, you feel desire every time you look at me. Did you know you are the only one who has taken such liberty with me without repercussions? It is time you pay the price.
She walked toward him slowly, and his heart rate spiked, becoming a mad hammering deep within him. She arrived before him, and her finger trailed down his chest, leaving behind a line of fire on his skin that stole his breath. Jiran was acutely aware of the beautiful girl's narrowing pupils. The inviting gaze she was giving him was every bit a match for his desire. Her voice somehow turned even more husky as she leaned in to whisper in his ear.
The people have a saying. Do you want to hear it?
Jiran nodded, unable to blink.
Never lock a girl in a room with a boy.
That's a weirdly worded saying. Why not?
He heard himself ask, as his hands wrapped around her lower back.
Because a boy could never stop a girl from taking what she wants.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
An hour later, they laid in each other's arms, and Jiran was the first to speak.
I now quite clearly see the wisdom in bringing you with me. How foolish of me to think I could go weeks or even months without your company.
Her bark of laughter further fueled the perma-grin he hadn't been able to wipe from his face.
It is good you see the way of things.
Her finger covered his mouth before he could respond.
Do not overthink. We will work out the details later. For now, we should sleep and enjoy this moment. Do you not agree?
Her smile filled him with wonder, and he sighed, lulled by the soft, feminine body wrapped possessively around him.
I don't know about sleep, but you just reminded me of a song from Earth. Do you want to hear it?
Certainly. Please, sing it to me.
Her anticipation was palpable, and it was all he could do not to burst into laughter. Before he lost control, he belted out the words far too loudly in the confined burrow.
I just had sex and it felt so good. A woman let me put my—
Shut up, you perverted buffoon! What kind of fool could even think of a horrible song like that? Do not ever sing that again!
Ouch, ouch, ouch! Stop pinching me!
Giron howled with equal parts mirth and pain as they rolled across the soft dirt. Acclamation of the Insane. Giron landed in their camp having finished his 5th hunt of the day. 6 days had passed since he began accruing challenger density, his progress toward reaching 200% growth having passed the halfway point earlier in the day. The hunts had long since turned into a methodical routine. He would fly around the outskirts of the arid outlands until he found a Tier 5, evaluated it for a weakness, and then strike with a calculated channeling that would overwhelm its defenses. He had been pleasantly surprised that each kill granted him an additional 3 hours instead of 2 toward his timer's cap. The much longer window of rest was unnecessary, due to how often he hunted, but it was reassuring to know he would be hard-pressed to run the timer to 0. He confirmed Mayalin was nearby, and then made his way to a large rock near the river. A flicker of razor-sharp coating on his finger allowed him to easily carve in the most recent damage numbers from his hunt. He added an abbreviated note about the beast's name, the element he used to kill it, and the percent of mana he ran through his channels during the fight. He compared his calculations to the last 3 times he fought a similar beast while rubbing his chin.
Damage is definitely consistent with a sliding scale multiplier, between 10 and 15 times the percentage of mana used. The math would be a lot simpler if the beasts had baseline attributes, but each one is unique enough to have slightly different health, which means slightly different resistances. At least I know that the element used makes a huge difference, as well as the point of impact. Which makes sense. How stupid would it be if a weak attack that decapitated a beast didn't do enough damage to kill it?
It took him 2 entire days of killing, and some tests with Mayalin's help against lower-tier beasts, to determine that his baseline elemental damage was a sum of the median of wisdom and intelligence multiplied by various other factors. What he couldn't understand was how channeling 5% mana resulted in far less than half the damage of when he used 10%.
Does it truly matter?
Mayalin's voice came from behind, disrupting his train of thought.
Maybe? Yes, it matters. If I know exactly how much mana to use with each attack, then I'll have a much better chance of surviving the next challenger arena. The last one had increasingly larger waves of beasts with no rest. If this one is similar, I could find myself out of mana very quickly if I don't optimize my efficiency.
Assuming there is another arena.
She planted her hands on her hips, and a light smile played across her mouth. Giron ignored her obvious attempt to get a rise out of him as he turned away from the rock to face her.
How is your progress?
She asked, closing her eyes expectantly before he had a chance to respond. He used the new trick he'd learned, willing his notifications and status to be viewable through the party system. Molding, +2. Shaping, +4. Channeling, +12. Identify, +2. Forcing, +1. Coding, +3. True origin of fire, +1. True origin of lightning, +1. True origin of ice, +4. True origin of water, +1. True origin of wind, +1. Gas manipulation, +3. Big Bang, +1. Acid manipulation, +8. Metal manipulation, +2. Light manipulation, +1. Restoration, +1. Mana siphon, +2. Name, Jiran of Phelan. Race, human. Age, 15. Weight, 953.21 kilograms. Now, 1,381 kilograms. Status, intermediary user interface, / active dual mind, / linked mana body, / party system. Timer, 163 hours, 27 minutes, 14 seconds. Tier 3. EXP, 100 of 100. Growth, 16.71%. Now, 109.67%. Mana, 6. Concentration, 6. Strength, 70.6. Now, 125.8. Agility, 71.2. Now, 125.8. Endurance, 69.7. Now, 125.8. Durability, 69.1. Now, 125.8. Wisdom, 70.6. Now, 125.8. Intelligence, 70.8. Now, 125.8. Even with 2 hours spent every morning working on his balance and coordination, Jiran still felt awkward with his massively increased attributes. Each day he would almost have a handle on his own body, only to gain another wave of attributes, and once more find himself an ungainly mess of flailing limbs. With his increased perception, he often lost control of his speech as well, leaving Mei Lin blinking while trying to keep up with his words. A normal, maxed-out Tier 4 only has 160 in each attribute and 8 concentration. I'm nearly there. I'm already a little stronger than a fresh Tier 4, and I'm only halfway through Tier 3. Insanity. Skills. Molding, mana expansion, 78. Now, 80. Shaping, elemental compression, 56. Now, 60. Channeling, 28. Now, 40. Identify, 6. Now, 8. Techniques. Forcing, 39. Now, 40. Coding, elemental aegis, 63. Now, 66. Revelation, 4. True origin of fire, 24. Now, 25. True origin of lightning, 24. Now, 25. True origin of ice, 20. Now, 24. True origin of water, 13. Now, 14. True origin of wind, 13. Now, 14. Gas manipulation, 20. Now, 23. Big Bang, 15. Now, 16. Acid manipulation, 1. Now, 9. Metal manipulation, 13. Now, 15. Light manipulation, 15. Now, 16. Restoration, 22. Now, 23. Mana siphon, 28. Now, 30. Other. Unique. Foresight. Mei Lin scanned through the changes to his status. She then spoke in a timid voice.
What do you suppose would happen if you chose to tear up now? Do you think that would stop the timer?
We've been over this. There's no way I'm going to leave so many attributes behind and ascend now. Besides, what if I was forced into the arena early and had to fight without as many attributes as possible? That would be suicide.
She sighed and nodded. Seeing her biting one of her claws between sharp canines, Jiran changed the subject before they rehashed all the same arguments again.
Did you make any progress with your circulating?
His ploy was successful as her eyes shot open.
Your one-sided love of that rock distracted me. I did it.
Abruptly, she was jumping up and down, her feet kicking her butt with each hop while she fist-bumped the sky. About time, congratulations. Jiran raised his hand for a high five. That was ignored in favor of her sticking her tongue out.
I never should have shown her that. It's way too cute.
So you can claim mana now? What level is your circulating?
Yes, I did it for the first time while you were hunting, and my circulating is at 46.
That's awesome! 4 more levels and you should unlock a sub-skill. I can't wait to see what options you get.
How did you acquire the last few levels before your sub-skill? I have been trying to get another for an hour, but the skill is being most stubborn, and I want to see the options right now. I am sick of waiting.
Jiran laughed at her childlike impatience. They came pretty quick when I used the skill in creative ways, like combining forcing and coding, then practicing those. You don't have techniques, though. If we practice your enhancing for a bit, that should do the trick.
At last, the great Master Ajiran deigns to teach this lowly servant his most treasured secrets.
She drawled out each word and rolled her eyes so hard her head rolled as well. I said I would help once you could use circulating manually. No need to be so dramatic. Jiran's smile was infectious, soon being mirrored on her face.
This is one of the best days of my life. I can act however I want. Now hurry up and tell me.
Mayalin plopped onto the ground. All hints of exuberance evaporated as a steely, serious glint flashed in her eyes. Jiran did his best to match her focus, though it was hard with how much he had been looking forward to this moment. Did you learn anything about particles and molecules from your grandmother? I don't remember seeing any mention of them in the Maker's books.
I do not recognize either of those words.
She shook her head.
Yeah, figured as much. I was hoping she managed to verbally pass on some of that.
Picking up on his meaning, Mayalin cringed.
So, these particles and molecules are vanished knowledge? Grandmother often alluded to there being much that was lost, though when I asked her to tell me more, her answer was always the same.
Her voice took on a cadence and lilt much thicker than her usual accent.
Density chooses to conceal this knowledge for a reason, and we would be foolish to spread it. If books can vanish, so can people.
You think that's what happened to the Maker? That he vanished along with his books? Maybe I shouldn't teach you particle physics then.
Jiran frowned, feeling robbed.
Grandmother believes so, yes. I have always dreamed he is out there somewhere, trapped and waiting for me to find him. The silly fantasy of a child, I know.
Hey, that's not silly. If he's out there, there's a good chance we'll find him eventually. With me knowing some of the vanished knowledge, maybe I'll be sent wherever he is.
Mayalin's eyes widened in fear, though Jiran didn't notice as his mind was racing with a terrifying possibility.
What if the things I've already taught can cause people to vanish? No, that's ridiculous. Wouldn't I vanish first? Naya should be perfectly fine. All I ever taught her was how to activate skills manually. I never shared any real Earth knowledge. And besides, daughter said she was okay. What I should be worried about is me vanishing, and what I can and can't share. I need to know that before I teach Mayalin anything else. Luckily, I know exactly who to ask. I need to use a skill for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Jiran leaped into the air without waiting for a response. He flew over a nearby hill, landed, and then fed his mana to daughter as he had done every day. However, for the first time since the node, he called on her with a question. Mayalin Alohi. The ground shook as Jiran jumped. Further proof his rapidly increasing weight and attributes were beyond his ability to control. Her brows furrowed as she guessed he was about to use Revelation, a skill she had asked about the first time he shared his status with her.
Could Jiran truly vanish, as great-grandfather did? Why is it so terrible to know things that make us more powerful? Truly, Madra is a cruel mother. Wait, something is not right. Jiran knows many things that make his skills far greater than normal, and he has not vanished. Great-grandfather used his knowledge for many years as well. What is the difference? Why was he eventually taken?
Her grandmother's exact words played out in her head, the old woman's voice more stern than usual.
Density chooses to conceal this knowledge for a reason, and we would be foolish to spread it.
Was it the act of spreading that caused him to vanish? Did he try to teach grandmother too much? Is that why she refused to instruct Peppa or me in more than the basics? So be it. If Jiran speaks to Madra, and she confirms that spreading this knowledge will cause him to vanish, then I will refuse to hear him. I will not risk losing him. That would be beyond foolish. He is far too valuable to me, and to Madra.
Mayalin sat next to the gently crackling fire and latched onto the emotion that had allowed her to claim density into mana instantly, her determination to be useful. The swirl of powerful emotions zipped from her brain to the mana core in her chest. Once they wrapped firmly around the solid block of mana, it came alive, responding instantly to her call with a deep thrum. Mana and blood pumped through her body in a soothing, steady hum. She manipulated the flow of both at once until they matched the gurgling rhythm of the nearby creek. Without activating her circulating, she manually controlled the mana through her veins. She pushed and pulled, causing her arms to lift and swing with nothing more than the energy singing through her blood. She then allowed some of her mana to leave her bloodstream and sink into her muscles, where it brushed against the caged lightning stored from her enhancing skill. The electricity was impatient, as always, demanding release. She left it there, mournfully retracting her mana back into her blood and away from the sweet siren's call of her enhancing.
With my circulating so much higher, I will be able to absorb a great deal more lightning. How will it feel to carry that much power within me? Will I be able to resist unleashing it? If I was fully charged right now, I could certainly fight up a tier and kill a beta. How much stronger will I become if he teaches me his secrets as well? Ah! Hurry up, my Jiran, and please bring good news.
The popping and sizzling of fat reminded Mayalin of the dinner cooking in front of her. She hopped up and spun the spit, her thoughts spinning right along with it.
Now that I can claim density, I can spend many more hours practicing. Soon, I will be strong enough to go with him when he hunts. With Jiran's help, I will surpass even the legendary Kurokos. Then we will protect each other, and he will never consider leaving me behind again.
A wicked grin crossed her face as a spark of lightning crept across her knuckles. She imagined the power she could unleash with her boosted circulating and enhancing, and a hissing chuckle passed through her sharp canines.
I cannot wait to see their faces when I return. I will grind the Amra's selfish nose into the dirt. When I teach the people what Jiran has already taught me, we will become far stronger than we ever imagined. Strong enough that no Amra will ever control us again.
Oliviala Lecruix. Olive's boots crunched steadily as dried twigs and fallen leaves were ground to dust beneath her heavy steps. Cameron grumbled under his breath behind her. She knew he was close to exploding at her again, his mood swings as predictable as always. She scanned the barren valley that stretched before them as they breached the crest of the most recent hill. She didn't need to take out her map to know their journey south was progressing well. They were nearly to the Outlands now, and the undead barrens beyond. She could practically smell the rot in the breeze. If they kept on at this pace, in mere days they would be swimming in Tier 5 beasts. Cameron sucked in a deep breath behind her.
Any moment now.
This is lunacy, he snapped. His nostrils flared as he stopped following her determined strides. Olive turned to face him, her arms folded across her breastplate. Her argument had long since been prepared, and she wasted no time in launching her first attack.
No, it's not. Both our fathers have preached about trusting our skills. I am merely trusting mine.
It's not even a skill, he bellowed, while throwing his hands into the air.
That hardly matters. Technique, skill, or acclamation, they should all be trusted with your life. Hopefully that is the end of it. We are close now, I know it.
Olive began marching once more. A spike of annoyance shot through her as Cameron spoke again, the emotion swiftly morphing to dread when his voice was calm, collected, and thoughtful. You want to argue that what we're doing isn't lunacy? Then tell me why you sent Fonald away and disbanded the party. How about explaining why we just spent 2 weeks camping without a mote of progress in our tiers, only to set out in a new random direction every day? If those are not signs of insanity, then I don't know what the word means. Olive blanched, her fears confirmed, as his argument turned in the worst direction possible. Logical.
No, I will not be swayed.
The tight control she maintained over her temper snapped.
That is quite enough. You promised you would see this through. Now stop complaining.
That was when I thought it would be a few days at most. We are so close to Tier 5. Disbanding the party means we now have to trek all the way back to Cruex to form another. That single decision has cost us months. 2 more forts have fallen to the Greymen, Olive. Hundreds, maybe thousands dead. I cannot and will not remain silent any longer.
Their matching scowls were punctuated by a howl in the distance. In less than a second, their weapons were drawn as their backs came together. Olive whispered over her shoulder as they warily searched for signs of movement.
You know more than any other how many times I've asked my acclamation what the most good I can do for the Empire is, and I was finally given an answer. I trust it, and it has never been wrong, not one single time. Yes, it was silent for a while, and then the directions were bouncing around chaotically for days. But it's been steady for a week now. We are almost there, I know it.
Olive allowed her emotions to seep into her next words as she pleaded with her only friend.
2 more days. Don't quit on me now, cousin. I need your protection, and, most of all, your support. I cannot do this without you.
Cameron's growl was so deep it caused their touching armors to vibrate.
Fine. 2 more days, but that's it. Any longer and I'll drag you home kicking and screaming if I have to. You realize this would be so much faster if Fonald was still with us? Did you have to send him away? I know you don't like the way he looks at you, but that's no reason to discard his help. He would never dare touch you. With us being so close to the Outlands, what are we going to do if we run into a Tier 5? Ugh, I'm already regretting this. I must be as insane as you.
Olive was glad they were facing away from each other, so he couldn't see her smile.
If I tell him my acclamation insisted I send away everyone but him, he'll argue even more. All the more reason to stop yelling at me every 5 minutes. Come on, let's go before whatever beast that was decides we've been in its territory too long.
You know his name.
Father, please forgive her. She is only trying to survive.
Daughter spoke before he got the chance, her voice hollow, tired, and empty.
You think I'm upset because Madra is trying to survive? That's ridiculous. I've killed plenty for the same reason. No, I'm pissed because instead of telling me what would happen so I could warn everyone and prepare, she let me go into the node completely blind. How much time does she have left? If she would have died within days or weeks, I could forgive that.
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Daughter looked to the side and then spoke in a rush.
I played a part as well. I manipulated you, gave you half-truths, and convinced you to go when I knew you would have chosen otherwise if you knew everything.
In his mind's eye, Jiran saw the ever-present stars that formed her body begin to swirl. She wrung her hands, chin raised and eyes closed, awaiting his judgment with a held breath. I'm not mad at you, promise. You were helpful every step of the way, and gave me plenty of warnings which I chose to ignore. Jiran released a sigh, and with it, the last vestiges of his anger, at both daughter and Madra. I'm sorry I yelled at you at the node. I panicked when my mana was drained, and I took it out on you, even though you came to help me. After everything I've learned about controlling my thoughts and emotions, I instantly failed when it was most important. I'll do better, and there's no reason for you to ask forgiveness. I know you were only doing your duty as part of the system. Daughter's head jerked as though he had slapped her.
I am bound by Madra, but I am no more a part of her than you are.
How were you at the node then? And how did it take your form? Jiran questioned, without a trace of malice or incrimination.
The same way you were. I walked there, in a manner of speaking. The node borrowed my form from your own memories to ease your concerns. That had nothing to do with me.
It read my memories? That's incredibly invasive. I should have talked to you days ago instead of stewing on all of this, huh?
Please, do not be hard on yourself, Father. Your journey has not been an easy one. Look at all you have accomplished in such a short time. You are growing in strength at an unprecedented pace. You're learning to trust and rely on others, not to mention dealing with challenger density, which you are combating the effects of superbly. Failure was but the first step, the fuel that you burn to push you toward greatness.
You're starting to sound more like a big sister than a daughter, you know? Jiran sighed, relaxing enough to feel at ease talking to her again. Thanks. It's hard to see it that way sometimes, but yeah, I'm doing my best. Speaking of accomplishments, can you tell how Madra is? Did turning on the node help?
Her voice is still weak. I have no way to know how much a single node has improved her condition. Madra is vast, as you well know. A single node is unlikely to be enough.
So, no change. That definitely supports the many nodes theory, Jiran grumbled before falling silent. Daughter didn't give him even a second to consider that everything they had gone through might have been for nothing.
We do not have long, and there are things you must know. Naya will need your help soon, so it is good you have chosen to ascend. Gaining more power will increase your chances of assisting her safely.
Jiran's head snapped up as his own issues flew from his mind. Naya's in trouble? Where is she?
She is not yet in danger. You have time to complete your tiering if you continue at your current pace.
Does that mean you don't think I'll be put to sleep for another year?
I do not see that as a possibility. Madra's mana is already in your soul, and she would not wish to wait another year for your further assistance. I would expect your next ascension to take the usual 12 hours. Now, my mana wanes, and you have yet to ask the relevant question.
Upon hearing that Naya wasn't in immediate danger, Jiran released his held breath and the unconscious tightening of his fists eased, leaving his fingers stiff. Oh yeah, is there some kind of dangerous restriction on some technologies and information? Where's the line I can't cross, and what will happen if I do? Daughter remained silent, blinking at him slowly while widening her eyes perceptibly between each blink. Wasn't she way more robotic when we first met? I swear she's acting more like a normal person every time we talk. Obviously she can't respond because of the edicts.
I need to ask in a way that she can easily answer. Is it safe for me to teach Maylin? A small smile played across her lips, and she spoke softly.
The Keynote Prime has many privileges that others do not. Do you understand?
So I'm exempt, but anyone I teach wouldn't be?
Good.
She nodded as though she had read his thoughts.
There is one last thing. Another entity has been tracking you.
Daughter's voice and figure began to fade. What? Is it whoever shut off the nodes? Do you know who shut off the nodes? Crap! I have so many more questions!
Tomorrow.
Then she was gone, as the skill drained the last of his mana. Revelation, +1. Shit! Wasted half of our conversation talking about feelings. Jiran converted the last of his breakfast to mana and fed it to Daughter, but she failed to reappear. She had never spoken to him twice in the same day, so he assumed it was some kind of cooldown on her abilities, or another rule of the mysterious edicts. New quest acquired. You know his name. Complete the Tier 3 Challenger series and expand the teleportation grid. I know his name? The one shutting off the nodes? How could I possibly know someone that powerful? Expand the teleportation grid? So you're going to send me to another one of those domes and it will give me access to another node? And Naya's in trouble. And there's some entity tracking me. What a mess. I need to talk to Maylin. Jiran flew back to their camp and tore off a piece of the freshly cooked beast meat before he joined her on their log facing the river. He relayed the details of his conversation while they ate. She listened attentively and thought hard before responding.
We do not need to resolve any of these issues immediately, other than the threat of being tracked.
Jiran nodded. Agreed. Naya's not in trouble yet. If I continue at this pace, I'll be ready for the arena in less than a week. We should consider advancing a little faster, in case something comes up that delays me.
That would be prudent. I also believe we should move our camp every few days to avoid this tracker. With how quickly we can travel, there is no reason for us to remain in one place for long,
Maylin added between bites. Good idea. We can move to another part of the Empire or stay around the outside of the Outlands pretty easily. Any input on the quest? I've already decided to tier up, and I'm going to need the teleportation grid to get back here afterward. Why does Madra, or the system, or whoever is communicating with my interface, keep giving me quests for things that I already plan to do? Maylin shrugged and leaned on him.
I am certainly more amenable to performing a task when I know there is a reward waiting for me. Perhaps this is her way of compensating you for your hard work.
Jiran scoffed. Or a method to get me addicted to doing whatever she says. Clearly not liking his tone or persistent doubt of Madra's motives, Maylin changed the subject.
What are your plans after you ascend?
Well, obviously I'll go to Naya. There's no way I'm going to ignore her being in danger.
That is not what I meant, and you know it.
She rolled her eyes and poked him in the side with a finger covered in beast fat. I know you want me to turn the nodes back on, but it's too dangerous to go up against whoever can shut them off. The quest said, I know their name. And the Emperors are by far the most powerful people I know the names of. Jiran's voice turned to a whisper. I saw one of them once, you know. It was like looking at a god. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. Maylin hopped to her feet and paced, her tail whipping back and forth every time she turned, nearly smacking him in the face. When he saw her claws extend, he knew she was about to snap at him. The low growl that leaked from her throat was the last warning he needed, before his hand shot up to pat the air and he spoke in a rush. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to go rushing in again, though. I'll scout, Make sure each node is unguarded and uninhabited before turning them on. I won't go off alone again either. Just because I'll have finished the Challenger series and won't need you to watch my emotional state doesn't mean I'm going to leave you somewhere. Besides, I plan to keep ascending with the Challenger density in the future. I'm not even powerful enough to run away from an Emperor right now. But that will change. Jiran squeezed his fist until his whole arm shook. Mayolin's anger had evaporated long before he finished speaking.
I am glad you are talking sense. I do not like yelling at you. Yes, fighting this Emperor head-on would be foolish. If there are as many nodes as you think, then it is not possible for him to protect them all at once. We will strike when he is not looking.
Jiran was also glad to avoid being yelled at, even if it was pretty hot when she got feisty.
Sounds like we have a plan. Slightly speed up my ascension, prepare for the arena, and then find Naya. I definitely want to ascend at least 2 more times before tackling another node.
Mayolin counted her fingers.
We should move camp today to avoid this mysterious tracker. Also, we should endeavor to learn more about the Emperors until we discover which one is our adversary. I would certainly pray that it is not all 5 of them.
Jiran couldn't help the cold shiver that swept across his back at the thought of facing more than one Emperor. He met Mayolin's eyes, frowning when he noticed her wide smile.
I believe you forgot the most important piece of information you learned from your technique.
When Jiran tilted his head, her smile only grew wider.
You are going to show me how to shoot lightning, or do you plan to keep being a tease? Because that will not end well for you.
Her narrowed eyes and dangerous tone had the opposite effect she was going for. Jiran sat down the last of his meal and stood to face her, his heart pounding away in his chest as he closed in on her. They stood in a field close to camp with their eyes closed as Mayolin attempted to share her status through his party interface. Once they learned he could share his, Jiran assumed it was only a matter of experimentation before Mayolin figured out the trick. Since she didn't have her own interface, it was mostly guesswork. Jiran's breath caught as she succeeded, and his awareness roamed across her status. Name: Mayolin Aloyhi. Race: the people. Age: 17. Weight: 561.92 kilograms. Status: healthy.
I probably shouldn't mention her weight, even if it would be funny.
Tier 3. EXP: 0 of 100. Growth: 75.85%.
So she's never killed a Tier 3 beast, but her growth is nearly capped. She must have been Tier 3 for a while. Considering she's 2 seasons older than me, that makes sense.
Mana: 3.68. 8% reserved. Concentration: 4.
Reserved? I bet it has to do with enhancing.
Strength: 62.1. Agility: 68.8. Endurance: 61.9. Durability: 79.6. Wisdom: 75.4. Intelligence: 76.3.
Durability is her highest attribute? Didn't see that coming. I wonder why.
Skills: Circulating: 46. Enhancing: Lightning: 8% reserved. Obfuscating: 9.
Interesting. Enhancing doesn't have a skill level. Does that mean it's entirely based on circulating?
Traits: Ears: 123%. Tail: 141%. Claws: 312%. Tongue: 119%. Eyes: 118%. Other: Ancestral potency: 0.03%.
She's so different. This is amazing.
Explain the enhancing skill to me one more time, and not that stupid description your status gives. Use your own words. Mayolin tapped her chin and squinted.
When I touch an element, Be it a rock, the water, or air, I can choose to take its essence into myself and become closer to it. Once it is within me, I gain benefits depending on the element. If I absorbed stone, for instance, my skin would become tough, but my movements would slow. Many of the people use lightning as their first element. It is hard to acquire, but it grants us speed, resistance to the great storms, and allows us to interact with the Maker's artifacts.
A flash of grief crossed her face, and she clenched her jaw, not willing to spoil the moment with painful memories. Seeing her struggle, Jiran hastily moved to his next question.
What about the elements that appear naturally inside you? Can you choose to absorb those too?
Yes, but they would be very weak. The stronger the source, the stronger the result.
When you absorb an element, how long does it last?
Until the power is used.
What does the lightning 8% reserved represent exactly?
The Maker theorized that is the percentage of our body that has been converted to the element. I can feel the lightning I absorbed last season. It hides within my muscles, waiting to be released.
What would happen if that reached 100%?
Maylin released a bark of laughter at his ridiculous question.
That is impossible, because the percentage we can absorb is capped at our circulating skill level. Though, now that my skill is so high, maybe it is not so laughable.
She hummed thoughtfully as she tapped on her lip. She started biting her nails as she answered his question, only slightly more serious.
I am quite certain I would die. Would I not become a bolt of lightning?
She giggled.
Besides, this skill reserves an equal percent of my maximum mana to hold the element. My core requires mana to function. If I were to reserve 100% of my mana, my core would cease pumping blood.
Okay, 100% bad. Got it.
This should not be an issue. I've never heard of someone reaching more than 25% absorption. Where would I find a bolt of lightning powerful enough to charge my enhancing to such a state?
I'll remind you of that in a few minutes,
Jiran said with a wicked grin.
The first thing we should figure out is how knowledge affects the process. Go ahead and purge your 8% lightning so we can start with a fresh slate.
Maylin nodded and placed her hand on the trunk of a nearby tree.
An arc of electricity jumped between her spread fingers before sinking harmlessly into the tree's insulating wood.
She rubbed her hands across her arms rapidly, clearly uncomfortable without the energy residing inside her.
Ready?
When she nodded, Jiran poked her in the side with a shaping containing exactly 1% of his mana in the form of an electric current. She jumped into the air and spun to face him with a scowl.
Do not poke me when you do it! Whoever taught you manners failed miserably in their task.
Jiran laughed and raised his hands.
Okay. Couldn't help myself,
he snickered, raising one eyebrow questioningly at her.
5%,
she grumbled.
If 1% for me equals 5 for her, then 25% of my mana would kill her, even if she used her skill to absorb it while having 100 levels in circulating. That's a terrifying thought. Wait, never mind. It would take a lot less than that to kill myself if my technique backfired. As far as taking a hit from a single element, she's actually a lot more durable than I am.
Jiran was yanked from his thoughts when Mayolin's face appeared a centimeter from his. Her eyes were wide and her nostrils flared.
Do not gaze off into the distance like some love-drunk fool pondering my own skill. What is the point of this if you are only going to speak in your head? Out with it!
Jiran doubled over laughing at her overblown reaction. She continued to glare at him with her fists on her hips until he recovered. After wiping a tear from his eye, he paused with a deep breath.
I was surprised at how 1% of my mana charged your skill to 5%. That's all it was, promise.
1? Truly? That does not seem correct. We are both Tier 3. Should it not be more equivalent? Even if we account for your higher concentration and mana, the math does not align.
I have a feeling things are about to get a whole lot more ridiculous. So, you said you don't know what molecules or particles are? What about atoms, free electrons, and protons? Ever heard of those?
The Path That Leads to Victory.
Repeat it all back to me again. I want to make sure you've got it before we try the first test.
Jiran rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain himself. His explanation had taken longer than he expected, mostly due to his own incomplete understanding and needing to explain to someone without a grasp of any of the relevant terminology. Maya Lin spoke slowly, uncertainty flavoring her tone.
Lightning is the flow of charged energy across innumerable free, partices?
Particles, Jiran corrected with an encouraging nod. She continued, gaining confidence with each word as she traced the examples he had drawn in the dirt.
This charge can travel across the free electrons after they break free from the other small things?
Molecules,
he supplied.
Right. Electrons break free from the molecules, and the charged energy uses them as a pathway to travel.
Good, you're getting it. As far as I know, everything is made of those particles, and they, in turn, are made of even smaller things. Sort of. Well, except maybe mana, but we'll get into that more later.
Jiran quickly moved on when he noticed he was losing her.
What's important right now is that lightning is nothing more than moving energy flowing across free electrons. You can picture it as the little bits of creation forming a bridge or pathway that the energy flows across. Like I said, there's more to it, but I want to see how your skill changes with this much information first.
Jiran held up his hand and created a shaping that formed an arc of current. It jumped between his coating-protected fingers. Maya Lin's eyes were drawn to his display, and she licked her lips.
Okay, I'm going to start. Are you ready?
He asked. She closed her eyes, her mouth moving as she silently repeated what they had gone over. When she was prepared, she pumped her fists vigorously, and then braced with a deep exhalation. Jiran shocked her with a single % of his mana once more. The arc of energy flickered across her forearm before it vanished into her skin. Despite having seen it several times already, he was surprised that she remained completely unharmed from a shock more than powerful enough to kill a beast her tier. She stuttered, her words and thoughts a jumble.
I'm at 11%, and I gained another 2 levels in circulating. My muscles feel so full, and the excess energy is flowing through my blood. It is even cycling through my core now. I've only ever felt it in my muscles. This feels...
Maya Lin flexed her arms and fists. She spun and jumped, flipping and perfectly nailing the landing. All the while, uncontainable little giggles burst from her. She picked up speed, her arms moving with a blurring intensity as she punched the air. Jiran noted how much her form had improved over the last week, with their morning training sessions as arcs of energy leaped from her knuckles at the furthest extension of her limbs. She bent her knees and blasted forward, leaving an afterimage with each new step as she zigzagged across the field. The impact of her fist into their testing tree discharged the stored electricity in a thunderous crack that left a blackened, gaping wound in the wood. She bounded back to his side, her entire body vibrating.
That was fantastic! Quickly, do it again. You can even poke me, I do not care. Just hurry!
Jiran laughed but held up a finger as he fell into thought.
If only I told you to stop that! Use your words! I may be able to feel your emotions, but I cannot read your mind.
Right. I was trying to think of a way to test exactly how much voltage we can get out of you with only 1% of my mana. That way we can find the most
Lin shook her head, blowing air from her nose impatiently.
It is not necessary to know the exact amount. Use 5% of your mana on me, then another 5% on yourself. We will see if I can do more damage than you with the same amount of mana.
Her challenge, and the feral grin it was delivered with, were impossible to resist.
Challenge accepted. But didn't you say your capacity is equal to your circulating level? If it's at 48 now, 5% of my mana will push you well beyond that.
She nodded, her eyes widening all the way, and the pupils became slitted.
Yes, we must test what happens when I receive too strong a charge. The Maker always said, one must test everything, even if it hurts. For the sciences.
I knew I liked him, Jiran mumbled as he raised his finger. 5% of his mana, in the form of true origin of lightning, smashed into her. The air cooked with the smell of ozone, and smoke drifted lazily from her skin, around the point of impact. The only noticeable difference was her hair sticking up more chaotically than normal, until her eyes glowed and crackled with cerulean energy. Jiran immediately flicked his gaze up to the party window to see her health still at full. In that single moment of distraction, she threw a punch so fast he missed it. A deafening crack of thunder tore through the air as the tree exploded into splinters that showered her skin with nicks and cuts. Oblivious to the damage, she threw her head back and cackled.
There is still so much!
She proved her statement by dashing around the field, leaving behind a crackling blue and gold afterimage. Another 3 trees were decimated before she calmed down and returned to his side with a huge, sloppy grin.
Okay, your turn,
she huffed with her hands on her knees.
Yeah, no way I can match that with only 5% of my mana turned to lightning. Maybe if I used forcing, molding, and shaping, but that would be cheating. How high did your enhancing go? What did it feel like?
For a moment, I truly felt that I had become a bolt of lightning. Everything was moving slowly except for me, and I've never felt so much power. Every centimeter of my body was alive and screaming to be unleashed. Can you go again?
She asked suggestively, while flashing her brows at him.
Jiran
trailed off as his mind wandered before he snapped it back.
What about the percentage? Did it reach all the way to 48, or was there a reduction in efficiency? I expected you to take some damage. Since you didn't, I have to assume you didn't get the full 55% that we expected.
Oh, I did not check. You will have to do it again for us to find out.
A cheeky smile spread across her face. Jiran rolled his eyes.
Fine, but I don't want you to run around and let it out this time. We need to know if there are any adverse effects from holding all that lightning inside you for extended periods.
Okay.
She plopped her butt onto the ground and looked up at him sweetly.
I am ready.
Jiran fed her another 5% of his mana, and her eyes once more began to glow, and her breathing turned short and fast. Her voice was a little shaky and nearly too quick to understand.
49%, and I gained another level. Only 1 more to go.
Try to stop using the lightning. Let it go dormant.
She shook her head, creating a visual blur.
I have not used any yet. It is still at 49. Why do you say to stop?
Your eyes are glowing, and there's a bunch of electricity all around you,
Jiran commented dryly. Lin hopped to her feet in a flash and sprinted to the creek, easily matching what Jiran could only achieve with oneness. She was back in seconds, her hair flying wildly while crackling with rapidly discharging currents. She pierced him with her luminous gaze.
You are correct. I do look amazing.
Jiran grunted a laugh.
Stop talking like that or we won't get anything done. If you feel stranger, let out the excess energy. We can always run more tests later, no need to push yourself. While we wait to see if this causes you any adverse effects, I'm going to go fill up my aura. She's way too distracting right now. I need focus to test this out.
Lin sat cross-legged and breathed deeply. She closed her eyes to wait patiently, while Jiran flew a short distance from camp. He then pulled his aura inside his body to feed it mana, carefully focusing on the motes of energy that dispersed into his mana body. Not having his aura stretched out left him feeling like a beast could sneak up and stab him in the back, but not puking his guts out was worth a few moments of blindness. Instead of merely feeding his aura as usual, he simultaneously attempted to push mana into the hole in his neck and through his gate. The gate spun up and opened, but when his mana crossed through, it unraveled and was summarily devoured by Madra's mana.
Crap. I guess until my mana is more concentrated than hers, I won't be able to store a backup supply in my soul. Someday.
Oliviala Lecruex.
No way we're going out there,
Cameron whispered into her ear. They were crouched atop a short hill, the dry, cracked ground of the outlands dominating their view. Far in the distance, a massive beast rolled across the terrain at a ridiculous speed, causing a huge column of dust to chase it across the barren landscape.
Right. Give me a minute.
Olive kneeled and closed her eyes, then activated her acclamation. The familiar touch of her mind link flowed from her brain to her mana pool, before the small bit of mana she had converted since yesterday vanished into nothingness.
Show me the path that leads to victory for the Empire.
As she waited for her request to be fulfilled, she tried not to think about how stupid it was to be manaless at the edge of the outlands. She breathed deeply with her palms cupped before her navel. The expansion of her lungs and the stretching of her taut muscles brought a sense of peace as she leaned into her faith.
I praise you, First Mother, for sending Cameron to watch over me, as you watch over us both. Share with me the voice, for in her words, we are all one.
Within moments, she felt the familiar tug from her navel. Her held breath released through pursed lips when she realized it was pulling her away from the outlands, back the way they had come. She opened her eyes to see her cousin's head swiveling in every direction, while his hand rested on the head of his hammer.
We went too far. It's that way now.
She tilted her head in the direction of the tugging sensation until it vanished a moment later. Cameron released a huge sigh of relief and helped her to her feet before leading the way. She trudged behind him, one weary step at a time, her mana-drained muscles struggling to hold up the weight of her body and heavy armor. They veered 15 degrees from their previous path, soon reaching a series of sweeping hills covered in short green grass. A small creek gently snaked through the bumpy landscape, adding to the serene setting that felt wholly out of place so close to the outlands. They quickly spotted the cleared ground and fire pit of a camp near the creek. Not seeing anyone, they cautiously approached.
Are you sure this is it? I don't see anyone,
Cameron whispered. When he reached to pull out his weapon, Olive placed her hand on his wrist with a shake of her head.
This is the right direction, but it could be a party here to grind. If this is the right place, we don't want to come in with weapons drawn.
Her tone was firm, and Cameron took the command for what it was as he removed his hand. After all, if a party was here, then they were Tier 5, and not people they should be eager to antagonize.
Is anyone here? We mean you no harm.
Olive's voice echoed in the relative stillness, causing them both to cringe. When no beasts came charging, the tension left her.
Do we wait?
Cameron stood a pace away, oozing coiled tension as he prepared to throw himself between her and any danger that appeared.
I think that would be best, yes.
They approached the fire pit, and Cameron sniffed what was left of the carcass pierced on the spit above dead coals. He tore off a tiny piece and popped it in his mouth. Olive blanched at the offensive-smelling morsel as he chewed happily.
How can anyone eat meat without a single speck of seasoning? Even if it's a higher tier, that's simply vile.
Tier 4. Looks like only 2 or 3 people staying here. Less than a full party bringing down this beast. Whoever they aren't weak. I don't like this. It's starting to feel like a trap.
You're being paranoid again, which I appreciate, but it does not serve us to always be so on guard.
A beast, unlike anything she had ever seen, walked boldly into the camp. It stopped in its tracks the moment it saw them, sending bright blue hair tumbling around its eerily too human face. Her education at the Cruex Academy had been extensive, and she instantly realized what she was seeing, even if it didn't perfectly match the descriptions from her texts.
A mirager? This far from the desert? It's even wearing clothes.
A spike of terror shot up her spine, knowing that only a Tier 6 mirager was capable of so perfectly mimicking a person. Then her brows furrowed, as the inconsistencies began piling up.
No, this isn't right. It's too slow to be Tier 6. We would already be dead. It has ears and a tail. Why get so close to human form and then botch it?
The creature's pupils, set within inhumanly large eyes, turned to slits as it yipped and growled threateningly. Suddenly Cameron was between her and the beast, blocking her view. She saw him draw his hammer, but without mana she was too slow to stop him.
Bedrock Aegis! Hellfire's brand!
He fired off his skills in rapid succession. The ground rose up to coat them both in a layer of rocky protection. His hammer blazed with flames as it absorbed the mana flowing through his channels.
Stop!
She screamed as Cameron crouched to leap at the creature that was clearly not as simple as it appeared. He did not heed her command. Dirt exploded as his powerful Tier 4 body shot forward. His hammer descended and tore through the beast's body. A fiery inferno engulfed half the camp, as metal struck ground, detonating with a powerful burst that sent debris flying. But the beast was unharmed. It stood a few paces to the side, idly watching flames devour the single large tree that cast shade upon the fire pit.
An afterimage? Whatever it is, it's far faster than us.
Crushing fear returned with a vengeance at the thought of this new and unknown beast living long enough to spawn. If 1,000 more like it infiltrated the Empire and attacked from within, the casualties would be catastrophic. An instinctive need to snuff out the threat to her home nearly overwhelmed her, but her duty in such a situation was clear: retreat and report. Olive was about to yell at Cameron to do just that, but the beast was too quick. Claws extended from its human-looking fingers. They flickered with arcs of electricity, as its eyes glowed with such fierceness that Olive was chilled to her bones. A feral scream escaped its throat as it vanished, only to appear directly at Cameron's side. Its claws connected with his armor, releasing a shockwave that instantly shattered his technique's defenses and sent him flying across the creek where he plunged headfirst into a half-rotten tree.
It's happening again. I'm too weak to even save myself. I didn't ascend fast enough, and now I'm going to die.
Olive always assumed she would be afraid when death came knocking at her door again. Instead, relief washed through her as she accepted her fate. Her chin raised in the air, the pride in her lineage holding her head high as she faced her end with dignity. Her only regret was that she dragged her cousin along to die with her. Then the beast laughed, while pointing at Cameron, whose ass was waving in the air as he desperately tried to free himself from the tree. Olive's jaw fell open as it howled with mirth. Unable to even stand properly, the beast rested one hand on its knee, the other continuing to point even as flickers of blue electricity ran across its finger.
What?
Maylin! A booming shout laced with mana shook the ground, and the air vibrated with the renewed promise of death. The blood drained from Olive's face as a young man dropped from the air. Growing up in the palace, she had felt the touch of 1,000 auras, but none save her father's had ever filled her with such dread. His mana was so thick in the air she could taste it. An impossibly powerful grip constricted every centimeter of her body as his aura wrapped around her. Her bones creaked, and ice crawled up her spine, freezing her tongue. Blazing green eyes shone through a rage-contorted face as he landed between her and the beast. It turned to face the boy with a bright smile. It yipped and growled at him in rapid succession, with fists planted on hips. Olive had the distinct impression that the beast was incredibly proud of itself and preening for attention.
What is happening right now? None of this makes any sense.
A crackling crunch drew her attention, and out of the corner of her eye she saw Cameron was now face first in the ground, the tree a shattered wreck. His limbs flailed as he desperately attempted to pull his head free. Yet no matter how much strength he brought to bear, his face remained buried in the dirt. The boy listened attentively to the nonsensical yipping, and then turned his piercing eyes on her again, causing her stomach to leap into her throat as her heart skipped several beats. The grip on her body tightened further, constricting her to the point of bulge-eyed breathlessness. His lips peeled back in a snarl.
"Who the fuck are you?"
"I will kill you." Jiran released the pressure on the unfamiliar girl enough that she could form words. She swallowed hard before replying in a steady, if pained, tone.
My name is Oliviala Lecruex. We did not come here to cause you harm.
Not of Cruex, but Le Cruex. She's the daughter of a high noble of the Central Imperial Metropole? What's a 2-tier 4 noble brat doing so close to the Outlands? They can't be here to kill tier 5s, can they? Last I heard, nobody in the Empire fights up tiers, unless Lenton shared my methods with the nobility. But his attack was so weak. Something isn't adding up here. And where is their
Jiran's eyes widened, and he formed a long spike of aura that he swept in a circle as far as he could reach. Finding no signs of reinforcements, he leaped into the air, pulling Oliviala and Maya Lin up with him. Surprised, the noble grunted from the rough acceleration. He stopped at the very peak of his aura's range, not for a moment lifting the pressure holding the boy's head into the ground. Jiran spun in a circle, scouring the area for the escort that he knew had to be somewhere nearby.
I don't see anyone. Would nobles really let their kids come out here without an escort? Wait, nobles. Maybe they know who owns the land the people are living in. If I play my cards right. Where are the rest of your party, and your escorts? Jiran demanded, his aura still gripping the girl so tightly she could barely form a response.
I promise we are no threat to you.
I am fully aware you are not a threat to us, Oliviala. He narrowed his eyes.
She blanched but spoke quickly, never taking her eyes from his.
We're alone, I swear it. We came here seeking aid, and my cousin disobeyed my orders. Please accept my apology for attacking your friend.
Alone? What a load of Shrelk shit. I do not accept your apology.
His voice was iron as he moved closer to her.
Shrelk shit? You're from the southern provinces? Near the coast?
She guessed correctly. Maya Lin's hand landed on his shoulder.
What is happening? I cannot understand her words, nor she mine.
That's right. My translator only affects what people hear when I talk. Of course they can't understand each other, even if they can both understand everything I say.
Jiran flexed his aura to block their sound waves and lowered them back toward the ground.
This girl is a noble. You don't have nobles. How to explain? She has sway over others because of her birth. She may be able to introduce us to whoever owns the land the people are living in. Right now, the biggest threat to the people is being discovered by Imperials. If we can convince everyone to work together, it could prevent a lot of misunderstandings. Please trust me on this. We need to form good connections between our people.
I understand. But how does threatening her achieve that? Should we not be nicer?
If we appear weak, they won't respect us, or have any reason to work with us. In the Empire, strength is everything. Without it, even a noble wouldn't be able to lead anyone. Mayolin's head bobbed gently from side to side as she considered his words.
I will trust you on how to best handle your own people. However, I do not like being unable to understand her words. We must correct this issue in the future. Also, whatever she is saying, I do not believe she is lying.
How can you tell?
Her aura is not fully formed, but what little there is tastes scared, curious, and hopeful. I sense nothing that usually indicates deceit.
Let me know if that changes. Giron shot a toothy grin at Mayolin, making sure Oliviala couldn't see it. When he turned back to the noble and loosened his aura, she spoke in a rush.
You can communicate with it, her.
She cringed as her slip caused Giron to renew his steely glare. He didn't answer, focusing instead on gathering all of his non-existent acting skills. He pitched his tone to be as threatening as possible. You invaded our camp, attacked us, and now wish to repent with mere words? What would have been the outcome if you were the stronger? Would we both be dead at your feet while you strip us like common bandits? No, your apology will be rendered with actions, not words. I sound even more cringy than Marquis's bandit goons. I'm dying. Luckily, the girl didn't seem to realize how idiotic he thought he sounded, as her lower lip trembled and her eyes widened. Giron smacked his fist into his palm, pretending to have thought of something. Do you have a map? A glimmer of hope shone in Oliviala's expression. She quickly nodded.
Yes, it's in my satchel, if you would allow me to present it.
Giron released his aura's grip and her body slumped, nearly falling. A few quick tugs on the pouch strap hanging over her shoulder produced a fine skin map with detailed markings of the entire Central and Eastern Empire. Giron snatched it from her hands with his aura, causing her eyes to widen.
Your control is superb. I do not wish to overstep, but I must ask, who was your instructor?
The Amra. Now who owns this land here? Not wanting to leak their exact position, he drew a large circle that barely contained the cave where the people resided, as well as the forest where the Amra was ascending.
Reinhardt Le Mortan governs everything south of Mortan and east to the crags of Caldara.
She responded instantly, while indicating a strip along the eastern edge of the empire that ran all the way from north to south.
Though much of the lands have been divided among his lineage and vassals, he is the duke who has been granted rights over these lands.
Perfect. I need to talk to him. Is that something you can arrange? Oliviala sighed in relief and then curtsied. Her voice turned smooth and rehearsed as all the fear instantly drained from her expression.
Most certainly, I could secure an audience with him. However, getting you in to see him without me would be very difficult.
No reaction from Mayolin. She's telling the truth. But she also offered to go personally. Why would she do that? Some kind of trap? Well, regardless, so far so good. Getting the people and in with the nobility is worth a little risk. Now, to solve the mystery of why they are out here without an escort in the first place. What did you mean when you said you came here seeking aid? Oliviala looked between him and Mayolin several times while indecision wrinkled her brow.
I was guided here to seek allies against the Greymen, to save the Empire.
Giron's eyes flickered to Mayolin, who nodded firmly at him. That doesn't make any sense. We have the Emperors. Why would the Empire need saving? We've been fighting against the Greymen for hundreds of years. Did something change? And what do you mean, guided? I remember those guys talking in that tavern about how people were heading north to join the war, but There's no way it's gotten that bad. Even if it has, the emperors have always pushed back the gray men when they get too deep into the empire.
Oliviala's head tilted in confusion as she scanned Giron's face for duplicity. Finding none, she hesitantly explained.
You honestly don't know. Over the last year, their numbers have swelled to triple the worst recorded invasion in history, and everyone knows the emperors were challenged by Madra not 50 years ago. They are still recovering their mana.
Okay, that sounds ominous. What about my other question? Who guided you? I thought you two were alone.
She blanched and could no longer meet his eyes as her voice lowered to a mumble.
I wasn't guided by a person. It's an acclamation. I wasn't told what I'd find, only that this is the direction I should go.
Her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Giron was completely taken aback, blinking and shaking his head in disbelief.
Let me get this straight. You were told to walk near the deadly, dangerous outlands to find something or someone that can save the entire empire? And you followed those orders blindly without knowing who, what, or why? Sounds more like an assassination attempt than a valid excuse to be out here in the middle of nowhere.
Oliviala's jaw jutted forward stubbornly, as her eyes rose to meet his gaze. There was a passionate fire in her voice now, as if questioning her insane choices was an insult to everything she held dear.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Giron shook his head while handing the map back to her.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard in a long time. Ugh, her reason only sounds so stupid because it's incredibly similar to how I screwed up at the node. Damn it. Thank you,
came a muffled shout from the other side of the creek. Oliviala's teeth creaked and her nostrils flared.
Cameron, you stay out of this. You are not helping.
You're right. You're doing such a great job over there without me. There's definitely no reason for me to stick my nose into it.
Unable to maintain his stony disposition, Giron cracked a smile. It was a small, fickle thing, but it did not escape Oliviala's notice, and she released her held breath, even as the red in her cheeks deepened slightly. Not wanting to completely lose the momentum, Giron continued.
It sounds like you don't even know if we're the ones you're looking for, but I'd be willing to help in exchange for a few favors. I have a couple ideas that might make a difference for the Empire. But first, I need to make something very clear.
His aura released Cameron, and the boy shot to his feet. His face was red, and his golden armor shone resplendently despite the dirt covering it. He did his best to wipe himself clean with dignified movements, as he looked between the three of them on the far side of the creek. Giron sucked his aura into his body as he addressed the proud-looking noble.
If you ever attack Mayalin again, I will kill you,
he swore, while piercing the boy with his eyes.
Aura, mana, and body connected through a state of oneness.
Without warning, Giron moved so quickly that to everyone present, he may as well have teleported. He appeared before Cameron, his speed causing a thunderous boom to resound through the clearing. Dirt and water exploded into the air from his passing, as his coating-covered fist connected with the boy's face. The shockwave of his punch caused the droplets of moisture to shoot away from them and leaves to fall from the nearby trees. Cameron was sent flying backward to crash into the ground and roll ass over tea kettle several times. To Giron's surprise, the boy was still conscious after coming to a stop 24 meters away. He groaned while holding his face as he rocked back and forth on the ground. With a shrug, Giron turned back to Oliviala. He paused mid-step when he noticed a huge smile plastered across her face.
I think you found your reason not to stick your nose in, dearest cousin.
Giron hopped back to their side of the creek, shaking his head in confusion.
Seriously? These two are freaking weird. Would I be so nonchalant if someone hit Naya? Well, Maybe if she deserved it and I knew she wasn't hurt. Naya, I need to hurry up and ascend. I've only killed 5 so far today. With these 2 around now, I'll have to take Maylin with me.
Oliviala's voice cut through his thoughts.
I would be delighted to hear these ideas of yours. Perhaps over a meal?
She sent a warm smile toward Maylin, who was pointing and laughing at Cameron as the boy rose to sway on unsteady feet. Maylin bounced over to Jiran and rose on her toes to give him a quick kiss.
Now that I understood.
She patted his cheek with a chuckle, before dancing away to clean up the mess that had become of their camp.
How can you understand her? She merely yips and growls. I mean no offense, but she sounds so barbaric. No, that's not it. Oh, primal. Yes, that's the right word.
Oliviala followed Jiran as he trudged toward the fire pit. Her name is Maylin, and you shouldn't underestimate her because of the way she sounds. Her people are even more sophisticated than us Imperials.
What? There are more like her?
Yes, many. Jiran let the threat in his response hang in the air.
Where did they come from? How did they get here? What do you mean, sophisticated? As in technology or culture?
Oliviala didn't seem to take his words negatively as she continued her barrage of questions. I'm not really interested in telling you everything about them until I know more about your motives. Jiran ripped a piece of meat free from above the campfire and tossed it to her. Oliviala shook her head with wonder as she watched Maylin move about the camp with a bright smile.
I must have been led here to find Maylin and her people. Do you think they would be willing to fight for us?
I highly doubt it, but if they were fighting with us, then perhaps. They're not stupid. They'll see the Greymen as the threat they are, and may decide to help, but I don't speak for them. Oliviala stiffened and struck her chest plate with a resounding salute.
Please, introduce me to their leaders, so I may petition on behalf of the Empire for their aid. The situation in the north is dire. Within the year, the Greymen will be upon the walls of Cruex.
Cruex? That's the dead center of the Empire. How did the war get that bad?
Even if they're low on mana, why haven't the Emperors made a move if things are so bad? Jiran's question was answered by Cameron as he hopped over the creek.
Because they can't, obviously. Nice punch, by the way. And you don't have to worry about me. Only reason I attacked was because she moved like a Tier 3 at first. I didn't realize until she dodged that she was Tier 5. No way would I be fool enough to mess with her again. I can understand his confusion. She's definitely fast when she's hopped up on lightning. And how tough is this guy? I didn't hold back, and he's not even bruised. Did he heal himself?
Oliviala was still standing in a salute, waiting for his response. Jiran waved her off. You don't need to beg. I was already planning on introducing them to that Reinhardt guy.
His name is Reinhardt Le Mortan, and I can be far more helpful to them than he can.
She blurted out her words so quickly that Jiran squinted suspiciously at her. Again, I don't speak for them. You'll have to convince them of what you can or can't do for them.
I will do that. Thank you, Mr. I do not believe I caught your name.
She moved to sit next to Cameron, who was already munching away, contentedly sitting on Jiran's favorite log. Jiran of Phelan, he mumbled around a mouthful of savory meat. Cameron choked, banging his chest plate as Oliviala leaped to her feet.
What?
That bossy girl.
You're Jiran of Phelan?
Oliviala shouted as she pointed the hunk of meat she had been about to take a bite of in his direction. Jiran cringed as her shouting turned her dulcet voice into a shrill screech. Maylin jerked into a defensive crouch, with lightning springing between her extended claws, while Cameron continued to beat himself to death, choking as his dinner did its best to end him.
What is happening? Are they going to attack again?
Maylin spoke quickly, her eyes dancing between the two.
I don't think so. It seems like maybe they know me.
Giron turned toward Oliviala after reassuring Maylin.
How do you know my name?
He spoke soothingly, holding his palms up in a placating gesture.
You do look like him, but I have to confirm. There's no way I can believe you're him until you prove it.
Her face scrunched before she continued with a snap of her fingers.
What do you know about the assassin, Mark the Hiss?
Cameron soon won his life-and-death struggle, gulping the huge bite with the aid of his waterskin. He took a single deep lungful of sweet, life-giving air, with lidded eyes and an open-mouthed smile. Giron's features scrunched as he shook his head.
Why would I know an assassin? And what kind of ridiculous name is Mark the Hiss? Never heard of him.
Oliviala sagged as her earlier exuberance drained away.
Oh, wait. That insane guy called himself Mark Hiss the Diviner. Sounds pretty close. Are you talking about Mark Hiss, that bandit guy who kidnapped those noble kids? Holy crap, it's you! You're that bossy girl from the cage!
Giron pointed at the blonde girl, which elicited a bark of laughter from Cameron.
It's been a year since then. Of course they would have grown up. She looks so much like that girl, it has to be her.
Giron then pointed at Cameron.
You were there too. You look a lot different without the scar.
Cameron's momentary laughter faded as his mouth fell open. He slowly looked between Oliviala and Giron, before dropping to his knees, his arms falling to hang limply at his sides.
Oh, no, I lost the bet, he mumbled.
Mayolin's claws sheathed as she went back to eating, though she still eyed both of them warily. Oliviala's arm was shaking, the Tier 4 meat in her grasp unerringly following Giron's every move.
It's actually you! I was right!
She tilted her head back and yelled while pumping her other fist into the air.
What the hell are they on about? Maybe we would be better off leaving these loonies here and trying to get an audience with that Reinhardt guy on our own. To think these two are the same kids who got themselves captured back then. Makes sense. Who else would be dumb enough to wander around such a dangerous area on a suicide mission with so little information? Definitely not reliable.
When Oliviala noticed Giron's estranged look, she calmed herself and explained.
Master Philibri, the sage of Salendor, reported that you disappeared into a tear in reality. He was sure you lived, yet had no details about your whereabouts. The search for you lasted 3 whole seasons before you were announced dead. Not even the emperors were able to locate you, so your demise was all but a foregone conclusion. I never believed it, though. I knew you lived. I knew it.
The Sage of Salendor? Lenton has such a cheesy title? No wonder he never told me about it.
Some of Giron's earlier disgust drained away as he chuckled. Oliviala turned around in a flash and pointed her meat stick at the distraught Cameron.
Pay up!
Her other hand was on her hip and her chin jutted into the air. He groaned while slowly shaking his head back and forth.
Right now? Don't be like that, dearest cousin. I protected you, didn't I? I followed you all the way out here.
Oliviala didn't relent. Her eyes narrowed as her voice took on one you would use to scold a child.
You also complained every step of the way. You made the bet, now do it.
She chopped her hand in the air, so absorbed in the moment she forgot about the food she was holding and it flew from her grasp. With a defeated moan, Cameron fell forward until his forehead pressed into the dirt. He spoke like a man who had lost his will to live.
You were right, and I was wrong. You are the queen of all things, and I am but a foolish mortal who does not know his place. Please, I beg of you, teach this fool the ways of your wisdom, so that I may learn to crawl out of the mud on my own one day.
He finished with a gagging convulsion, followed by spitting on the ground. Oliviala ate it up, as she cackled with a malicious gleam in her eyes. Cameron slowly climbed to his feet, and then a realization sparked newfound hope within him. He looked at Oliviala with revenge in his eyes.
"This isn't over yet. We made one more bet, and there's no way you're winning this one."
With a ferocious intensity, Cameron turned his glare to Jiran.
"What tier were you when you saved us? You were tier 4 or 5 already, right?"
Nope, no way.
While I appreciate that you two have some kind of bet going on between you to showcase your humiliation fetishes, I have no intention of telling you anything about myself. If you want to guess at my tier, then or now, go right ahead. Do you know where Lenton is now?" he asked Oliviala.
How can you be so disrespectful toward Master Philibri, the sage of Salendor? Are you not his sole honored disciple? And no, I do not know his whereabouts. He remains the reclusive, enigmatic genius he always was.
She had moved to her thrown meal and picked it up from the ground. A shimmer of gray light spread across the meat's surface before she took her first big bite. Immediately, her face contorted in a rictus of disgust, and she held it as far away from her as possible.
"Was that the tier 4 skill forming? Well, I'll be able to test it out for myself soon enough. I wonder if it's a noble thing to call someone by their full title every time they talk about them. Does she seriously have no idea how embarrassing that sounds? I don't ever want to say that out loud. Sage of Salendor? Enigmatic genius? It's even worse than Big Bang. Just, wow."
Jiran took a bite of his meal and then licked the delicious fat off his fingers.
"That's too bad, but I'm sure I'll run into him sooner or later. Anyway, I want to get things moving as soon as possible. After eating, we'll head to Mortan to meet that noble."
We should wait at least a day, perhaps 2.
Oliviala spoke carefully, clearly hiding her real intentions behind an attempt at being diplomatic. She set her food down and backed away from it, giving him an odd smile he wasn't sure how to interpret. Jiran waited for her to explain, but she remained silent. He sighed and then forced the conversation forward.
"Why would we wait? It might take a while to meet Reinhardt, and there could be other complications that delay us. I don't have time to deal with all of that. The sooner we get this over with, the better."
Please, I need to rest before deciding what is the best course of action. Perhaps we should further discuss Maelin's people, or how best we can work together. Also, would it not be prudent to speak with them first and determine their stance on any potential negotiations?
Jiran shrugged.
"I have no idea. This isn't something I've ever dealt with. Talking to them first does sound like a good idea, though," he admitted.
Then there is the issue of communication to resolve. Are you currently the only Imperial who can speak with them?
Crap, I just want to ascend. Getting entrenched in some drawn-out political shenanigans is the last thing I should be doing right now, while my timer is ticking. Though, I'm responsible for bringing them here. I won't shove this off on someone else and hope it works out for the best. I need to see this through. No reason it can't wait until I ascend, though. I guess rushing off to see that noble right now isn't the best plan. Talking to the people should be quick. Yeah, I'm likely the only one who can communicate with them. Tomorrow, then. We'll go to the people, and they can decide if they want your help or not. The sooner we go, the sooner I can get back here. A few hours won't set us back too much. I'll finish today's kills, then do tomorrow's first thing in the morning. Once that's done, I can dedicate several hours to helping the people start negotiations, assuming the Amra isn't back and messes everything up. I doubt it, though. It hasn't even been 2 weeks, and he needs to find and kill 400 Tier 5s without the ability to instantly recharge his mana. No matter how good his aura is, that's a seriously tall order.
Reminded by his own thoughts, Jiran turned to Maelan.
You want to go with me for a hunt right now? You're going hunting?
Cameron leaned toward them, interested in the conversation again. Mayalin nodded with a creepy smile.
Yes, I am coming with you. I wish to run a few tests.
Her clawed fingers opened and closed slowly, her eyes glowing with barely restrained currents. Jiran completely ignored Cameron as he responded to Mayalin. Great, let's go. He shoved the rest of his food in his mouth and then wiped his fingers on his pants, his heart already pounding from the thought of watching her fight with her newly improved enhancing. No, wait! Please take me with you! I'm so close to the 5th tier, I only need 8 more kills and a few attributes. I can help protect her. I can take any blow no matter how hard once an hour. See? I'm completely fine after you punched me. He spread his cheeks with his fingers, showing his teeth and the lack of blood in his mouth. Fathers above, they are desperate. And then again, if that's true, he really could save Mayalin in a pinch. Once an hour? Must be some kind of acclimation. I've definitely never heard of a skill or technique like that. Jiran looked between the two of them several times before he shrugged. Fine, but you'll stay by her side the entire time. If you go running off to do something stupid and she gets hurt, I'll leave and make you walk back to camp through the Outlands. Understood? Cameron's fist smashed into his breastplate in a picturesque imperial salute as a huge smile blossomed across his face. Allure! He shouted. Oliviala raised her hand while nervously looking over her shoulders at the nearby terrain.
I, don't have much mana right now. It is best if I come with you. I do not feel safe being left alone here, even if you have cleared out the surrounding area. Yeah, can't leave her here alone. Still possible this is all a trap, though I doubt it. Best to keep an eye on her, since it would look pretty bad if she died to a random beast while under my protection. Okay, you can both come, Jiran nodded curtly. Hey, I realized something. You said you were guided here by an acclamation, right? Oliviala nodded, her head tilted slightly as she gave him a questioning look. That is correct. Which means you've been tracking me. They're the ones daughter warned me about. Great. That's one terrifying mystery solved. I'll have to remember to double-check with her tomorrow, though, just in case. Without warning, Jiran scooped up all 3 of them in his aura. He grunted at the effort required to lift Cameron, who was much heavier than he appeared, before leaping into the air. Oliviala did better this time, only turning slightly green as the ground rushed away from them. Cameron whooped as the wind billowed his short hair. Once they reached the elevation Jiran wanted, and he leveled out their flight, Oliviala calmed down enough to shout over the gusting air. I didn't get the chance to ask. What happened to you when you Jiran sealed the 2 away in aura so he could fly in peace with Mayalin. They are quite lively, she smiled softly. Yeah, they don't seem so bad. Strange for sure, but maybe they've spent too long wandering the countryside. I know how that feels. Perhaps. Enough about them. Will you please recharge my enhancing? I used 15% when I countered the boy. Cameron. Jiran's eyes flicked to her status in his party window. Sure, 2% should get you close to your maximum. He put his hand on her shoulder and sent a shock through her body, which she gladly took with curled toes and a little shiver. After the energy was absorbed, she started to glow blue and gold as electricity arced across her skin. A few seconds later, both effects faded. I went a little over 49 for but an instant. I felt your mana burning off rapidly. Then it stopped. That did not feel the same as normal. I feel funny. She shook her head a few times while blinking rapidly. Should we head back? Jiran frowned as a spike of concern shot through him. No. I am fine now. I tried to hold more than I could, and was not expecting the backlash. That is all. Now that I know, I will let the excess out naturally, as I have done before.
Checking her status again, he found her health still maxed out, which helped him calm down.
Okay, glad you figured it out. It makes sense there would be issues trying to hold more than your skill cap allows. I'll try not to overcharge you again. Does this mean she can take a hit with more of a single element than she can absorb and still be perfectly fine? Seems that way, so long as she allows it to disperse quickly. Or is something else going on? We still have so many tests to run.
While they searched the Outlands for Tier 4 and 5 beasts, Jiran made sure to recount to Mei Lin every detail of his conversation with the royal cousins. Once she was filled in on the parts she missed, she spoke.
This is certainly a valuable opportunity for us, especially since they are already in your debt. I also think you should try to trust them a little more until they prove unworthy.
What? Why? We don't know them at all.
Jiran shook his head immediately. When he saw the hurt on her face, he took a deep breath and started over.
Sorry, I don't have a logical explanation for disagreeing with you. I guess I keep expecting every noble I meet to be evil, conceited, and think they're above everyone else. Samris and Lenton weren't like that, though. Not at all. And these two don't seem bad either. Maybe you're right. I'll try to be nicer, at least. That doesn't mean I'll be stupid about it. I won't be leaving you alone with them unless your enhancing is topped off.
I certainly will not complain about that. Jiran, thank you for always listening to me. Even when you do not agree with me, you never ignore me. I appreciate that.
They shared a smile, and then Mei Lin pointed behind them at a beast rapidly snaking its way across the dusty landscape. Jiran flew closer to find a creature with a long, serpentine body and a forked tail. It had claw-tipped hands at the end of muscular arms. The spines covering its head and upper back like a lion's mane undulated as if they were whiskers capable of scenting the air. Landshark, Tier 4. 1100 of 1100. A fast hunter capable of tracking prey over vast distances.
It's Tier 4, Jiran shook his head.
Perfect.
Mei Lin nodded, and he could see her pupils already turning to slits as the hunter within her clawed its way to the surface.
Are you sure? That seems a bit reckless for your first real fight.
Her eyes never left the beast as it traveled quickly beneath them, swaying back and forth in a hypnotic motion.
What have we been sparring for every morning, if not for this? With so much of your lightning burning within me, I am going to run circles around that baby serpent.
Her thick accent drawled out the S in a way that tugged on the corner of his lips.
All right, if you insist. I'll only help with my aura if you need it. There's no need to risk yourself for EXP. We'll have plenty of time late.
Her hand blurred as it cut through the air to interrupt him, leaving a trail of crackling energy in its wake.
I will be fine. I can tell it is not as fast as I am right now.
Mei Lin's tone softened.
You can stay close, though, in case I am wrong. Thank you for worrying. I am merely excited. My core has never churned so furiously. My claws need to taste its blood. I want this more than I ever knew until this very second.
She swallowed hard, her focus so intense Jiran wasn't sure which of them was the beast any longer.
Yeah, I'll be right here. Go kick its ass.
He created a bubble of light manipulation to hide them, before landing a short distance away.
I do not believe it has an ass, but I will give it a strong kick for you.
She winked, and then dashed through his aura with a feminine battle cry.
I swear, I made the exact same sound charging into my first fight. I'll bet she does a hell of a lot better than I did against that stupid little crab.
Jiran released the cousins from his aura. The instant Cameron was freed from his grip, his feet pounded on the ground as he chased Mei Lin, banging his hammer on the shield he pulled from his back. The beast screeched as it reared up high. All of its sharp, spiky hairs rattled, and a long tongue slithered out of its mouth as its body twitched a deadly warning. The posturing was a feint to distract from its coiling body. Tightly compressed muscles uncoiled in an instant, sending it hurtling through the air as a powerful shock wave created a wave of dust where it left the ground. It weaved through the air, slithering as if it were still on the ground, and arrived before Mayalin in mere moments. She was a blur of blue sparks as she dove to the side. The beast tried to correct its path to intercept her evasion, and that was when Cameron struck.
Howling Gale Force Strike!
His shouted technique wrapped his body in gray wind that shot him forward like a bullet, to slam into the beast's turned head. The concussion of hammer meeting thick skull blasted dust in every direction, leaving a floating series of numbers in Giron's vision. -213. Cameron's body kept right on sailing past the creature that was now flailing wildly on the hard, cracked ground. The notice in his interface reminded Giron there was more he could do than stand around waiting to rescue them, and he quickly added the cousins to his party. Mayalin Aloihi, Tier 3, 312 of 312, 38%. Olivia Lecruex, Tier 4, 1,280 of 1,280, 3%. Cameron Amintas, Tier 4, 1,472 of 1,472, 87%.
Her mana really is low. Shoot, wish I had added them earlier so I could see how much mana he used on that attack. Only 213 damage? Is he holding back?
Cameron flew around the beast on his gust of wind, giving it plenty of space. He landed between it and Mayalin, then looked over his shoulder at Oliviala with a sloppy grin, clearly enjoying himself.
Olive, sit this one out. You can't have much of your mana back, and you won't get EXP anyway since she's Tier 5. Ah, puke puss. I'm not going to get EXP either.
He kicked the ground angrily, his smile turning into a scowl in record time. Oliviala clicked her tongue and resheathed her sword. Her bunched muscles relaxed, and she took a step back to stand next to Giron.
What the hell was I thinking, begging to come along? What a waste of time and mana!
Cameron continued to groan as the beast stood tall once more. Its vibrating mane rattled as it sent out another warning hiss.
You know, you two aren't at all what I expected nobles to be like, Giron mumbled.
Oliviala responded in an overly haughty voice.
Well, expectations are the gateway to disappointment.
She raised her hand and flicked her long blonde hair with a toss of her head, and her eyes closed.
That's more like it.
Misery loves company. Mayalin took advantage of Cameron distracting the land shark. She jumped in a blur, landing on its neck between the mass of protruding spiky hairs. Her body thrummed with blue crackles of electrical power, and as her claws plunged through the tough flesh at the base of its skull, arcs sprung from her to slither along its long form. Pops of blistering flesh filled the air. So much energy was released that the excess sparked to the ground in a dazzling display of elemental fury. -849. The beast threw its head back in a soundless scream as it convulsed. Mayalin was tossed from the wild bucking of its body and slammed into the dirt. She was back on her feet before the dust from her landing lifted into the air. Giron glanced at her status, finding her health barely budged while her mana hadn't changed at all.
So it doesn't cost any of her own mana to actively use the enhancement she's absorbed. Considering the element reserves space from her mana pool when she absorbs it, it's like she's paying the cost up front. Such an interesting skill. Not nearly as versatile as shaping or channeling, but it makes her practically immune to one element. Beasts with only a single trick would definitely struggle to bring her down. Bedrock Aegis!
Cameron shouted another technique while the beast thrashed. A shimmer passed through the ground beneath all 4 of their feet, before sliding up their forms and surrounding them with a thin layer of rock and dirt.
12% of his mana for a single technique. Ouch. It covered all 4 of us, though, so that's pretty impressive.
Jiran extended a filament of coating to brush the inside of the rocky layer surrounding his body. He could instantly tell the shield was made entirely of mana, and had less to do with actual minerals than it appeared at first glance.
Similar to coating, but its only application is defensive. He adapted it to utilize channeling so it can cover multiple people simultaneously from a distance. But how did it reach me, all the way over here? Wait, does channeling increase the range mana can be controlled? Could I increase the range of my coating if I bypass the elemental conversion aspect of channeling to shoot purely unaspected mana? Worth trying at the very least. I might gain a few skill levels for the attempt.
Mayalin's current ran its course, and the moment the shark stopped convulsing, she jumped again. The beast now considered her the primary threat, and its head swiveled around to focus on her. Its momentum brought its forked tail around in a blur that barely managed to intercept her. Cameron's protective technique shimmered brightly, but held fast as she was smashed into the ground once again. Mayalin was back on her feet in a flash. She crouched, ready to move in any direction. She locked eyes with the beast, neither underestimating the other any longer. Its tail lashed the ground in rapid booms, each casual thump strong enough to send ripples of movement through the cracked dirt. The land shark lunged. Mayalin met its charge with a much faster one of her own. She unleashed a hasty punch onto its long snout, which moved its head enough that razor-sharp teeth failed to clamp down on her. The beast used the strength of her punch to its advantage. Its upper body shifted to the side, while its long tail coiled around her. She easily jumped out of the enclosure, flipping mid-air to land feet first on its face. Another leap sent her safely to the ground, as the beast's head flew backward from the force. After landing, she hopped once, putting distance between them. She looked at her fist in disappointment, clearly unhappy with the last exchange's lack of damage. Bestial eyes glowed a menacing red as the land shark hissed. Its nostrils flared as lungs rapidly filled with air, before a jet of green fire was expelled through its nose. Having seen the attack coming, Cameron threw himself between the flames and Mayalin.
Depth's embrace!
His hands radiated a blue light, and a dome of rippling water spread out to cover them both. The green flames splashed against the water's edge, engulfing the blue canopy completely. When the fire ran its course, the field shimmered and faded, revealing a sweating Cameron and perfectly calm Mayalin, who looked more than ready for round 2.
5% for that defensive move that only lasted a couple seconds? Is there really that big a difference between us? No, that's hardly the most important thing to think about right now.
Jiran pitched his voice low to Oliviala, who was still standing next to him.
Why do his techniques have such dumb, unique names?
What do you mean? They are exemplary expressions of his inner desires to protect and serve.
Her whispered tone mirrored her confused expression. Mayalin bolted past Cameron. She didn't make the same mistake twice as she ran straight up to the creature rather than jump at its face. When the beast raised an arm to smash her, she nimbly dodged to the side, while raking her claws along its vulnerable wrist. A burst of current arced up its arm, and blood splattered both her and the ground. -312. She jumped out of its reach, as its other clawed hand flashed toward her. Its head darted forward as its neck extended, but Mayalin was far too quick, and teeth snapped shut on empty air. The beast slithered backward, holding its bleeding wrist. It looked between the 4 of them, now wary as the realization of how outmatched it was sank in. Mayalin didn't relent, staying close to the creature and focusing on avoiding its attacks, while only striking back when it overextended. Jiran was so focused on her every move that he barely thought about the question he directed to Oliviala.
What do technique names have to do with inner desire? Obviously, I'm happy he's doing such a great job keeping Maylin unharmed. I was asking about the names, not the intent behind them.
You're joking, right? How could you not know something so basic?
Her confusion was replaced by squinty-eyed suspicion.
You lost me. What's so basic about skill names? Not everyone receives a royal education, you know. I may have had Lenton as a master, but that codger barely taught me anything. He insisted I would gain more from learning things myself, and even banned me from reading.
With an unusual sense of preservation for its tier, the beast decided enough was enough. It turned to flee, and a predatory gleam flashed across Mayelin's eyes as she bounded after it. Her claws flashed as she dodged the wild thrashing of the weakening monster. She took her time, cornering it and not allowing it an avenue of escape as she tested her movements against it. Now that she knew how it moved, the beast couldn't even get close to hitting her before she dodged and countered. It sent another gout of flames her way, but she ran up its back and smashed its face into the ground, causing its own attack to vaporize the inside of its mouth, while she continued to whittle away at its health with ever more accurate and confident blows.
Master Philibree's wisdom surely knows no bounds,
Oliviala sighed wistfully with stars in her eyes.
Seriously? What is her deal with Lenton?
As Maylin tested her enhancing by adding varying degrees of current into her blows, Olive snapped out of her daydream and elaborated on Jiran's question.
Techniques are named as we desire them to be. When we breach a threshold of competence in a field of study, the corresponding technique evolves to be closer to our ideal, or what we believe it should eventually become.
Wait, so all of my technique names are what I desired them to become? When I learned Big Bang, I was thinking about the creation of the universe and the gravitational maelstrom that must have been unleashed. When I created my other techniques, I was thinking about the fundamental physics of the universe, at least what I know of them with my limited knowledge.
Jiran looked over his status with new eyes, and a soft groan escaped his lips.
True origin. That was all me? That's not a name the system came up with, but my own desires, my own hubris? I am such a chuny bitch.
Jiran fell to his knees, the truth of his own childish desires too much to bear. Oliviala's eyes went wide, and she waved her hands rapidly.
Do not fret. I'm sure you will evolve them into names that you can be proud of in no time.
She slowly approached him, and seeing no reaction, patted him consolingly on the shoulder. The shark was a shell of its former self as Maylin, bathed in its blood, dug her claws into it repeatedly. The beast thrashed with each spark of current she sent into its bowels as she tore ever deeper in her quest for its life. A mad grin split her face as it teetered to the side on the verge of falling. She leaped and slashed its throat, unleashing a flood of gore.
What is she doing?
Olive wondered aloud.
Testing herself,
Jiran mumbled half-heartedly, still not recovered from his existential crisis. Despite being stricken, he never let his guard drop as he observed every muscle twitch between the two combatants through his aura. He was ready to intervene at a moment's notice if it unleashed some powerful last-ditch attack. His paranoia was unfounded as, only a couple strikes later, the creature slumped and died unceremoniously. Maylin was breathing heavily as she returned to the group. Her clothes would have been soaked in blood if not for the layer of Cameron's protective mana. Jiran doused her with a quick spray of water, which he activated manually, unable to bear the thought of his skill name. Cameron sighed as he trudged along behind her. He stopped abruptly, blinking rapidly before shouting,
"What in the inferno's balls? I got EXP? She's a tier 4?
He looked between the downed beast and Maya Lin several times, with his mouth hanging open.
Yeah, it's probably best I don't tell him the truth. Might break the poor guy's spirit. Bah, screw that. Misery loves company. Nope, she's only tier 3, and that was the first EXP she's ever earned.
Jiran watched with fiendish satisfaction as the gears turned behind Cameron's eyes. When it eventually clicked that he was serious and not lying, Cameron sat on the ground with a heavy thud. He drooped, staring at his hands in silence. Jiran didn't take the time to bask in Cameron's plight, instead setting his own feelings aside and rushing to Maya Lin, sweeping her up in a hug.
You were amazing! If you had broken all the way through the skin of its neck or head with the first strike, and then unleashed your lightning, you would have killed it instantly. How was your first fight? How did it feel? You were so fast! You were right, that little serpent didn't stand a chance. He beamed at her, holding her at arm's length. Cameron jerked slightly with each sentence Jiran spoke, as if he were being struck repeatedly.
Thank you.
She blushed bright crimson to match the blood Jiran had washed onto the ground.
It was even more fun than I thought it would be. I was not scared at all. Though I made many mistakes, I learned a great deal. I will do better next time. It was truly exhilarating. No wonder you relish fighting so much.
They shared a smile that elicited a long, guttural groan from Cameron. He jumped to his feet with a roar and banged his chest plate several times.
I won't be beaten this easily. If not for my protection, she would have been roasted alive. Her build is entirely focused on speed and damage. If not for me, she would have been squished flat twice over. I could stop a tier 5's attacks a few times. That's easily equivalent to what she did. Yeah, that's right. I'm still the best defender in my tier. Nobody can match me.
He roared at the heavens again for good measure, before giving himself a firm nod and stomping over to Oliviala's side. Jiran could only click his tongue and frown at seeing how quickly he was back to his previous self.
What's wrong with him?
Cameron hooked a thumb in Jiran's direction as he reached her.
I'm not entirely sure, but I believe he's unhappy with the names of his techniques.
Ha ha! I bet he heard mine and jealousy overwhelmed his crooked heart. Who can blame him? I am the best.
Cameron flexed and patted his armor-covered bicep to the clang of metal on metal. Even without being able to understand his words, Maya Lin rolled her eyes. Unsatisfied with their pace, Cameron cajoled them along.
Come on, you two can find an inn later. We've got beasts to kill. I have enough mana for a couple more. Let's go, go, go!
How's your reserves?
Jiran asked Maya Lin while pointedly ignoring Cameron.
I only used 22%,
she exclaimed in a smug tone.
That's it? Not bad at all. You could get that down to 8 or 9 with a bit of practice. Make sure to focus on the weak points that can do the most damage. The brain and core are always good options if you can get to them.
Oliviala shook her head, muttering,
He was being truthful. That honestly was her first fight. Incredible.
Cameron grimaced at her words, apparently not as over his bout of inferiority as his boasting indicated. Jiran couldn't help the little smile that tugged on the corners of his lips as he watched the boy squirm. With a hop, he scooped them into the air in search of the next beast. Their reptilian dinner dragged along behind them. Perspective. Oliviala Le Cruex.
He sealed us off again,
Cameron grumped as he leaned against the comfortable cushion of aura, holding all 4 of them high in the air.
His connection with his aura is superb. I bet he could teach Professor Lentara a thing or two. This Master Amra must be extraordinary, to teach him so much in a single year.
No kidding. I've never felt a sound barrier this soft before without the support of a formation. How do you think he's doing it?"
Cameron idly rapped his armored knuckles against the nearby wall of aura.
Obviously, he learned something from Mayolin's people that the Empire has not yet discovered, which is good. Having knowledge to trade will improve their chances of being accepted by the Seats and the Emperors. Speaking of knowledge to trade, the Sage of Salendor spoke of Jiran falling through a tear in space. That must be how he found them.
Olive gazed at the horizon as her imagination wandered to distant, unknown lands beyond the Empire's borders. Cameron nodded emphatically.
"The real question is how he brought them back. That secret is priceless. It shouldn't be possible to travel beyond the borders, but I'd bet my pants that's exactly what he did. Do you think he gained some kind of super long-range teleportation acclamation? We both received powerful acclamations after the cage incident. Maybe he got one too."
He shivered in disgust at the uncomfortable memory. Olive knew Cameron's words were true. Not even the Emperors could travel beyond the borders of the Empire for long. The Grey Men controlled the north with absolute dominance. The land was covered in their waste, a vile substance that made travel below a certain tier deadly. Some of their incursions in the past had even included beasts the same tier as the Emperors, so it was all too likely their leaders were even stronger. The endless crags of Caldara created the eastern border. The Emperors, unable to leave the Empire for fear of a powerful beast ravaging their home, had once sent a group of Tier 9s to chart the length of the crags. They gave up after 500,000 kilometers. The uncrossable Murinth Ocean to the south was known to contain beasts of the 13th tier that dominated massive swaths of water much larger than the Empire. Any foolish enough to chart those tides were never heard from again. And finally, the Mashraha Desert ran the entire length of the Empire's western border. Beyond those dunes, a rainforest of unprecedented danger stood as an ever-present reminder of the harsh realities of Madra, the forest of silence that none dared approach. Her father once told her that a beast's aura blanketed the region and devoured any who so much as brush against its surface. For the Mashraha locals, even a glimpse of green boughs is enough to send terror into an adult soldier's heart. The green death kills before your breath stills, or so the locals say. Yet somehow, Jiran had done the impossible and found a way out and back again, where no others had ever succeeded. Even more miraculous, he came back with members of an entirely new sapient race in tow, as if the crossing were somehow easy. Olive didn't know whether she should cry or scream. The impossibility of it was beyond her comprehension.
My acclamation was right. He was alive and held the answers to the Empire's prosperity. It's always right. I'll never allow doubt into my heart again.
A cloud of dust in the distance pulled her from her ruminations. A large, slimy beast rolled across the ground, shooting spikes from its back to propel itself forward. She recognized it from their first glimpse of the Outlands, a Tier 5 prowling devourer. They were dragged toward the beast, and an explosion overhead attracted its attention.
"How did he do that? I didn't see any sign of his channels activating."
Cameron strained his neck to watch a wave of blue fire expanding above them.
He's honestly going to fight that. Prepare yourself.
Olive reached for the pommel of her sword, despite knowing she would be useless in the coming fight with so little mana.
"Why bother?" Cameron huffed. "He must be Tier 6 by now, and with this strong an aura, he should be fine."
Cameron patted the invisible wall.
I don't think he's Tier 6. She shook her head. Even the most disciplined slip up their control on occasion and move faster than they mean to. I haven't seen nor heard him do so once. I think he's the same tier as us. Also, he casually watched Mei Lin fight up a tier. When we were kids, he fought up tiers as well. Why would he be any different now?
He was not Tier 2 back then. I refuse to believe it, no matter what Master Philibry said. You'll definitely lose that bet. Besides, he has an aura, so he's clearly Tier 5 at least.
Cameron shrugged, not willing to acknowledge a reality that would damage his pride even further.
What if he got access to his aura through an acclamation? It's incredibly rare, but it does happen. We can safely assume he has at least one. With everything he's done, I wouldn't be surprised if he has 2 or 3 as we do.
Olive watched as Cameron winced with each new argument while refusing to meet her eyes. Suddenly he pointed and spoke far too loudly for the cramped space they occupied.
Look at his chest! What is that?
Olive assumed he was trying to change the subject, but when she looked up and saw a ring of blue pulsing energy shining from beneath Jiran's skin, her mouth fell open.
Is that channeling? Why is it in a perfect circle like that?
A cerulean and lavender beam of oscillating energy stretched from between Jiran's outstretched hand and the beast far in the distance. The moment Olive saw it, her heart froze with instinctive dread. When the colored beam connected with sticky flesh, an icicle 4 meters tall speared straight through the prowler's body, pinning it to the ground. A geyser of gore was frozen solid, as a wave of frost spread outward to form a perfect circle from the center of the impact. Inside the ring, the icicle expanded to completely envelop the beast, entombing it and everything within 10 meters in a pristine cerulean prison.
I'm hallucinating, right? That has to be some kind of trick. Was that beast a speed build? I don't remember much about it from the academy, but it must have crazy low durability, right? Or maybe it was super fast and pretending to be a higher tier than it was.
Cameron held his head in his hands, shaking it back and forth.
No, Cameron, that was certainly a Tier 5. It's like I've been saying for the last year. He has discovered a great secret and achieved a deeper understanding of the elements through it. That is the only explanation that fits our memories, Master Philibry's testimony, and what we witnessed today.
They grew quiet, as Jiran stood still with his head facing the clouds. His mouth was open wide and his eyes were closed. The most passionate expression she had ever seen on a boy covered his face. Mei Lin was no different. Her eyelids fluttered and her lips moved in a silent prayer. A new possible truth dawned on Olive, like a bolt from the purple and green sky.
It is their faith. Look at them, praying. He must have been touched by the voice. That has to be it. They have achieved a true connection to her will.
Olive's heart was filled with longing to also achieve that level of connection, and the appropriate prayer for her emotions came to mind.
Envy is my sin this day, great voice. Please cleanse it away.
She closed her eyes while assuming the traditional stance of prayer, with her arms across her chest, hands touching opposite shoulders. Cameron fell back against the soft aura with a groan, before sinking to his knees. Olive was surprised when he joined her, as prayer was usually not something he cared for in the slightest.
Envy is my sin this day, great voice. Please cleanse it away.
Jiran of Phelan.
Fathers, that feels so good.
Growth, 109.67%. Now, 133.52%. Mana, 6. Now, 7. Concentration, 6. Now, 7. Challenger density flowed through him with a vengeance, enhancing his body significantly more than any time before. With the additional point of concentration he had gained from the most recent kill, the effective function of all his attributes was increased by 100%. In essence, he gained an additional 140 points in each attribute, since that was their current value. His muscles bulged, and then contracted back to their original size, though now much heavier, laced with additional empowering density. The usually placid ball of mana in his chest swelled and boiled before calming and condensing to its previous shape. Most importantly, his perception sped up. Simple movements that appeared normal a minute ago now felt like watching the world in slow motion. The wave of longing for more growth tore through his mind. It found no purchase as he tuned his awareness to the world around him. Unable to activate oneness, since his aura was carrying 3 people, he was forced to focus with such veracity that there was no room left within his brain to think. No thoughts meant no desires. No desires meant no insanity. When the wave of emotions passed, he sighed, releasing clamped tight muscles, and took stock of the information he had absorbed during his intense focus. Specifically, he noted the cousin's reactions to his moment of euphoria, when he rapidly gained so much power.
Seriously? They're praying? Right now? I don't know why I'm surprised. Plenty of people do it. Nothing wrong with having something to believe in. What's more interesting is that they don't seem to care that I'm listening to them. Maybe they don't realize I can hear them? I mean, it's not like the sound waves vanish just because they aren't reaching my ears. It's not that hard to interpret the waves as they bounce around inside my aura.
Jiran found himself both impressed and baffled by the conclusions they were drawing about him. They were such different people that he had trouble pinning down some of their rationales. Feeling a bit bad about eavesdropping on a conversation they clearly thought was private, he stopped focusing on them.
I should take us back to camp. I don't think I'll be able to even stand straight right now with how much stronger my muscles are. Should I thank the Amra next time I see him for teaching me how to do almost everything with my aura? Nah, screw that guy. Let's see. I'm at 7 concentration now. By the end of this tier's red density, I'll be at 9. Crazy. I'm going to have to go through this 2 more times before the arena. It might be better to hold off trying to adapt until I'm closer to 200% growth and have all 9 points of concentration. Then I won't be picking up any bad habits. No, I don't like how that sounds. It feels like running away from the problem, and I've done more than enough of that. The more often I force myself to adapt to increased concentration and attributes, the better I'll get at it. I'm going to face this head-on.
Mayalin realized Jiran was taking them directly back to their camp, and she looked at him with furrowed brows.
I thought we were going to fight more.
Listening to her disappointed words was like hearing a voice spoken through a tub of molasses. Jiran shook his head as slowly and carefully as he could, while trying to match the speed of his voice to hers.
Sorry, I need to go back. We can do more tomorrow.
He grimaced at his absolute failure to slow down to her level. Her frown deepened, but she nodded her head, showing her trust in him. Back at the camp, he deposited the royals and Mayalin on the ground before sliding into their underground burrow without a word. He didn't trust them nearly enough to risk revealing that he had gained so much from a single fight, as that would hint at the nature of challenger density.
What if I try to pack the most amount of movement into the shortest time frame to maximize my understanding of the changes?
Jiran stood with his arms straight out in a wide-leg stance and vibrated his entire body as quickly as he could. Every muscle contracted and released at blistering speeds as he rapidly gained control over his new strength. Soon he was able to safely expand the size of his shaking to resemble a full-blown seizure. Mayalin came down the short tunnel with some dinner. The moment she saw his rapid shaking, she burst into laughter.
I am glad you did not dance like that when we first met. I may not have ever spoken to you again."
"Thank you."
Jiran moved to grab the food from her outstretched hand with what he felt was a smooth, normal motion. Her scowl let him know he failed miserably.
"You do not need to snatch it from my hands."
Instead of answering, he showed her his status after removing the royals from the party. She perused the information, her scowl not lessening.
"Concentration,"
he spoke with frustrating slowness. Her eyes sprang open and her anger vanished in a flash.
"I see now. My apologies. Is there anything I can do to help?"
"It's okay. I forgot to tell you about this part. I'm getting better at moving, at least. I need a little more time to figure out the talking part."
"That is understandable. I will clean up the camp. Then I must sleep. Good night, my Ajiran,"
she said with a twinkle in her eyes as she kissed his cheek and left.
"Ajiran? That's new. Did she accept me as her leader? She has a really bad habit of assuming I understand her culture. Well, I'm sure she'll explain if it's important."
His eyes widened when he tasted the deliciously seasoned Tier 4 meat Malin gave him. Since he was over 100% growth, his body could no longer absorb the density. Despite that, each bite melted in his mouth and slid down his throat, exploding with flavors.
"Reminds me of Shiral. Her food was the best. Looks like our new guests know how to cook. Enough distractions. I need to focus. Naya is going to need my help. I can't slow down, not even for a minute."
Time dragged on as he grew more and more accustomed to the changes. His focus had been so much on his own body that he barely registered the cousins leaving the range of his aura well after dark. Curious about what they were doing, and still holding a seed of doubt about their intentions, he stretched his mana body to follow them. They had both left their armor behind and stopped a short distance outside of camp, unaware that they were still within his range.
"Well, what's the plan, boss?"
Cameron asked cheerfully.
"Don't call me that."
"Sure, as soon as you stop being so bossy,"
he goaded in an awful imitation of Jiran and then snickered at his own joke. Olive clicked her tongue, grumbling in a more relaxed tone than he'd previously heard from her.
"Jiran is a bad influence on you, and we will do nothing and everything."
"Great, glad we cleared that up. Well, good night then."
Cameron turned to walk away, but Olive's stamped foot and heavy snort caused him to spin back to her with a grin. She narrowed her eyes, and when he stopped goofing off, she continued.
"We will do absolutely nothing to antagonize him, Maylin, or her people. Meanwhile, we will do everything in our power to support them."
"Why? We barely know him, and we don't know them at all."
"Not only did my acclamation lead us to them, but he holds knowledge we desperately need, as well as the trust of her people. I no longer doubt what needs to be done. My faith is absolute. It is my duty to the Empire to ensure their safety and prosperity for the good of all. I know this is what must be done, and we all do what we must."
Something in her voice and the tilt of her chin caused Cameron to take a step away from her. His arms waved between them while desperation tinged his voice.
"Oliviala, don't do this."
He shook his head as her eyes began to glow with a wavering blue light that brightened the darkness creeping in around them. She took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and pointed her finger right at his forehead. Her voice changed to a deep, scratchy, and guttural sound that was far from natural. It was fierce, commanding, and grated against Jiran's aura.
"They are the bridge between us and survival. We shall be their allies in the night and under the sun's light. I hereby call upon your vows to me, spoken and sealed by Emperor Dominus the Devourer. let them blanket Mayalin and her people. Your shield before theirs, your hammer before theirs, your life before theirs. As it was sworn with manna and blood, swear it now upon your life."
Oliviala sagged with a gasp as she finished. Cameron fell to his hands and knees, as if a great weight pressed down on him. When he looked up, his eyes also glowed a bright blue, as manna long sealed within him forced words from his throat and bound him to their meaning.
"Your will is my command, Princess Oliviala Le Cruex, holder of my bonds. My hammer as their spear, my shield as their bulwark, my life before theirs."
The Outcast. Giron tossed and turned during the few short hours of sleep he managed. He maintained a strong connection with his aura the entire time, observing the two newcomers snoozing a few meters from the entrance to their burrow. Luckily, he didn't need nearly a full night's sleep to feel refreshed. Mayalin, on the other hand, slept like the dead as usual. He had tried to wake her when he discovered how high up the nobility chain their guests were, but she told him in no uncertain terms that, since it was not a life-or-death emergency, it was certainly not worth waking up for. Giron's eyes snapped open when the princess outside shifted, mumbling in her sleep on the verge of wakefulness. He stifled a yawn and stood with a stretch. By the time he ambled outside, Oliviala was already poking at the fire and prepping a piece of Mayalin's kill for breakfast.
"Good morning, Giron."
Her voice was cheerful as she sent him a little wave.
"Do I talk to her about it? No, definitely want to wait and talk to Mayalin first." "Oliviala?"
He nodded.
"Please, call me Olive. You make my name sound so formal."
She stuck out her tongue, faking a gag.
"Well, come on. You're a freaking princess. Of course your name sounds formal."
"Aren't you the one who was calling Lenton by his full title yesterday? Now you're worried about the way your first name sounds?"
"I'm hardly anything special like Master Philibri. He's saved tens of thousands of lives, won countless battles, discovered many secrets of mana and density, and guided a dozen generations through the Cruex Military Academy. The list goes on and on. He is a great man, the epitome of what it means to be an imperial citizen. Meanwhile, I have accomplished nothing. You should not compare us."
"Really? I suppose I always knew he was amazing, but that's one hell of a resume."
Happy to let the conversation die before it became awkward, Giron silently observed as Olive stoked the fire. Once it was the desired temperature, she seasoned the meat from multiple pouches of herbs and spices she had taken from her satchel. Only mildly interested and not fully comfortable in his own skin yet, Giron headed to the cleared ground he and Mayalin used for stretching and sparring. He struggled through the stances Samris had taught him. Aura and forcing pushed against his muscles, increasing the difficulty of each movement. Cameron woke up shortly after he began. The boy relieved himself, mumbled a good morning to Olive, then joined Giron. Olive flashed them both a cheerful smile.
"Breakfast will be ready shortly, Giron. I hope you're hungry."
Cameron's response was instant.
"So all it takes to get you to behave like a normal girl is a guy with glowing eyes who can one-shot beasts above his tier? Good to know."
Olive's smile turned vindictive in a flash.
"Cameron, thank you for offering to give your portion to Mayalin and Giron. How thoughtful of you."
"Hey, it was a joke, jeez. You wake up on the wrong side of the stump today?"
Cameron assumed a starting stance and moved into his first stretch.
"I don't believe anyone here appreciates your very inaccurate insinuations. You will be much better company when you learn to keep your mouth shut as your father does."
She scrunched her nose and stuck out her tongue. Cameron clutched at his heart, his face the picture-perfect image of a kicked pet.
You can't mean that, Olive. He speaks 2 sentences a season. How's that good company? Anything is better than stony, brooding silence punctuated with the occasional smack to my skull.
Olive ignored his melodramatic antics and turned to Giron.
For your ease of mind, I have always loved cooking, and this is not in any way special treatment.
Giron chuckled, their banter tugging on his heart, a reminder of the last time he had seen Naya. He noticed that Cameron's movements were slightly off. The differences were minor: a foot placed at a steeper angle, a knee bent a little less, or an arm position that forced different muscles to activate. Cameron was eyeing Giron as well.
Northern Standard, huh? I thought Phelan was in the south along the coast. Who taught you?
Samris LePhelan. Maybe he was from the north. I don't really know much about his past. Giron grunted through a particularly difficult series of one-arm handstands. Cameron mumbled the name a few times, his eyes abruptly lighting up.
Are you talking about Samris Le Furiette, the outcast son of Dagris?
Le Furiette? Why is that so familiar? Maybe that's him. Like I said, I don't know who he was before he came to be the magistrate of Phelan. Why do you call him an outcast?
Ugh! Are you being dense on purpose? And obviously, because he was cast out of Furiette. You know, the northern metropole, the last bastion of man, the frigid wall of the north. So you're nothing more than a country bumpkin after all.
Olive shot Cameron a dirty look that both boys ignored.
Le Furiette. Wait, what?
Le Furiette, as in Emperor Dagris Le Furiette, the Demon King? Samris is the son of an emperor? Giron fell out of his stance and lost control of his voice.
Oh, now you're talking fast. Trying to figure out your tier is so frustrating. I told you he wasn't tier 4. Are you some kind of skipper?
What, you think I tiered up without maxing out my attributes? Giron's head was still spinning from the revelation regarding Samris, his response to Cameron a disinterested mumble.
Cameron, leave him alone. Giron can keep whatever secrets he wants. Breakfast is ready.
Giron looked between the two of them with his mouth hanging open.
Of course they don't think Samris being the son of an emperor is a big deal. She's literally the daughter of one. Why would they be shocked? An outcast, though? Must be because of his unique ability. I can imagine people being scared of him enough to force him into exile. Wait, what if one of their parents is the one who's been turning off the nodes? Ah, this is so frustrating. Mayalin, wake your ass up!
As if summoned by his thought, or more likely the call to breakfast, Mayalin sat up groggily with a deep inhalation through her nose that caused a blissful smile to grace her lips.
Finally!
Giron was bouncing on his heels as he waited for her to exit their burrow. When she did, he scooped her up in his aura and leaped into the air.
Giron, let me down this instant. I need to pee.
Sorry. He set her down out of sight and gave her some privacy, while he kept his aura on the cousins back in the camp.
Oh, good, they left. More breakfast for me.
Cameron's voice oozed delight as he reached for another helping.
I will kill you.
Olive pitched her voice low in her best imitation of Giron, which caused them both to pause before they erupted in laughter. When Mayalin finished, she stomped her way back to find Giron's face blazing with embarrassment.
What is wrong with you this morning? She huffed.
Giron wasted no time scooping her up again and putting a little more distance between them and the camp. He filled her in on everything he had seen the previous night, ending with Olive's noble status.
Other than her being unreasonably reckless, I do not see the problem. They have an honest desire to be our allies. Why does it matter who their parents are?
She's a princess,
Giron hissed. Mayalin blinked at him slowly, anger at her delayed breakfast beginning to form into a scowl.
As in the daughter of one of the emperors who may have turned off the nodes.
Jiran patted the air to ebb her cascading frustration.
Oh, that is why you are making such a big deal of this. I did not realize what princess meant. Since you always call me that, I thought it meant something different.
Maylin took a deep breath before sitting back, trusting Jiran's aura would conform to support her.
They have not lied to us once that I can tell. And if they have nefarious plans, why would she force her cousin to swear to protect us? If her father is the one shutting off the nodes, then it is likely she does not know. Would this not be an excellent chance to learn more about our potential enemies?
Oh, of course! You're an absolute genius, you know that, May?
Jiran's smile was infectious, and soon her anger was forgotten as she preened beneath his praise.
Feel free to wake me up with those words more often. Is there anything else? I would very much like to find out what our own personal princess has prepared for breakfast. It smells divine.
She pretended to wipe drool from the corner of her mouth. Jiran chuckled and lifted them back toward camp.
What are the chances I would meet 2 of them?
2 children of the emperors? Well, did you not say they were at least 1,000 years old? They likely have hundreds of children, if not more. Perhaps you have met others without knowing it.
I honestly have no idea. That's not something I've ever heard anyone talk about. But why would a village at the edge of the empire care about princesses and princes?
The second they landed, Maylin zipped across the camp and snatched the largest portion of meat, then happily sat on their log. She took a huge bite and her eyes rolled back, while her feet drummed the ground.
This is so good,
she moaned around the mouthful of meat, her reaction bringing a smile to Olive's face.
Good morning, Maylin. I'll assume that was praise. You are quite welcome.
Jiran translated for them as they exchanged pleasantries, which gave him little time to appreciate his own delicious breakfast. He never minded the taste of plain cooked meat, considering density had a way of making higher-tier food so delectable. But there was certainly something to be said for adding a little spice. Between translations, he found a chance to ask his own question.
Do you know how many kids Emperor Dagris Le Furiette has? You're thinking about Samris again? I'm pretty sure he's the 423rd son of Emperor Dagris, Cameron supplied. 400?
He shot a look at Maylin, who shrugged, tearing into her next helping.
It is a shame he has so few sons. Those I met were quite handsome.
Olive joined the conversation with a wistful sigh.
So few? Maylin was spot on. Maybe that's why these 2 managed to get this close to the Outlands unguarded. When you have so many kids, how could you possibly keep tabs on all of them? Ugh, when did I start getting paranoid about everyone again? Probably because of the Amra's betrayal. Can't wait to meet him again. My attributes have more than doubled since last time. I'm so going to kick his ass.
Are you going to talk to them about it?
Maylin asked, while contentedly patting her belly.
I wasn't planning on it.
What did she say?
Olive questioned.
We're planning to hunt again before we leave. You 2 are welcome to join us.
Jiran dodged the question, simultaneously extending an offer he hoped would continue to build trust between them.
Yes!
Cameron's fist pumped the air as he leaped to his feet.
We would be overjoyed to join you. Prior to that, I need to use my technique.
She must be talking about the acclamation she mentioned. This should be interesting.
Olive kneeled on the ground and crossed her arms, whispering far too quietly for their ears to pick up. Jiran's aura heard her loud and clear.
Show me the path that leads to victory for the Empire.
A moment later, her piercing blue eyes snapped open, and she looked right at him, brimming with conviction and something else that sent goosebumps creeping up his arms. When she then closed her eyes and offered a prayer to the voice, Jiran remembered where he had seen that look.
That's the same look Mom always had when she would go on and on about the wonders and majesty of the voice. Zealotry. Gross. It's usually considered rude to pry into people's techniques. Do I even want to know?
Olive rose to her feet and nodded to Jiran.
Thank you for your patience. I am ready now.
What did your technique do?
Jiran grimaced, dreading the answer and surprised with himself for asking in the first place.
Nothing important.
She shot him a wink as she checked the straps on her hilt.
Whatever, it's fine. I don't need to know. A little more trust, a little less paranoia. I can do this.
Cameron and Mei Lin were both ready as well, so Jiran doused their fire and lifted them into the air toward the Outlands.
Not going to lock us up in your fluffy prison this time?
Cameron's joke was swiftly followed by a kick from Olive's metal boot, which appeared to have no effect on the durable boy's unwavering smile.
I can if you want.
Jiran matched his smirk. Mei Lin motioned to him, and he brought her a little closer.
Can you recharge me?
The exuberant, needy gleam in her eyes let him know she yearned for the feeling of being topped off, and not that she was actually low on lightning enhancement.
I was thinking we should try out fire or ice this morning. What do you think?
Lightning is the superior element,
Mei Lin responded instantly, then followed up begrudgingly.
However, it would be rational to experiment with the others. Very well then, I accept your proposal.
She tried to sound serious, but it was ruined when she broke into giggles.
Ha! Knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Enjoy your lightning in the first fight, and then we'll switch to whatever element looks appropriate when we find the next beast.
She nodded repeatedly, her hair bouncing wildly as her body vibrated with irrepressible excitement.
She's really into this. I guess the signs were there all along that she would turn out to be a battle junkie. Not gonna lie, watching her fight, covered in blood and slinging around magic with that crazy grin, so hot.
Mei Lin had been watching the horizon. When Jiran's heart rate spiked, her gaze jerked in his direction and her pupils elongated as her breathing hitched. Cameron chose that moment to nose in on their earlier conversation.
What are you two talking about? Switching elements sounds like a battle strategy. Something I should be aware of before I risk my neck protecting her?
Jiran was wholly unable to look away from Mei Lin's eyes as he responded to Cameron.
I don't think you need to worry about protecting her this time. You'll be lucky if you even get a chance to attack. Oh yeah? Want to take a wager on it? What are the stakes?
Cameron wore a triumphant grin as though he'd already won.
Yes! If I win, you have to tell me what tier you are. Question for a question, then. If Mei Lin kills the beast before you get in a solid hit, it's our win. Any question I want.
Piercing together the conversation, Mei Lin gave Jiran a thumbs up, her wicked grin more than a match for his.
Deal! Ha! You're too easy,
Cameron gloated. Olive shook her head with a sigh.
Cameron, you're so hopeless. Did you already forget how quick she is? He never said it had to be a Tier 4 either. He could pit you two against the weakest creature in the Outlands, and she would kill it long before you had a chance to strike.
Cameron's jaw dropped, and he turned wide, pleading eyes on Jiran, who shook his head with a chuckle.
She doesn't need to cheat. You'll see.
Their journey was a short one as they quickly spotted a massive column of dust on the horizon. They arrived to find over 24 beasts tearing each other apart, more joining every minute, drawn by the pitched fighting and the smell of fresh blood.
A frenzy? This is perfect!
Their wager was already forgotten as Cameron swallowed in anticipation of gaining enough EXP to ascend. Giron added Olive and Cameron to his party again and glanced at their information boxes, unsurprised to see Olive's mana even lower than yesterday. Oliviala Lecruex, Tier 4, 1,280 of 1,280, 1%.
So her revelation technique also drains all her mana. This girl is seriously way too reckless. I thought I was bad, but she's on a whole other level. On a totally separate note, Samris was right. Being able to instantly convert density to mana allows me to practice way more than others. Wait a second. Why don't Olive and Cameron know how to do that? Lenton overheard me teaching Naya. That's why he made us leave Phelan to begin with. I would think he would have told the emperors at least, and they, in turn, should have taught their children. Right? Sure, the voicers would throw a fit, but it's the emperor's children, for father's sake. What's the church going to do? Kill them? Yeah, right. Something strange is going on here, if even the emperor's children don't know. I guess I found out what my question to Cameron is going to be, which means we can't afford to lose.
Giron's hand landed on Mayolin's shoulder, and true origin of lightning flowed into her until she was fully charged. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. His breath tickled her skin, causing the hair on her neck to stand on end.
Don't hold back.
Shiva's Descent. Mayolin Alohi.
Boil more veruta gusor,
Olive shouted from somewhere behind Mayolin. Cameron was standing at Mayolin's side, already banging his gold-inlaid hammer and shield together. Giron stood behind her, his smooth, rumbling yips and growls vibrating through her chest as he translated the imperial tongue. On the count of 3. She still didn't understand how both she and the royal cousins could understand him at the same time. She assumed the translator was affecting what everyone heard rather than Giron's spoken words. That realization only made her cringe when she considered that his ability was somehow burrowing into her mind to affect her. Olive clapped and Mayolin cast aside her unimportant thoughts, crouching down in preparation to sprint. She released her emotions to pour through her body. Olive clapped again, and those same feelings became a swirling vortex that coiled around her core, seeping into the center of her being to gently pull at the power within. As rushing mana and blood responded to the call of action, her toes curled into the dirt. When Olive's hands came together for the 3rd time, Mayolin's thoughts and mana fully connected with the lightning dancing through her muscles. She released the constraints on that power, and her body arced forward as if she became the very lightning within her. This was not any ordinary lightning from the hollow sky. It was Giron's lightning, and it was power incarnate. She was power incarnate. Her legs pumped explosively, and the world stretched around her. Her focus remained solely on the prey. Their forms swelled as she drew near. Only an instant passed until the first was within reach. Her harsh lesson from the day before was at the forefront of her mind. The desire to leap upon her prey and bury her fangs in its throat was restrained. She bared her teeth in a snarl as she ran up its leg and torso. Her claws yearned to taste flesh, stretching painfully to be free from their sheaths, as her fingers clamped together, forming a knife's edge. Before Cameron had taken his 5th step, Mayolin's arm sank to the elbow into the beast's ear. She released the power Giron had lent her. Not all of it, but more than enough. It seeped out of her muscles and blood, then raced through her skin and into the beast. Moisture within its brain evaporated and expanded. Lacking space for the expansion, gore geysered out of its eye sockets and ears, soaking her clothes in exquisite brown filth that called to the predator within her. She screamed, releasing her pent-up fury at the alphas who destroyed her home. Behind her, the claws of another beast sailed through the air toward her neck, each finger the size of her leg. Gravity's pull would be too slow to dodge its grasp, so she lifted her legs, tucking into a ball while tilting to the side. Rotation brought her boots around to touch the emptying skull, and a burst of coiled power slammed her heels into it, launching her to the ground right before powerful claws sailed through where she had been. EXP +1. Enhancing. Lightning, 31% reserved.
That was cathartic. I should focus, or I will run out of lightning and need to go begging for more. It feels so good when he tops me off, though.
She already knew the smile he would give her if she came back for more. The same smile he was likely wearing right now while he watched her. The image sent a pulse of affection through her stomach that she savored even as she zipped around the next clumsy beast's swipe.
No, stupid Mei. He is going to be gone to the arena soon, and I need to learn to restrain myself, starting now. No matter what, I shall come out of this with more than 20%. Anything less would be a failure.
As the beast's arm passed her by, she stepped forward and sank her claws into rubbery flesh. She was lifted into the air, her every move feather-light and soaked with strength that surprised her still. She watched it all happen in slow motion, her senses enhanced far beyond the norm as the lightning connected her brain and eyes in ways she couldn't understand, regardless of how many times Jiran explained it. She scampered up the back of its paw. The beast protested against the hitchhiking rodent with a roar that was silenced a moment later, as its throat was opened with a single swipe. Mayalin leaped off its shoulder toward the next beast in the frenzy, whatever that was, leaving behind a blue trail of crackling electricity. Jiran of Phelan.
Good to know I don't need to worry about her when I go to the arena. If Cameron doesn't hurry, he won't get any EXP at all.
Jiran carefully observed the throng of beasts as they continued to tear into each other with wild abandon. He saw a problem and contemplated jumping in to help. The creaking of leather from Olive's gauntleted fist reminded him he had a perfectly good source of information to bounce his thoughts off of.
Her lightning won't be able to hurt those ones there. He pointed to a group of 3 in the back that were working together to produce arcs of lightning from the gathering clouds, and then launching them into the frenzy to great effect. Olive traced the indicated direction while Identify filled him in on their characteristics. Voltaic Scavenger, Tier 4, 1092 of 1120. Quick and durable, though lacking in reliable offense. This beast relies heavily on charging its lightning-infused core to ward off more powerful foes. Think I should help or wait for her to figure it out herself?
Why are you asking me?
Olive tilted her head, her tone light and curious, though she never took her eyes from the beasts rampaging a mere 100 meters away. Pretty sure you've been in more fights than me. Anyway, I'm not sure if interfering before she needs my help would be disrespectful.
More fights than you? I don't see how that's possible, though I will answer as best I can. You're concerned that helping would wound her pride? If it were me out there, I would certainly be annoyed if you stuck your nose in before it was warranted. That's me, though. I've seen enough combat to develop a small sense of pride in my abilities.
Jiran waited for her to continue. When she didn't, he realized he had enough information already.
This is Mayalin's second fight. She hasn't been doing it long enough to develop any pride, so she shouldn't mind if I hop in and help. Thanks.
Jiran picked Olive up and brought them both closer to the frenzy. The scent of blood was so thick he nearly gagged before he pushed it out of his mana body with a thought. Maylin was dashing from beast to beast along the outside of the pack. Each swing of her arms tore away chunks of flesh, leaving behind grisly wounds that hissed and smoked, if not outright killed. Cameron was doing his best to follow behind her, while taking pot shots and protecting them both with his shield and techniques. "Do you want to join in on the fun before I trim their numbers a bit? Not sure how much EXP you have left in your tier."
Honestly, what good would me striking them do if you're only going to... unless you're the same tier as us?
She shook her head in disbelief, for the first time looking away from the beasts to meet his eyes, only to drop her gaze a moment later.
I don't have enough mana. I would get in the way, and only end up distracting Cameron and Maylin.
She's already put a lot of trust in me and the people. Would it really hurt to extend a little their way? For the sake of performing an experiment, of course.
I can probably do something about that, if you think you can trust me enough to try a technique out in a way I've never used. It might...
I trust you,
she spoke quickly, taking a step toward him while her bright blue eyes shone with conviction. Okay, then. Jiran held out his hand with his palm up, and she immediately grabbed it. A thread of coating slithered through her skin, causing her to flinch. She maintained eye contact as her jaw muscles clenched. The thread traveled up her arm, into her chest, causing her to grind her teeth together as her nostrils flared. He found her mana pool and pierced its protective membrane with ease. She groaned at the unfamiliar intrusion, still refusing to look away.
Mana siphon.
Jiran used the skill in reverse, trickling a stream of his mana along the line of coating. It flowed into her mana pool and rested within like ink on the surface of water. She gasped, and her other hand came up to clutch at the armor covering her chest. Wrinkles etched across her face, the pain and invasive feelings contorting her features.
Crap! It's not mixing with her mana. She needs to claim it, but she has no idea how. Or I need to release it.
Jiran willed the mana to be free. He cut it off from his existence, no longer desiring it to be his. The moment he did, it sank deeper into her mana pool and vanished. He glanced at his interface to see her mana had risen by 2%. When he looked back, her face was relaxed and she released the breath she was holding. Now that he knew it was possible, he proceeded to funnel 40% of his mana into her. She gasped as the trickle renewed. Thought now turned into a flood. Her eyes widened as far as they could, and her mouth opened and closed several times, unable to form words. If not for his hand holding her, she would have collapsed to her knees. For whatever reason, her cheeks were blazing crimson, and she refused to meet his eyes again. Shrugging, Jiran blinked to check the obnoxiously flashing notification in his status. Technique evolution triggered. Mana siphon. Now, mana transference. Mana transference, +8.
Nice. Haven't seen that happen for a bit. It's not even a terrible name. Good job, me.
Awesome, it worked. Jiran released her hand and lowered them both to the ground. She released a little squeak as she fell. By the time her boots hit the ground, her sword was drawn and she was rushing after Cameron and Maylin, shouting commands at her cousin. Jiran was already taking a step forward to join them and translate when Maylin proved her intelligence and quick thinking. She immediately seemed to grasp Olive's intent and fell into formation. Together, they moved in a tight group, tagging each beast one at a time while protecting each other.
I know Maylin can't understand Olive, but she's picking up on what she wants in the middle of fighting 24 beasts above her tier. To even have the mindfulness to accept someone else's guidance in that stressful situation is incredible. Doing it while not understanding a word they're saying, May, you're amazing. They used Mayolin's speed as a distraction, while Cameron blocked any follow-up blows and covered for her few mistakes. Only twice, Giron had to use his aura to bat away attacks that looked like they might get through their combined defenses. Within 10 minutes, they were done hitting every single enemy, and Olive commanded the retreat. Giron couldn't help but be impressed with the three of them. Not only did they finish quickly, they did so with almost no mana expenditure, despite being severely outnumbered.
Just because the Empire lacks in knowledge doesn't mean they don't have an amazing grasp of group tactics. There's no way I could have directed us that well. I'll have to ask how she did that. It was like she could tell what the beasts were going to do in advance.
When they were clear of the frenzy, Giron landed beside them. The beasts were still rampaging against one another, their numbers having dwindled to 20.
Is this a common thing? I've never heard of beasts acting this way. You called it a frenzy, right?
Giron blocked the tremendous racket from the beasts thrashing so they could hear him without having to yell. Olive responded breathlessly, her body shaking with adrenaline.
Each of them is at the bottleneck of Tier 4. They are seeking the final push. They are drawn together, waiting in peace for days, sometimes weeks, until enough of them arrive. The moment the final one is present, they begin fighting. They will not stop until a victor emerges and ascends.
So this is their version of earning EXP?
Giron asked, to which Olive nodded.
That's eerily similar to the Challenger Arena. If one of the beasts in the arena were to kill me, would it earn the right to ascend?
He shook the morbid thought free and motioned Mayolin to his side. She hopped to him, the white teeth behind her beaming smile the only blood-free part of her.
You did great! Huge improvements from yesterday!
She preened, turning side to side cutely before he continued.
Now go ahead and purge what's left of your lightning. It's time to try something new.
Her smile vanished in a heartbeat. She turned away from him and punched the air. A tiny spark extended, and then sputtered out halfway between her hand and the ground. She refused to turn back toward him, her posture emanating a sense of defeat.
Is she feeling guilty about something? She was so cool, though. Well, if anything will cheer her up, it's what I've got planned next.
We're going to use ice this time.
He leaned in to whisper in her ear as he blocked the sound directly around them so the cousins wouldn't hear.
Picture those little molecules we talked about, coming to a stop. All heat, and therefore all cold, is merely the rate at which molecules vibrate and transfer energy. The faster they move, the hotter they become. The slower, the colder. There is not a creature alive that could survive all of its molecules coming to a complete stop.
Mayolin nodded and closed her eyes, focusing on his words as she formed the image in her mind. When she gave him a thumbs up, he lifted the four of them above the frenzy and placed his hand on her shoulder. 4% of his mana was converted into true origin of ice before flowing into her. Her breathing stopped as her skin turned blue and then white as a porcelain goddess. The moisture in the air around her solidified and cracked as her mouth opened in a silent scream. A single tear fell down her cheek, only to shatter into dust that scattered the pale morning light into a rainbow of colors.
Release it! Don't hold it in!
She screamed for real. It was a hollow sound that froze the gases in the air as it rippled away from them. Giron covered his aura in a thick membrane and used it to guide Mayolin's enhanced ice as if it were Madra's mana. He didn't stop, continuing to pump more of his shaping through her, which she enhanced and then released. After only 15% of his mana had been filtered through her, his aura could handle no more. He held the massive ball of ice they had created above the battlefield. It hung in the air like a resplendent floating jewel. He withdrew his aura, and the magic succumbed to gravity's embrace, dropping into the throng of struggling monsters. Silence descended as the coiled, frigid mist impacted the ground and roiled outward in a wave that instantly froze everything it touched. Minus 80,482. Giron's jaw dropped as the damage numbers populated across his interface, popping up near each and every beast's head. The frozen statues that used to be monsters were not content to remain as they were. At first, a single limb, then, like an entire field of flowers swept into a powerful gust of wind, the beasts shattered into diamond dust and vanished. Two more waves of equally ridiculous numbers flooded his vision as they dispersed. Minus 80,482. Minus 80,482.
Okay, those were only Tier 4, but I'm certain that would have killed them all if they were Tier 5, even with double the defense and concentration. Usually it takes me around 4% of my mana to kill a Tier 5, and we did enough damage to easily kill 60 of them with only 15%. That's nearly 17 times more efficient. Maybe Olive is onto something in placing so much importance on the people. If the Empire worked together with them, we could massively boost the power of our strongest fighters. The Greymen wouldn't know what hit them.
Maya Lin's sniffle roused him from his awestruck state.
Beautiful,
she whispered, and he could only agree. A boyish shout disrupted their moment of wonder.
Woohoo! I finally maxed my EXP! Tier 5, here we come, baby!
Cameron's outburst caused Giron to look over his shoulder with narrowed eyes.
What? Can you blame me for being excited? Yeah, your attack was great. Good job, get over it already.
Olive cuffed him.
You're being rude. They have never seen our parents spar as we have. They should be proud of their teamwork. It's far more than we could do. Besides, Maya Lin is only Tier 3, remember?
Cameron froze stiff, his spine going ramrod straight.
Wait a second. You helped, and I got EXP. That means you're not a higher tier than me? How? What? No. But, I lost the damn bet, too. You know what? I don't care. Today is a great day. You mind if I borrow that little burrow of yours so I can tear up?
Cameron gave Giron major puppy dog eyes.
Ew, turn those things somewhere else. I don't care what you do, but stop looking at me like that.
Cameron threw his head back and laughed, while Giron carried them away from the area, devoid of a single remaining morsel of meat. As they flew, he contemplated his experiment that led to mana transference. He couldn't get the picture of Olive's face from his mind. The naked honesty she had worn when declaring her trust left a deep impression. A sigh escaped him as his thoughts raced.
Is there even a point in keeping it to myself, beyond Lenton's ramblings? Don't I want to see the Empire flourish? How many have died to the Greymen when we could be so much stronger? Well, I won't be telling them anything science-related that might get them vanished if they shared it. But as far as claiming density goes, it's well past time the Empire equips itself with a superior method. And who better to spread it than a princess? First, Maya Lin earned me a question, and I have to know before I proceed with teaching them.
Giron's tone was hard, shaking Cameron from his blabbering about tearing.
You lost the bet. Time to answer up. I'm pretty sure Lenton would have passed along the information. So tell me, why haven't your parents taught you how to claim density?
Claim it, mash it, stick it in a stew. Olive and Cameron wore matching looks of puzzlement, chewing on his words. Olive responding first.
If you know who our parents are, then you know who we are? Why did you pretend otherwise when we first met?
Until your conversation last night, I didn't know who you were. You
Giron pointed at Cameron. I still don't know who you are, but I'm assuming your father is related to Emperor Dominus somehow. Cameron nodded, but didn't elaborate. He then relaxed into Giron's aura, his eyes closing contentedly. Either of you going to answer my question? Giron made impatient circles in the air with his finger.
I've never heard of claiming density. What does that mean?
Olive asked. Well, that's my own phrase for it. Maybe you would call it something else. It means to convert density into mana instantly, rather than wait for it to happen naturally. What? That's possible? How? Cameron butted in, his lack of interest vanishing instantly. Olive held up her hand.
You're saying Lenton would have known how to do this when he first reported your disappearance? That was nearly a year ago. This doesn't make any sense.
Her features contorted and she shook her head, sending her golden hair bouncing side to side. Giron shrugged, lifting his hands. That's what I'm confused about, too. By now, the information should have spread to every corner of the Empire, but it hasn't. I can understand why it might have been slow and even caused some unrest, but to not have spread at all? Cameron opened his mouth to talk, but once more Olive cut him off, this time giving him a sharp look that immediately curbed his enthusiasm.
Is this claiming something anyone can do? Are there any downsides or dangers? Perhaps they believed it was harmful in some way.
I've never experienced any downsides, and I've been doing it since my tearing day. Hold on, beast. Giron saw a prowling devourer rolling across the outlands in the distance, and changed their angle to intercept the rapidly moving monster.
There must be some reason. You truly cannot think of why the information would have been kept a secret for so long?
Olive squinted one eye at him suspiciously. Well, sure I can. The church would have raised a huge fuss about it, since the method directly contradicts their beliefs. I would think the emperors would be able to smooth that over with the populace, though.
What? How can a method to turn density to mana contradict the voice? If what you say is true, that could certainly be why they chose not to spread the method. And there are things about the Church of the Voice that are not widely known.
Really? Enough of a reason to keep the citizens of the Empire from becoming significantly stronger in a short amount of time? It's not exactly a difficult method to learn. I didn't think the Church's sway was that strong.
Again, it depends on the nature of claiming density. Are you going to tell us?
I planned on it, yeah. The method needs to spread eventually for the sake of everyone living in the Empire. Giron's eyes flickered to Maylin before returning to the cousins. And getting you two to do it will save me a lot of hassle. When Maylin noticed his glance, she pouted and pulled on her blood-soaked frozen clothes. Giron nodded, true origin of water dousing her with warmth and managing to clean off less than half the filth. Apparently satisfied, she yawned and leaned against his aura, basking in the warm sun's light that was rapidly drying her. She's adjusting to combat faster than I did. Though, if this keeps up, people might get the impression she enjoys being soaked in blood. Wait, does she? Olive and Cameron nodded at one another, and then plopped down to sit cross-legged on Giron's aura. He held up a finger while looking into the distance. Let me deal with this real quick, then I'll show you. His channel lit up a pale blue before a lance of ice speared through the Tier 5 beast far below them. The lance grew in size, ice expanding until the corpse split apart from the inside, showering the ground with refracting crystals. Giron paused, surprised his attack had not only killed the creature, but completely destroyed its body. His ruminations were cut short as a ball of red density zipped its way up and wormed into his chest. He blinked, checking his status.
That single point of concentration is no joke. That was way stronger than yesterday, for the same mana cost. Only 17 more Tier 5s to go. 5 more today, 6 tomorrow, 6 the next day. That's not a lot of time to get things sorted out with these 3 and the people.
Jiran turned back to find the royals looking up at him, their eyes brimming with greed. Cameron swallowed audibly, his toes squirming in his boots while Olive licked her lips. He snorted a laugh. It's a fairly simple method. All you need to do is connect with the density in your stomach or lungs through an emotional bridge, then claim it. Emotional bridge? Cameron's brow furrowed. Save your questions until the end, or this is going to take forever. Jiran's voice was firm as he continued his explanation. The mind link when you activate a skill is your brain being forced to create a tiny bit of fake emotions. Those emotions move through your body to your mana pool and link with it, which allows the mana to be controlled. Go ahead and use your molding as normal with that mental image. After a moment of focus, both of their eyes flew wide, and Cameron shouted so loudly that Maya Lin covered her ears with a hiss. I gained 4 levels in molding. All of my other techniques increased in level 2. He then laughed maniacally, pumping his fists. Guess a combat junkie like him would be pretty happy about a huge boost to the power of his skills. Come on, man, keep it together. We have a lot more to cover.
I only gained 1? Why is there such a large difference?
Olive wore a confused frown, though Jiran noticed that she was refusing to meet his gaze. No clue. What did you picture? He asked suspiciously.
That the great power of the mind link is pure emotion.
She spoke slowly, her head tilting down as she bashfully met his gaze through her eyelashes. That's not even close to what I said.
I do not wish to blaspheme against the mind link by thinking of it as fake,
she shouted, her fists clenched in her lap.
Jiran?
Maya Lin whined his name, her hands covering her ears. He swaddled her in a layer of soundproof aura and watched as she sighed contentedly, laying down and stretching languidly and then curling into a fetal position. She must be tired after running all that mana through her. Good to know there are some side effects to that. I guess if there wasn't, it would be way too OP. We'll have to do more testing later. Turning back to the cousins, Jiran wasn't surprised to see Cameron with his eyes closed as he continued to push his new understanding of the mind link. Meanwhile, Olive was giving him a scathing glare that he thought suited her better than the demure mask she had been wearing all morning. Hearing her pray several times in the short time they had known each other, he knew this was going to be hard for her. Well, it's fake and it isn't fake. The chemicals are coming from your brain, so they are certainly real in the sense that they exist, but they aren't created due to a typical physical or mental stimulation, so I definitely consider the mind link to be an artificial process.
I can see why the emperors would be hesitant to spread this information. This alone would cause outrage, and something tells me there is worse than what you have so far revealed.
Yeah, it definitely gets worse, Jiran chuckled with a nod.
So there is more? How can it possibly be worse than insinuating that the mind link is artificial? Our skills and techniques are at the foundation of our existence. Calling any part of them fake is an insult to our very nature and way of life.
Jiran raised his hands defensively. Do you want to hear the rest or not? I can show Cameron and you can forget about this whole thing. Aren't you the girl who walked into the Outlands on a hunch that there might be a way to help the Empire? How are you balking now when a method to do just that is right before you? Olive's jaw clenched and her nostrils flared as she took several calming breaths. When she was ready, She met his eyes with a firm nod.
You are correct. This is the path that I was set upon. I will overcome it.
Good. Ready for the next step, Cameron? The boy's eyes flew open and he gave Jiran a feral grin. Okay. Next, you need to activate molding without the aid of the skill. Purposefully create or harness your own emotions and allow them to spread through your body. When you feel them reaching your mana pool, connect your thoughts to your mana through those emotions, and then will your mana to move. Basically, sidestep the hand-holding of the skill system and do the whole process manually. Go ahead, I'll wait.
What emotion should I use?
Cameron asked eagerly. Jiran imagined that if he had a tail, it would be wagging. It doesn't matter, though each emotion has an optimal strength. If you're too sad, happy, etc., it becomes a lot harder to get the mana to behave. The only solution I know is practice. Remember, this entire process is entirely different from using the skill. Try to forget everything you know about how molding functions and feels. Over the next hour, Jiran killed 2 more Tier 5s as he waited for them to connect with their mana. Suddenly, Cameron leaped to his feet with a peal of maniacal laughter. He paced back and forth while running his hands through his hair.
I did it! My molding increased 10 more levels! How is this possible? Why would they not tell everyone? We have to do something about this. We have to go north right now!
Cameron lunged at Jiran and shook his shoulders, yelling in his face.
The generals have to be told! We could stop the Grey Men in their tracks if everyone knew!
I don't disagree, but I've got other things to do right now and I have to prioritize, like making sure the people are safe, and then I need to help my cousin. Jiran's words caused Cameron to deflate, and the boy sank to his knees.
No! How can that be more important? They have to know, don't you see, how many lives this will save?
Jiran scoffed. Are you forgetting that Lenton's known about this for a year? Why don't the generals already know? Why is this falling on us? Come on, Cameron. We're a group of kids. This shouldn't be our problem at all.
You don't understand. I need to help. I've been forced away from the front lines for so long. Every time I think I'm able to make a difference, I only get further away, and it's happening again. I'll be able to ascend tomorrow, and with this method, I could do something. Instead, I'm going to be stuck here, doing whatever you two decide, waiting again.
Jiran wasn't sure what to say as Cameron sat back and closed his eyes once more, easing into deep, calming breaths. Apparently, he was content with uncomfortable silence after his lapse in self-control, so Jiran let him have it. 2 hours later, he found and finished his 6th beast for the day. Then he located a new campsite on the other end of the Outlands. Olive never budged from her meditative state, so Jiran set her down in the grass and they left her alone. Mayalin prepared a fire pit and roasted some lunch, while Jiran cleared out the lower-tier beasts in the area. They stepped quietly around the meditating Olive. A bloated silence weighed heavily around her, so thick that even Mayalin's usual exuberance was stifled. Jiran pulled her aside to review what they learned about their combination attack. She asked for more lightning, which he supplied. With the familiar element zipping through her, she quickly rediscovered her usual smiles and good cheer. Jiran borrowed a notebook from Cameron, and then sat in the grass with Mayalin, comparing the alphabets of their languages and working out the first steps of communication between the Empire and the people. 4 hours later, Olive gasped and her eyes flew open.
It actually worked! I don't believe it, she whispered.
And that is why you failed. Jiran tried to sound mysterious and wise. When she frowned at him, he coughed into his hand. You want to take a break?
There's a little lunch left. He nodded toward the fire pit. She sniffed and then scrunched her nose at the bland, unseasoned meat. Jiran tried one more time to break through her stuffy facade. Oh, come on. We're out here in the wild. No need to act so spoiled, princess. Maya Lin's head whipped around and she growled. Jiran instantly realized his mistake and raised his hands defensively. Hey, that's what she is. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't look at me like that. There's a difference when I call you the... never mind. You're right. I promise I won't call her princess anymore. When Jiran gave up with a grumble, Maya Lin smiled sweetly before going back to scribbling in the notebook. Attracted by the commotion, Cameron came trotting over and plopped onto the ground next to Olive. Fathers know it's past time I learned something faster than you. Today is pretty great, huh, cuz? Cameron elbowed her in the side, which earned him a huff and an eye roll. Since Olive didn't seem keen on quitting now, Jiran rubbed his hands together hesitantly. All right, let's get this over with. This last part is the worst. Are you absolutely sure you want to know? If you thought the mind link's emotions being fake was bad, well, that was like a 1 on the bad scale, and what I'm about to tell you is a 500. Cameron whistled, and Olive's upper lip curled while she looked down at the dirt. A short contemplation later, she nodded with clenched fists. Don't say I didn't warn you. The manual emotional bridge, or true mind link, can also connect with the density you consume and instantly convert it to mana, so long as you do it before that density becomes growth, obviously. The process is incredibly quick once you're used to it. None of this sounds bad. Why the big build-up? Were you messing with us? Jiran shook his head at Cameron's question. To connect with that density and claim it, you have to be convinced that density is unnatural, that it's foreign to the body. Neither responded right away as they chewed on his words. Cameron threw his head back and laughed at the afternoon sky. When he noticed Jiran not laughing with him, he stopped as quickly as he started. Wait, you're serious? But that's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. The mind link creating fake emotions is one thing, but to say density itself is...
This is a violation of everything I know to be real. My faith, all faith, is based on one simple truth. Density is life. Mana is life. This cannot be true. I need a minute to myself.
Olive shook her head as she stood, walking away briskly. The whites of Cameron's eyes were visible all the way around his pupil as he watched her go. Uh-oh. I've only ever seen her like that a couple of times. This could get bad. That certainly wasn't the response I was expecting. Jiran watched Olive's back as she retreated to a nearby tree. She leaned against its hard bark, facing away from the group. I'm not sure what you expected after trying to tell her that density is unnatural. That's about as ridiculous as it gets. You might as well have told her that Madra is flat. Cameron whistled and rocked slowly back and forth with his hands on his knees. I'm honestly more surprised you think it's not flat. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. Jiran shrugged and sat in front of Cameron. So, can you explain this any better? Because I seriously can't wrap my head around it. Cameron shook his head slowly. Sure. See that tree? Would it still be a tree if you sucked all the density out of it? Cameron tilted his head, squinting at the tree as though it were attempting to play a prank on him. Maybe. It might crumble to dust for all I know. I've never even thought about something not having any density in it. Well, I can promise you it won't crumble. Neither would you. Density makes you heavy and reinforces every aspect of your body while giving you amazing powers, but you wouldn't die without it. You wouldn't have a system either, or skills or attributes. You would still be a human, just less of one."
Cameron's nose crinkled and his head shook harder with every word.
"That sounds awful." "I couldn't agree more."
Cameron spoke again, carefully considering his words.
"You seriously believe that everything could exist without density?"
"The levels you'll gain when you realize what I'm saying is the truth are all the proof you need. When you connect with the foreign substance that is density in your stomach, you'll be able to turn it into mana instantly. Any further proof is irrelevant next to those realities."
Olive's hand smacked into the tree behind her hard enough to elicit a groan from the wood. The two boys glanced in her direction, both seeing the tears streaming down her face. With a brief hesitation, Cameron sighed.
"All right, I'll give it a try."
He sucked in a huge breath, the power of his diaphragm causing his armor to creak.
"Hold up. It's a lot easier to learn if your mana pool is empty. Then, every wisp of density that enters your lungs as you breathe will really stand out."
Giron hopped to his feet and circled around Cameron, placing a hand on his neck.
"Mana transference."
"Seventh layer of the Inferno! Warn a guy before you do that! How is that even a technique? What did you do?"
"I did warn you. Now come on. I don't want to stand here all night waiting for you to figure this out."
Right,
Cameron grumped, closing his eyes. 30 minutes later, he sighed and fell onto his back while looking at the clear skies above.
"Empress Mesile's tits. It's true. It's all true. Yeah, I know why this information wasn't spread now. Paolo and Loro would snap. This would destroy the Empire for sure. Who needs the Greymen to wipe us out when we would do it ourselves?"
Giron's brows rose at the crude curse, then climbed even higher at Cameron's confirmation of Lenton's fears. Whatever those fears were, it was long past time that he knew the truth. He returned Cameron's borrowed mana, and before he could ask, Cameron elucidated.
"Palola le sanctum, and Lorodoran le sanctum."
Giron nodded.
"The emperors who oversee the church, yeah. What do you mean they would snap? As in..."
"Yes, exactly. They would go wild. It's not public knowledge, but they've been unstable for hundreds of years. They're on the verge. Anything could set them off. Dominus, Dagris, and Mesile have to tiptoe around those two. On the surface, Paolo and Loro may be happily married, but if you ever meet them, you'd know right away they aren't well."
Cameron groaned, roughly running his hands through his shaggy hair. Giron's mind raced as he tried to put the pieces together.
"You're saying that if my method was revealed to them, and it caused the entire church to question their teachings, it could upset their mental state and cause them to go wild, turning into beasts?"
Cameron nodded gravely, fear dominating his features. Giron's whole body shuddered at the thought of two emperor-tiered beasts appearing in the middle of the empire. It would take a full group of 5 emperors to bring down each one, and with only 3 emperors left, it would seal the fate of everyone. There would be no survivors. A True Hero. Oliviala Lecruex. Hours passed, and Olive still sat against the same tree. Her mind whirled with the devastating potential of what Giron had revealed. Every instinct in her ached to flee from the enormity of this problem, to offload it onto her far more capable siblings, or, better yet, her father. But how could she run and still call herself an imperial princess? What would happen next time? Would she be running forever if she did so now? The death of the Empire loomed heavily on her shoulders, making her armor feel light as a feather in comparison. Cameron was nearby, watching stoically as second father's descent wrapped shadows around their new camp. She took comfort in his presence, her ever-faithful defender. In her mind, she once more replayed his expression of wonder and jubilation.
Even the oldest doctrines that have stood the test of time would not abide by what he offers.
Olive rested her chin on her knees, wrapping them in her arms while whispering the founding hymn that she knew so well.
Truth brings power. The voice is truth. Power is voice. Without density, there is no life. Without the voice, there is no life. The voice brings life. The voice takes life. Truth brings power. Clearly, there is power in Jiran's truth. The voice would never have granted levels if it were not the truth. However, to say that density, and therefore the voice, is unnatural and foreign, is to say the life it brings and takes, the power it gives, and all its truths are somehow separate from reality. I cannot wrap my mind around it, and because I could not understand, I responded like a child. "Cameron," she whispered, and he came to her side. "How many levels?"
Olive tried to swallow around the lump in her throat and failed. The ache in her chest was a tingling that spread through her, leaving waves of embarrassed heat in its wake.
"I'm at 42 molding now. I gained 15 with the last bit."
His tone was gentler than she had heard since the death of his mother. The care he extended through it built pressure behind her eyes and threatened to send her into a sobbing mess.
"So many. Is everything I know a lie? How could he come to such a twisted conclusion? It is a known fact that even a newborn babe has density within their body, and its removal would mean certain and instant death. He claims to know that taking the density from a tree would not change it from a tree, but how did he learn that? Not even Father could completely remove the density from an object without destroying it."
Cameron shrugged.
"We both know I don't care about the how or why. I'll leave all that thinking crap for you smarty types. I only want to kill gray men. Once that's done, we'll have all the time on Madra to figure things out. Come on. People are thinking up new stuff all the time and proving old stuff wrong. How is this any different?"
Olive snorted. She appreciated him trying to bring a little levity to her dour mood. The need to say the obvious, to relieve the pressure building in her chest, caused her words to spill out.
"You've only seen Paolo and Loro from a distance. You haven't heard them speak."
She shuddered at the memory, one of her most disturbing to be sure.
"Those two have killed for far less than this. What Jiran is saying undermines everything they have taught for hundreds of years. It will destroy us."
Cameron's gauntleted hand landed on her shoulder, his grasp strong enough to flex her armor.
"This is why I'm glad you're the princess and not me, even if I am prettier than you. Try to get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be another banger of a day."
He gave her a wink and then left to rest near the crackling fire. She released her held breath in a huffing chuckle, and then blinked to look at her acclamation, her guiding light, her connection to the voice. It had led her here to face this catastrophe. Her, not anyone else. She was far from the only one with access to divination. What could she do that others would not be more suited for?
"Why me? I asked it to show me the path that leads to victory for the Empire, and it showed me Jiran. Did I misunderstand what it meant? Am I supposed to help him or kill him?"
A spike of revulsion spread through her stomach at the thought.
"That's what the Voicers would do. Paolo and Loro wouldn't hesitate to end him and his heretical words. Master Filibri and Father knew that what he offered could destroy the Empire. Surely they did. That's why they searched so hard for him. Were they planning to silence him?
Revulsion morphed to anger, then to rage. Her jaw ached, and she couldn't trust that a single breath wouldn't unleash the flood of tears she barely kept at bay. She held herself perfectly still, waiting for the emotions to pass.
I refuse to be like them. I'm not some mindless believer. Father taught me better than that. He taught me to believe, but seek the answers from within. He showed me to never give word to my doubts, but to push through them silently, to—
Olive gasped, as a realization set off a chain reaction of memories and thoughts that coalesced into a solid tapestry of understanding. She had been controlled. Everyone knew that Paulo and Laura were out of willpower, that they could never ascend again. Each Tier 11 beast Madra sent to challenge the Emperors brought those two a little closer to snapping. Each newly gained attribute teetering them that much more over the edge of becoming wild. Every % of growth acquired was a tick closer to doom, for not only them, but the entire Empire. It was only a matter of time. If those two turned wild, there would only be 3 Emperors left to face 2, fresh Tier 11 beasts. Maybe the 3 of them could beat 1, maybe. But 2? Never. To not rock the boat, the other Emperors and their children tiptoed around them. Audiences and encounters were kept to a minimum. Discussions of faith were never an argument, always a submissive acquiescence. How better to ensure your children hold the line than to brainwash them with dogma? What's worse, teaching your child whatever the Church wanted, or risking the annihilation of the Empire?
That's why Father sent me away. My acclamation was a risk he was unwilling to take. He was so insistent I formed my own party and left me deep in the wilderness with only a single guard. He wanted me out of Cruex, in case I said something that might rock the boat. He could tell I was growing more willful, more questioning, as my acclamation revealed truth upon truth. And now, I've discovered the biggest truth of all. What am I supposed to do? Jiran's knowledge is what will save us, but if it reaches the wrong ears, it could end us all. Absolutely not. They are wrong. They are unstable. Those two are the problem, not Jiran. He is the way forward. His method will bring about an age of growth and stability, unlike anything we've ever seen. Then there is Meilin and her people. That attack they used together, how much stronger would it become if they were a higher tier? It easily rivaled anything I've seen from a Tier 7, and Tier 7s have over 1,200 in each attribute, multiplied by 64 concentration. Meanwhile, a Tier 3 and 4 combined have a measly 240 and 8 concentration. Jiran and Meilin aren't even capped in their tiers. Their combination was as beautiful as it was impossible. What could our 2 peoples do if we joined forces? What couldn't we do? And with instant access to mana—
She ran her fingers through her hair, her scalp beginning to hurt from how many times she had harried it over the hours.
"Cameron!"
she hissed, needing to talk to someone, anyone, about the revelation of her entire childhood being one huge lie. But the boy was already snoring by the fire. Jiran and Meilin had long since retired to their burrow. She was alone.
"How can I sleep now? I need to talk to someone."
She paced the outskirts of the camp while pushing her mana through her body with molding. Her thoughts danced as she felt the mana Jiran had lent her flow through her fingers.
I can do this. I have to do this.
she mumbled, sitting on the soft grass.
The solution is simple. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't tell the wrong people. Meanwhile, I'll learn everything he's willing to teach and devise a means to twist the words so they're less of a shock. Then we'll slowly release it to the most trusted people. I will not let this chance slip through my fingers. Cameron has learned so much already. Once we know more, will we be able to fight up a tier 2? Will the whole empire? If Dagris, Messalé, and Father can all fight up a tier, won't all our problems be solved? We can do this. There is a way forward, and I will protect it with my very life if needed.
She closed her eyes, her heart racing out of control. Thoughts of her father and the other emperors fighting side by side with the people, killing beasts of a higher tier, expanding the empire ever outward, and sheltering its people, swirled in her imagination as darkness descended. Olive did not sleep well. Jiran of Phelan. Jiran awoke to the sounds of grunting exertion. Cameron had drawn runes on the ground in a wide circle near their camp. He was moving through a more advanced workout regimen that Jiran had vaguely remembered Samris using a few times. Mayalin was still sleeping, and Olive had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Listening to the cousins the previous night, and then watching Olive pacing about within his aura had made sleep elusive. It was not fear of betrayal that disturbed his slumber. It was the wider implications of 2 emperors going wild and destroying everything he knew. He sat up and yawned. A wave of restoration with the intent to soothe and energize his weary head did wonders for his lack of sleep, even if it wasn't a good solution for long-term deprivation. Jiran didn't disrupt Cameron as he left the camp. After a quick morning pit stop, he found a clearing nearby and directed his mana into revelation.
Father!
Daughter appeared in his mind's eye, cute dimples showing on her cheeks as she smiled. Her features were further defined than the last time they spoke, and her movements less robotic, more natural.
You keep changing, he remarked.
As your understanding deepens, my power grows.
Really? That's pretty awesome. The other entity that was tracking me was from Oliviala, right?
Yes, though her daughter is not as conscious as I.
Her new dimples grew larger, and her eyes, like miniature constellations, flashed with prideful light. Jiran cracked his neck, feeling some of his tension lift.
That's a relief. Any change with Naya?
No, she is still being hunted, but the trail she leaves is faint. Unless there is an unexpected change, their paths will converge in 5 days.
Who's hunting her?
Jiran's anger seeped out through grit teeth.
You know him as Mark Hiss the Diviner.
That bastard!
Jiran fumed, his nails digging into his palms.
Any idea what tier he is?
It is not easy for me to tell. I do not see things as you do. Likely 6, perhaps 7.
The same as the Alphas, so I couldn't beat him as I am.
No, but I believe you are faster than he is when flying. Your chances of helping her escape, as you are now, are not 0.
She mumbled the last word while looking to the side.
Very reassuring.
You're welcome.
She beamed, releasing a tiny giggle. Her expression hardened, and she continued.
I can tell you that he does not intend to kill her. His plans are far deeper, more sinister. It is hard to understand the signs with how unstable he is, and there is another entity blocking me, likely his own, given his moniker.
Sinister? Interesting. And also a little reassuring, thank you. I'm still going to kick his teeth in after I ascend, even if he doesn't lay a hand on her. We have an old score to settle.
Jiran felt his mana passing below the halfway point and quickly moved to the next question.
Any idea what my new quest name means? I know his name is pretty ominous.
I do not know.
Daughter shrugged, the movement fluid and natural as a human's.
We have time for one more question.
Either I ask about the Emperors being unstable, or the best way to keep Mei-Lin safe while I'm in the arena.
The second he formed the thought, the answer became obvious.
Any suggestions for keeping Mei-Lin safe while I'm in the arena?
Your new companions would die to protect her. She will be as safe with them as it is possible for her to be. You should ask her as well. She has her own thoughts and desires. Goodbye, Father.
The shifting stars that comprised her body spread until they vanished into nothingness.
They would die for her?
A tingling wave of emotion constricted his throat. It moved to his chest where it prickled its way down his arms and legs. He took a deep, ragged breath through his nose.
I know Cameron is under oath to protect her, and Olive has her own reasons, like adding a powerful force to the Empire. But still, for both of them to be willing to go that far, I had no idea.
Jiran took his time processing the swell of feelings that squeezed his diaphragm. When they eventually ran their course, he flew back to the camp and ate a few leftover bites of dinner before approaching Cameron.
Mind if I join you? Sure, I'm only missing a few attributes now. Having someone to spar with would definitely speed up the process. Why not go fight a few more beasts?
Cameron scoffed.
Because I'm not suicidal? Only a beast with equivalent or higher attributes would give me any decent gains. What kind of idiot would throw themselves into that sort of fight for a few quick attributes when they could do a little training? Besides, learning to move your body and use your abilities makes you stronger in the long run. Wait, is that what you do? How in the Inferno's asshole did you get so powerful while being so ignorant? Is that how gains from combat work? They're based on a difference in attributes? I guess I've always fought beasts at my tier or higher, so I never noticed. Oh well, I'm not going to stop doing it my way merely because everyone else thinks it's foolish.
Jiran smiled in response, and Cameron rolled his eyes, motioning for Jiran to enter the circle of runes. When he stepped over the lines, his knees buckled as a strong pressure spread across his body. The extra weight was automatically distributed through his mana body, and he stood straight once more. Gravity increasing formation? Jiran wondered aloud as he studied these simple lines that stretched around the outermost layer of the circle. He stopped his aura from spreading out the extra weight, straining his muscles to remain standing. He lifted his arms, waving them around and savoring the little thrill of anticipation that shot through him at each movement.
This is a perfect chance to get used to my new point of concentration. Hopefully I can power this formation after they're gone. I've still got 2 more points coming this tier, and I'm not going to have a lot of time to train with them before the arena. You don't know the basic formations? You weren't kidding. Master Philibres seriously didn't teach you squat, did he?
Cameron raised his hammer as he took a defensive, two-handed stance.
I wasn't with him for long. He didn't really have a chance.
Jiran tightened his raised fists, for the first time in a long while wishing he had a weapon.
Seriously? Bare-handed? If this isn't a challenge, I won't gain anything. All right, then.
Jiran formed a coating, the mana leaking from his skin to stretch into the shape of a long blade. The mana was transparent, so he filled it with a rapidly burning shaping that could clearly be seen. He swung the blade experimentally, cutting through the ground like it wasn't there. He softened the invisible edges so it wouldn't be lethal, and took a crouching ready stance, meeting Cameron's eyes.
Better? Whoa. How long can you make that thing?
Cameron's gaze glued to the fire gushing out of Jiran's hands. Just for fun, Jiran expanded the coating until it was 4 meters long, the maximum length he could control it. The gout of flames flickered in the pre-dawn darkness like a beacon. Cameron clicked his tongue and charged.
Your sword may be big, but you lack the spiky armor of a true hero.
Cameron's hammer flew forward and met Giron's blade in a probing strike. Metal clanged on hardened coating, and Cameron smiled as Giron's blade retracted to a manageable size. Giron's return swing was ducked. Still crouched, Cameron stuck out his arm and was pulled to the side by what Giron could only assume was forcing. As if the hammer had a will of its own, it changed directions to fly toward Giron's side. He smoothly pivoted, blocking the strike with the portion of his blade directly above his hands. The moment he absorbed the impact, he thrust toward Cameron's chest with all his speed, though the increased gravity within the formation slowed him down significantly. The noble turned to the side and leaned back slightly, allowing the blade to pass by harmlessly before his arm, once more controlled with forcing, sent his hammer in an unnatural arc, right toward Giron's face. Giron activated his own forcing, pulling his head down beneath the blow. He pivoted on one leg, and as his body swung around, his other leg extended in a hook kick aimed at Cameron's chest. The boy leaped back, his grin vanishing as another blade of fire-filled coating sprung from Giron's extended foot and crashed into his armor. An undignified, gurgling grunt was forced from Cameron's mouth as the solid hit sent him sprawling. He leaped to his feet and pointed at Giron with his hammer.
What in the boursoon's fatty crack was that? How many techniques can you use at the same time? Was that 5? You're a dirty cheat.
Despite his grumbling, he was showing off pearly white teeth in an eager grin as he charged once more. Revelation's voice.
You're so fast,
Cameron huffed, breathing hard along with Giron. One hand was on his knee, the other wobbling as it held out his hammer toward his slippery foe. Giron grinned back, impressed upon seeing the unexpected boost to his skills. Forcing, +2. Coating, +1. Giron wiped away the sweat threatening to drip into his eyes.
Why are you so durable? I might as well be pummeling a stone. Ha! You can thank my old man for that. The arse talks with his fists. None of my siblings has less than 2 acclamations for taking blows that should have killed us. Do you have one for speed? Is that why I can't hit you? I can tell your attributes are lower than mine, though slightly, which, by the way, is disgusting considering how strong your channeling is, not to mention your aura.
Yeah, I do have an acclamation for speed, though it only helps my brain process multiple things at once. I think the biggest difference is my forcing level being higher than yours.
What? You have dual minds? That one's crazy hard to get. Looks like Master Philibry had time to teach you a thing or two after all. He's famous for being one of the only people alive to have that acclamation.
What? He told me it was common.
Cameron howled with laughter at Giron's flabbergasted expression. The outburst was enough to rouse Maylin, who had somehow slept through their sparring for the last 2 hours. She stretched with a yawn and crawled out of their burrow with bleary eyes. Giron's blade of coating vanished as he stood straight.
Maylin's awake. I'm going to go get washed up.
All right, I'm almost done here. Another few hours and I should have the last of them. Thanks for the spar. Got me a lot closer to my caps.
Anytime. Kicking your ass is fun.
Did you say licking my ass is fun? Hey, whatever you're into, I don't judge.
Cameron raised 2 fingers to his ears in a rude gesture at Giron's back, which only made Giron laugh harder. He cleaned and changed into his last set of clothes. Maylin was sitting at the fire, gorging on her breakfast, and he plopped down next to her. She nudged his shoulder with her face, then graced him with a radiant smile that instantly left him feeling like he was on top of the world.
Good morning,
she purred.
Hey, take it to your little burrow, you animals, Cameron bellowed from his training circle. Don't be mad, 'cause the only thing you ever kiss is the dirt, Giron yelled over his shoulder. Mayalin chuckled, prodding his ribs with a finger.
It is good to see you enjoying their company.
I guess I have been, huh? They seem like good people, but don't tell them I said that. Giron turned serious as he rotated to face her fully. Mayalin, I'm not going to delay any longer. I'll fight 6 more today, then finish the last 5 tomorrow morning. He firmed his aura around them so only she could hear. Daughter told me that Cameron and Olive would die for you, so stay close to them until I'm back, okay? She stared intently into his eyes for long seconds, before seeming to come to a decision.
Today, take us to the people.
What? Why would I do that? If the Amra comes back while I'm gone, he would... Giron's mind spun with the possibilities. The Amra wouldn't dare endanger the people by attacking Olive and Cameron. She's the daughter of one of the emperors, for father's sake. If all 3 of them are together, and Olive makes it clear that Mayalin is under their protection, she would be safer than anywhere in the entire empire, just like daughter said. This is assuming the Amra is done ascending. What other options do we have? I was planning to talk with Olive about it, then either leave them here or take them to a city where she thought they would be safe. Out here is only a single beast away from tragedy, while a random imperial city could be dangerous if Mayalin is spotted. Olive mentioned she could be more useful to the people than Reinhardt. Maybe this is her chance to prove it. Before I say anything else, can I hear why you want to go?
Mayalin
nodded.
The people need to see what we can achieve when we work together. I know many wish to run back to the island as soon as possible, but is that what is best for us? The Empire is so much more than what we left behind, and I wish to show them what they would be throwing away. Even the Amra does not know, or he would never have done what he did.
She reached out, taking his hands in hers, her voice brimming with conviction.
I fully believe that if he knew the power we could achieve when working together, he would have made different choices. They need to know, Giron. Our combined enhancing and shaping can change...
She shook her head.
Will change everything.
He ran his thumbs over the smooth skin on the backs of her hands, never taking his eyes from hers.
You're willing to risk yourself to show them? Don't answer that. Of course you are. I'm never going to tell you what you can and can't do, May. If this is what you feel is right, I won't stop you. That said, I also think it's a good idea. If we can peacefully resolve things with the Amra, that would be for the best. The people need to be united to stand strong in the Empire.
Mayalin relaxed, sighing. She nodded twice and shook herself lightly. Abruptly, she was back to her usual cheerful smiles.
Thank you.
She leaned in and kissed him quickly before pushing away with her hands on his chest.
You will be much more powerful the next time we meet. I cannot wait to see how potent our combined enhancing will be then.
It's going to be epic.
The glimmer in his eyes was every bit a match for hers.
Fathers, she's amazing. And way too pretty.
She smiled, her voice turning coy.
Thank you.
Seeing his confusion, she rolled her eyes.
I do not need to taste your emotions to know what you are thinking when you look at me like that.
She bit her lip, giving him a look that set his heart on fire.
Perhaps we have enough time?
Olive stirred nearby, having fallen asleep leaning against her favorite tree. The princess teetered off balance, fully waking with a gasp and barely catching herself before face-planting in the dirt. She looked around with a groggy expression, and when she caught sight of Giron and Mayalin holding in their laughter, she blushed and stood, dusting herself off. Olive approached the fire, and Giron lowered his aura to let her in. She was chewing on her upper lip while sneaking glances at him. Before she had a chance to, Giron spoke up. Sorry for being callous with my choice of words yesterday.
I thought of another way to explain my method that might help. Olive stopped and blinked at him several times before shaking her head.
It is I who should apologize, and I wish to thank you for being willing to teach us.
She dropped into a formal curtsy, rising with a relaxed smile that she shared with both of them.
Please.
She motioned with her hand for him to continue.
Think of the world as a cup of water, and density is like ground tea leaves. Water is water, and leaves are leaves. When you mix them, they become delicious, though neither started that way. Together they create new smells and textures, and they can even cleanse or enhance the body. They become more than the sum of their parts. Life and density are similar, but we only see the mixed tea, since that's all that surrounds us, even though they are very different.
Olive pursed her lips as she sat. She closed her eyes and took a moment to consider his words, piercing him with bright blue eyes.
How can the fish contemplate the sky when it knows only the water?
Exactly, Giron nodded. It's hard to tell the truth when you can't see or feel it.
You misunderstand. I want to know how you came to your conclusion. How can you, the fish, contemplate something you cannot see or feel, the world without density?
Clever girl. How much should I tell her?
Giron glanced at Maya Lin sitting beside him. Daughter's earlier words about Olive being willing to sacrifice her life dominated his thoughts. He squeezed Maya Lin's hand and hardened his aura around all four of them, speaking loudly enough that Cameron could hear as well.
I saw a reality without density in a dream. In that dream, I lived it, breathed it, and knew it to be real. I remember it still in perfect clarity, and nothing I learned in that dream has ever been wrong. It happened when my first tearing failed. I was also denless at the time, and it all sort of clicked. It's not like I'm some genius or anything. I merely got lucky and took advantage of that.
Giron shuddered at the memory of pulling his broken, bleeding body across the floor of his parents' hut, and Maya Lin's return squeeze brought comfort that wrapped around him like a soft blanket. Olive's mouth hung open as she stared at him in stunned silence. Even Cameron had stopped moving and was watching with a sharp stare. Olive's mouth clicked shut, and she covered it with her balled fist while coughing gently.
I did not expect an answer, let alone one that revealed so much. You were truly denless. That is, That must have been directly prior to our first meeting. How did you recover and save us?
I had a lot of help from Samris and Lenton. I also discovered the method I taught you yesterday. Without any mana, I had no access to my status, and had to figure out how to convert density and control mana manually. I used those memories to do it. They showed me a lot about how Madra works, even though they were from an entirely different planet.
Olive glanced left and right as Giron talked. She turned back to him with a serious expression and whispered sharply.
You should be extremely cautious with whom you share such information. Why would you even tell us that? You know who I am, and that I have duties, responsibilities to the Empire.
Giron shrugged off her concern, it being present all the more proof he was right about her.
I've decided to trust you two. On that note, if you don't think I should spread my method, I won't. I don't know anything about the emperors or the political situation in the Empire, so if you think what I know can cause 2 of the emperors to go wild, then I'm not going to argue. I'll keep my mouth shut.
That's, well, thank you for your trust. Would you be willing to tell me how your shaping and channeling are so powerful as well? If there's anything you know that can improve the Empire's strength, without upsetting Empress Palola Le Sanctum and Emperor Loroderund Le Sanctum, Then we should use that knowledge as best we can.
Mostly it's more stuff from the same dream. I've been indirectly told that spreading that information is restricted. If I did tell you everything I know, there's a high chance Madra would kill you. Or anyone you shared the knowledge with.
What? Why?
Olive shot to her feet, eyes wide and nostrils flared. No clue. That's what I've been told, though. It's happened before, to Mei Lin's great-grandfather. He tried to pass along restricted knowledge, and it would vanish after he wrote it down, until eventually he vanished too. At least, that's what we think happened.
You said you were told this? By whom?
A revelation? It's a technique Lenton had me learn. Giron didn't think Olive's eyes could grow any wider, but they did.
You have revelation, and it talks to you, with words?
Her voice broke, rising several octaves at the end. Yep. She said yours would do the same, too, once you level molding a little more.
Oh, okay,
Olive mumbled breathlessly, her brain struggling to come to grips with what she was hearing. Without warning, her body jerked toward him. She stumbled forward, reaching for his hand, unable to get her words out quickly enough.
I am ready. We must begin immediately. Whatever it takes, I must hear divination's voice.
Giron pulled his hand away before she could snatch it in her excitement. I have a couple questions first, since we're all sharing. She nodded frantically, circling her hands in the air. How many Tier 7s and above are there in the Empire? She stopped cold, glancing at Cameron and back, her expression growing hard.
As of 3 moons ago, there were 10 active parties of Tier 7s, so 50 on active duty. There are another 100 who are in leadership positions, such as Reinhardt, retired or capped on willpower and no longer capable of ascension, the willless. As for those Tier 8 and above, the rankers, there are less than 50. Of those 50, there are no active parties attempting to ascend. Many of them are retired and living in seclusion. What? That's it? I assumed there would be thousands. Giron looked between the cousins with confusion. Misunderstanding him, Olive blanched. Many of the rankers are in Greyman lands, battling the higher-tiered beasts daily in an effort to maintain balance on the front lines. They are not all idling away in retirement.
No, not that. Giron waved his hand in the negative. Why are there so few?
Ah, I see. Our greatest restrictions are casualties and willpower. There are several Tier 8s and 9s who would be willing to continue ascending, but their parties fell apart for those 2 reasons. Most parties form at Tier 3 and stay together for life. Losing even a single member wipes out years of perfecting coordination and teamwork. Adding a new member to replace those lost is more likely to get everyone involved killed with how powerful higher-tier beasts are, so they stop ascending altogether. Add in the issue of willpower, and yes, there are only around 200 individuals Tier 7 and above. Why is this so important to you?
Damn. Lenton was really speaking from experience when he told me about willpower that day. I wonder if any of his original party is still alive, waiting for someone to catch up so they can ascend again. As for why I asked, no way I'm going to tell her that I've been watching her and Cameron fight to gather data on how much stronger than normal I am. If my math is right, I've got an approximate multiplier of 10 over what my attributes should be capable of. After I ascend, theoretically I should be capable of killing a Tier 7. Only Tier 8s and above will be outright impossible for me to hurt. 50 people in the entire Empire, and most of them retired for fear of going insane. I almost hope the Amra picks another fight with me. Giron wore a sly smile as he ruefully shook his head. I'm not ready to talk about it yet, and it's only a theory. Olive had been patiently waiting for a reply,
but when he motioned to a spot on the ground, she instantly dropped to the designated area and folded her legs, clapping her hands.
Tea leaves and boiling water, right? I can picture that clearly. Did you not do something to Cameron last night to help him as well? Something about taking his mana?
She squirmed in the dirt, looking nothing like a princess of the Empire.
Yeah, I sure did,
Giron chuckled, reaching for the back of her neck with a toothy grin. Final preparations. It took Olive 2 hours to claim the density in her lungs. During that time, Mayalin worked diligently on their combined alphabets, and Cameron continued to train in his circle of amplified gravity. Giron was blown away by how quickly Mayalin was learning the Imperial dialect. It was only her second day of consistent practice, and she was asking questions about grammar and syntax. Certainly, the intelligence attribute assisted in memorization, but that did nothing to explain the leaps in logic and thought she was making. Seeing her innate brilliance shining through with each new question filled him with pride.
Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. This is the same girl that learned how to repair the maker drives with almost no tutelage.
42. Wonder of wonders.
Olive shook her head slowly, perusing her status through closed eyes.
In case either of you aren't aware, once you hit 50 in a skill, you unlock the option to pick a sub-skill. When you do, the system is going to knock you out for a few hours, so make sure you do that somewhere safe.
You have a sub-skill? I've only heard rumors about them, and nothing substantial has ever been recorded. What exactly are they?
She craned her neck to look at him.
They give you some bonuses that make the skill better. For molding, I picked one that allowed me to manipulate mana outside my body. I'm not sure you'll get the same options I did, though. Make sure you remember them. I'll want to know what you got when we meet next.
Yes, obviously I won't forget such vital information. When we meet next. Are you going somewhere?
Her voice lurched as she met his eyes.
Yeah, I'm taking you to the people in a minute. I'll be back in a few days. You're welcome to make your case to them since you mentioned you could be more helpful than Rayhard.
Giron shrugged, trying to make it seem like his departure wasn't a big deal.
Ugh, it's Reinhard. Your attributes are more than high enough to remember a name. Why? You're messing with me, aren't you?
For some reason, Giron's joke had the surprising effect of leaving her speechless. She recovered and coughed into her fist.
I will certainly do my best to explain how seeking refuge in Cruex would be to their greatest benefit. Will you remain there to translate? I doubt my efforts will bear growth without your assistance. And where are you going? It sounds important. Perhaps I can help in some way.
I shouldn't tell her. They aren't anywhere near soloing a beast 2 tiers above them. But if I told them, Cameron might be stupid enough to try. It would suck to come back to find the grinning fool got himself killed. Actually, Olive is more likely to try than Cameron. If she's reckless enough to come out here to find me with no mana, she's capable of anything.
No, Giron shook his head sharply, adamantly refusing to answer. Olive pursed her lips and stood, dusting her hands and backside.
Very well. I shall respect your privacy and plead to the voice for your safe and speedy return.
She wasn't speaking idly. Giron could tell she meant every word and would surely be praying for him.
Thanks.
The corner of his lips pulled up in a little smile. He then turned to Cameron and yelled,
Let's go, fat ass!
Cameron shot him a rude gesture that was quickly followed by a snarky grin. Mayalin's head spun in his direction with a look that promised retribution before she realized he was yelling at Cameron. She slowly bobbed her head up and down with narrowed eyes in a way that screamed, "You're damn right you weren't talking to me like that." She then hopped up and joined them with her new notebook clutched to her chest.
"We is ready,"
Maylin spoke carefully in Imperial. Jiran's breath caught and his heart hammered. Her lilted accent, speaking in clear, clean Imperial, was doing things for him that made it truly unfortunate they were not alone. "I am ready," he mumbled a correction. She planted her fists on her hips and her tone turned lecturing.
"That does not help. I hear the words of the people when you speak, not Imperial."
"Oh, oops. Guess I need to figure out how to turn it off." Jiran rubbed the back of his neck with a chuckle. "Olive, can you repeat what I just said to Maylin, please?"
"I am ready,"
Olive supplied, as she came to stand next to them after collecting her few supplies into her satchel. Maylin repeated the phrase a few times, and then spoke the same words in her tongue, which Olive eagerly attempted to replicate. They shared a giggle at the terrible pronunciation, bouncing in place until Jiran lifted them all and began the trip to the People's Cavern. His map made directions simple, and soon they were soaring northwest, high in the air. 3 hours flew by as they happily learned new words in each other's language. Jiran quickly figured out how to toggle his translation feature off. Hearing Maylin's true voice speaking her own language and not the translation reminded him of when they first met. He found himself losing focus from her adorable yips, barks, and growls, as the sounds pleasantly dug into his brain. Before they arrived, he topped off Maylin's enhancing with lightning. Jiran flew low over the tunnel entrance, his aura sweeping the area and finding no trace of the Amra's familiar energies. They were met by 3 Tier 4 hunters who were well hidden with obfuscations. Jiran picked them out the moment his mana body swept over the holes they had dug. He dropped to the group in the middle of them and double-checked his translator was toggled on. "I brought allies who can help legitimize the people's temporary home in this land. Has the Amra returned?" One of the hunters pulled himself out of the ground and disabled his obfuscation. His threatening growl surprised Cameron, and he reached for his hammer. Olive's hand on his shoulder was enough to give him pause. She arched an eyebrow while meeting his gaze, likely a reminder of his oaths, which caused him to quickly relax. Olive maintained her calm admirably as she stepped in front of her defender. Her noble demeanor was a shining beacon of civility in the face of the much larger and more aggressive hunter who bared his fangs, speaking in a growling rumble.
"The Amra's whereabouts are not for you to know. None are permitted entrance at this time. Leave."
His spear creaked as clawed fingers tightened on the wooden shaft. Maylin took 2 flashing steps forward and stopped right in front of the man's surprised face.
"What is the meaning of this, Durak?"
Her tail flitted back and forth in jerky motions as her claws edged out of her fingers.
"You will not disrespect me, child. The elders have spoken. None are permitted."
He moved to roughly shove her away, but his fingers passed harmlessly through her afterimage. She appeared behind him and her fist slammed into his lower back. A pained yowl escaped his lips as his body lit up with arcs of current. A mouthful of blood splattered across the ground as he fell to one knee. The other 2 hunters burst from their hiding spots with spears leveled. Before they could reach her, Maylin planted her boot between Durak's shoulder blades and pushed him to the ground. She leaned down, grabbed his triangular ear in her fist, and pulled with a snarl.
"How could I disrespect one so weak? The strong command, and you will obey. If you ever speak to me that way again, you will lose this ear."
The man's shock could not have been more absolute. His eyes and mouth were both hanging open, as blood dribbled across his lips onto the ground.
"Now answer his question. You will not be asked again."
She punctuated her demand with another jolt of electricity that caused his entire body to convulse.
He has not returned."
When she had her answer, Maylin roughly shoved his face into the dirt and bounced back to Jiran's side.
"Wow, May takes no shit. Why was I worried about her safety again?
Seeing that she didn't hurt Durak, the other two hunters backed down. Jiran was grateful. He didn't relish the idea of slamming them into the ground with his aura. Though he certainly would have had they taken another step toward her with those spears.
My Ajiran, I will handle things here.
Mayolin's form of address caused all three hunters to suck air between their teeth. She continued, ignoring them completely.
Whatever foolishness is happening with these so-called elders, when I show them what we are capable of, they will see their mistakes for what they are. It is time for you to go. Prepare well, take every precaution, and do not underestimate whatever it is you will face. You will return to me. Is that understood?
Jiran's jaw clenched as a powerful jumble of emotions constricted his chest. He wrapped Mayolin in a tight hug that left her wheezing in his ear. He sent a jolt of mana through her to recharge what enhancing she had used, then whispered to her with complete conviction.
I hear you. I will not be reckless, and I will return to you.
Good.
She pushed away his arms and rose on her toes to kiss him. But, right before their lips met, she spun from his grasp with a wicked gleam in her eyes. Jiran felt the very essence of his desire being yanked through his skin, yearning for that kiss.
You can have it when I see you next.
Then, with a wink goodbye, she left him and approached Olive. The royal went from barely restrained laughter at their shenanigans to letting out an undignified squawk as she was dragged by the scruff of her armor toward the tunnel entrance. She managed a quick wave before vanishing below ground. Cameron lifted his chin in a casual farewell and followed them. Jiran returned the wave and nod, then watched them go until they vanished from the range of his aura. Durak stood and shook himself off and spit on the ground in Jiran's direction. His eyes were full of indignant rage as he bared his teeth. Jiran rolled his eyes at the childish display.
So that girl with Mayolin is the daughter of one of the rulers of the entire empire. Legends say he's at least tier 10 and could easily kill us all with a sneeze. I've seen him once from a distance. He was so scary I couldn't breathe. You should probably... Nah, I don't need to tell you how bad it would be if something happened to her. I'm sure you can figure it out. Bye now.
The hunters were standing ramrod straight with terrified expressions, as Jiran gave them a friendly wave. He hopped into the air, looking back to see two of them rushing down the tunnel, hopefully to do the smart thing and warn the elders not to mess with Olive. With how well he had been treated upon first arriving in Azure Light, he assumed she and Cameron would be fine. He also trusted that Mayolin could handle things for a day with her newfound power. After all, she knew her people best, so even if he had a few doubts, he wasn't going to undermine her. Jiran rocketed away at full speed, leaving behind a trail of blazing fire and smoke. He was back at the Outlands in only a few minutes. He flew over their camp without stopping, heading deeper into the cracked, dry barrens in search of his first kill for the day.
What's going to be the best use of my time? Obviously, killing the last 9 beasts comes first. That should get me another 2 points of concentration, which I'll need time to adjust to. As far as my techniques go, I can work on a few of my lower manipulation skills like acid or metal, but I doubt I'll get any more levels as my understanding of those concepts is weak. I'll need to make sure my mental imaging is adjusted as well. I've gotten used to holding back to not hurt myself or the people around me. That won't be an option in the arena. I'm going to go all out from the beginning. No messing around. Whatever it throws at me, I'm going to use my full power. Besides, the better the mental image, the less mana the technique uses, and I might not be able to eat any of the beasts in there. Last time they were all made of metal and their corpses were absorbed into the floor. I'll need to conserve every possible scrap of mana I can. I should have a trump card, too, and I know exactly the thing. Okay, I'll adjust to this next point of concentration tonight, then work on that idea I had. It better not blow me up.
Jiran sped across the Outlands, locating Tier 5 beasts one after another. As usual, he killed each with a single attack. He acquired his next point of concentration with the second kill. 3 hours of intensive training later, his boosted attributes were at least marginally controllable. He was most impressed to see his damage nearly double, from the combination of the new point and no longer holding back his mental images.
I still feel fine emotionally. Entering a state of oneness when absorbing the Challenger density works much better than I could have hoped. The density isn't even beginning to scratch at my mind.
Jiran's body, on the other hand, was itching and burning from the overabundance of energy packed into it. He felt like he was soaking in an acid bath, while simultaneously holding a lightning rod in a thunderstorm. With only 15% growth remaining until reaching 200%, he was barely able to calm himself enough to work on his trump card as darkness descended. He hoped it wouldn't be necessary, as the incredibly powerful energies were hard enough to control on their own, and didn't seem to be playing well together. But if he needed it, he would have it. He forced himself to sleep 6 hours, even though his body was aching to move after only 2. He woke up long before First Father blessed the skies. An unseasoned Tier 5 breakfast that would have made Olive blanch filled his belly and mana. He spent several hours practicing his skills and techniques, while dancing within Cameron's circle of increased gravity. Unsurprisingly, he failed to gain any additional technique levels, though he did feel fairly comfortable with his current physical strength. After lunch, he once more delved into the Outlands for prey. When he claimed the red density from his 5th and final kill, his body swelled with power as the 9th point of concentration appeared on his status. He grit his teeth from the overwhelming pleasure of strength flooding his being, even as every centimeter of his existence burned from the pressure of so much density trapped within him. Challenger timer disabled. Ascension locked until challenge completed. He felt so full that he was worried a single poke might pop him like a balloon. Yet his skin was more resilient than ever. A small part of his mind screamed that he was invincible, unstoppable, but he squashed that voice with a vengeance, refusing to ignore Maya Lin's warning. The reminder of her had him glancing at her name and full health indicator in his party screen. It had been a consistent comfort over the last day. A fleeting memory of a screen hanging above the previous arena came to mind. It contained a long list of names from all those who had tried and died in the past, a sobering reminder of the deadly undertaking before him.
I will not underestimate the challenges or overestimate my strength. I'm as prepared as I can be. If it's anything like last time, the portal should open soon.
He didn't have to wait long, as a perfectly straight red and purple cut split the air to his side. It widened, revealing a red sea that churned with an ominous intensity. He took a deep breath, grabbed the Tier 5 corpse beside him, and dragged it into the portal behind him. Epilogue. Naya of Phelan. Deep underground in an abandoned mining village, Naya leaned against a decrepit fence. She faced a small group of new recruits, Tier 3s and even a couple Tier 4s, all eager to hear her words. She felt the cool, calming presence of the crystal key in her back pocket. She never let it out of her aura, refusing to hand it off to any of the thugs from Dommel's organization who harassed her for it, One of those people raised his hand. The man's hopeful exuberance nearly caused Naya to grimace, before she schooled her expression and nodded at him seriously. Emboldened by her kindness, he gulped and then took the plunge, asking his question.
How do we know that density isn't supposed to be in us, like you say?
Naya sighed. Having expected the question, her answer came instantly.
If the church is right about anything, it's that knowledge and truth equals power. When you accept the truth, your molding will gain more levels in an instant than you have right now.
She shivered in disgust at what she was doing, feeling the sting of betrayal like a lead ball dropped into her stomach. Sensing her rising discomfort, Dommel stepped in smoothly, picking up where she left off.
You'll finally have the power to strike back against the ones who forced you from your homes, who took everything from you. Don't give in to despair. Seek the truth, and let it set you free.
Great Mother, I'm going to be sick. I need a break.
She bowed low to the assembled refugees. A fifth-tier powerhouse showing them such respect caused gasps to run through the gathered farmers and crafters. She spun and walked away before she lost her composure completely. Dommel was on her heels as they entered the largest ramshackle building, a huge grin plastered on his face as he bowed to her.
The wise prophet of the true way blesses us all with her holy presence,
she growled, wanting nothing more than to leave the caves and never see any of them again.
Sure, we're the same tier now, but don't think for a second I couldn't kick your ass so hard you would see the surface.
She stormed deeper into the building, hoping he wouldn't follow. His aura roared forth, and she caught it with her own, pushing back viciously. She didn't bother turning around as the building shook precariously from the forces attempting to tear it apart. They paid the temporary shelter no mind as they struggled against each other. She could have instantly dominated Dommel's aura, but chose not to. There was not a moment to waste. They would need the training and any other edge they could acquire if they were going to succeed.
If we fail, then what is the point of all this? I have to go there, and I can't do it alone. Everything will be settled soon, one way or another.
She felt his aura reaching for the key in her pocket, and she smashed his energy down with a vengeance, bringing him to one knee. She looked over her shoulder to see his nose bleeding, and a real smile pulled at her lips.
Nice try. Go for my ass again, and I'll drop you down to the next floor with the rest of the beasts.
Don't flatter yourself. There's not a man alive that would think your ass is worth digging through the mountain of thorns that is your shining personality.
The brevity left him in a rush when she released her grip and their aura battle resumed anew. While struggling to breathe, he changed from the dangerous topic of her derriere.
Do you think they'll be ready in time?
She turned around fully, facing him with fury marring her features.
I don't fucking care. I don't even want to bring them. I can't believe I agreed to use them as a distraction. Your plan, no, your entire little faction makes me sick. As soon as this is over, you'll never see me again.
Don't be like that, Naya. They all agreed. After what happened to them, I don't blame them at all for wanting a little revenge. A chance at a better life.
She spit on the floor and scowled.
Whatever. I'm done teaching them. You know the method well enough. You can take over. You have 2 days. I'm not waiting any longer than that. I'll go alone if I have to.
Dommel tisked when he heard the conviction in her tone, but he had to try one last time.
Once this job is done, you'll see that we're the ones you should trust. The emperors are hiding a secret in that temple that even they fear. We'll use it to show the whole empire that their twisted dogma is nothing more than a deadly lie. Soon, we'll have all the proof we need to unite the citizens and turn the tides on the gray men. Then you'll be a hero. You don't have to go, you know. Why don't you give me the key and kick back here till it's all over?
Did he seriously think that would work? Not a chance, idiot. Not when I know that place has something to do with him. She needs him, and he's the only one who can help. I have to find him, no matter the cost, or I'll never be free." "Sure, you can have the key." His expression rose until the next words passed her lips. "The second I'm dead." Then she overpowered his aura in an instant, smashing him through the outer wall to roll headlong across the ground. She walked to her room without looking back, closing the door behind her. This audio edition of Rise of the Density God was presented by Dreamscape Lore. Read for you by J.S. Arquin. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2024 by Tora AKR. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. For information on other Dreamscape Lore titles, find us at dreamscapepublishing.com.